Section 27 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1, The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Chapter 13. The Return of the Sun. Thursday, August 3. We have had such a long spell of fine clear weather without especially low temperatures that one can scarcely grumble at the change we found on waking this morning, when the canopy of stratus cloud spread over us and the wind came in those fitful gusts which promise a gale. All day the wind force has been slowly increasing, whilst the temperature has risen to -15°, but there is no snow falling or drifting as yet. The steam cloud of Erebus was streaming away to the northwest this morning. Now it is hidden. Our expectations have been falsified so often that we feel ourselves wholly incapable as weather prophets. Therefore one scarce dares to predict a blizzard, even in the face of such disturbance as exists. A paper handed to Simpson by David, and purporting to contain a description of approaching signs, together with the cause and effect of our blizzards, proves equally hopeless. Footnote: Professor T. Edgeworth David, of Sydney University, who accompanied Shackleton's expedition as geologist. End of footnote. We have not obtained a single scrap of evidence to verify its statements, and a great number of our observations definitely contradict them. The plain fact is that no two of our storms have been heralded by the same signs. The low barrier temperatures experienced by the Crozier party has naturally led to speculation on the situation of Amundsen and his Norwegians. If his thermometers continuously show temperatures below -60°, the party will have a pretty bad winter, and it is difficult to see how he will keep his dogs alive. I should feel anxious if Campbell was in that quarter. Saturday, August 5. The sky has continued to wear a disturbed appearance, but so far nothing has come of it. A good deal of light snow has been falling today, a brisk northerly breeze is drifting it along, giving a very strange yet beautiful effect in the north, where the strong red twilight filters through the haze. The Crozier party tell a good story of Bowers, who on their return journey with their recovered tent, fitted what he called a tent downhaul, and secured it round his sleeping bag and himself. If the tent went again, he determined to go with it. Our lecture program has been renewed. Last night, Simpson gave a capital lecture on general meteorology. He started on the general question of insolation, giving various tables to show proportion of sun's heat received at the polar and equatorial regions. Broadly, in latitude 80°, one would expect about 22% of the heat received at a spot on the equator. He dealt with the temperature question by showing interesting tabular comparisons between northern and southern temperatures at given latitudes. So far as these tables go, they show the south polar summer to be 15° colder than the north polar, but the south polar winter 3° warmer than the north polar, but of course this last figure would be completely altered if the observer were to winter on the barrier. I fancy Amundsen would not concede those 3°. From temperatures our lecturer turned to pressures and the upward turn of the gradient in high southern latitudes, as shown by the Discovery expedition. This bears, of course, on the theory which places an anticyclone in the south polar region. Lockyer's theories came under discussion, a good many facts appear to support them. The westerly winds of the roaring forties are generally understood to be a succession of cyclones. Lockyer's hypothesis supposes that there are some 8 or 10 cyclones continuously revolving at a rate of about 10° of longitude a day, and he imagines them to extend from the 40th parallel to beyond the 60th, thus giving the strong westerly winds in the 40s, and easterly and southerly in 60° to 70°. Beyond 70°, there appears to be generally an irregular outpouring of cold air from the polar area, with an easterly component significant of anticyclone conditions. Simpson evolved a new blizzard theory on this. He supposes the surface air intensely cooled over the continental and barrier areas, and the edge of this cold region lapped by warmer air from the southern limits of Lockyer's cyclones. This would produce a condition of unstable equilibrium, with great potentiality for movement. Since, as we have found, volumes of cold air at different temperatures are very loath to mix, the condition could not be relieved by any gradual process, but continues until the stream is released by some minor cause, when, the ball once started, a huge disturbance results. It seems to be generally held that warm air is passing polewards from the equator continuously at the high levels. It is this potentially warm air which, mixed by the disturbance of the cold air of the interior, gives to our winds so high a temperature. Such is this theory. Like its predecessor, it is put up for cockshies, and doubtless by our balloon work or by some other observations it will be upset or modified. Meanwhile, it is well to keep one's mind alive with such problems, which mark the road of advance. Sunday, August 6. Sunday with its usual routine. Hymn singing has become a point on which we begin to take some pride to ourselves. With our full attendance of singers, we now get a grand volume of sound. The day started overcast. Chalky is an excellent adjective to describe the appearance of our outlook when the light is much diffused and shadows poor. The scene is dull and flat. In the afternoon the sky cleared. The moon over Erebus gave a straw color to the dissipating clouds. This evening the air is full of ice crystals, and a stratus forms again. This alternation of clouded and clear skies has been the routine for some time now, and is accompanied by the absence of wind, which is delightfully novel. The blood of the Crozier party, tested by Atkinson, shows a very slight increase of acidity. Such was to be expected, and it is pleasing to note that there is no sign of scurvy. If the preserved foods had tended to promote the disease, the length of time and severity of conditions would certainly have brought it out. I think we should be safe on the long journey. I have had several little chats with Wilson on the happenings of the journey. He says there is no doubt Cherry Garrard felt the conditions most severely, though he was not only without complaint, but continuously anxious to help others. Apropos, we both conclude that it is the younger people that have the worst time. Gran, our youngest member, 23, is a very clear example, and now Cherry Garrard at 26. Wilson, 39, says he never felt cold less than he does now. I suppose that between 30 and 40 is the best all-round age. Bowers is a wonder, of course. He is 29. When past the 40s, it is encouraging to remember that Peary was 52. Thursday, August 10. There has been very little to record of late, and my pen has been busy on past records. The weather has been moderately good, and as before wholly incomprehensible. Wind has come from a clear sky and from a clouded one. We had a small blow on Tuesday, but it never reached gale force. It came without warning, and every sign which we have regarded as a warning has proved a bogey. The fact is, one must always be prepared for wind and never expect it. The daylight advances in strides. Day has fitted an extra sash to our window, and the light admitted for the first time through triple glass. With this device little ice collects inside. The ponies are very fit, but inclined to be troublesome. The quiet beasts develop tricks without rhyme or reason. Chinaman still kicks and squeals at night. Anton's theory is that he does it to warm himself, and perhaps there is something in it. When eating snow he habitually takes too large a mouthful and swallows it. It is comic to watch him, because when the snow chills his inside, he shuffles about with all four legs, and wears a most fretful, aggrieved expression. But no sooner has the snow melted than he seizes another mouthful. Other ponies take small mouthfuls, or melt a large one on their tongues. This act also produces an amusing expression. Victor and Snippets are confirmed wind-suckers. They are at it all the time when the manger board is in place, but it is taken down immediately after feeding time, and then they can only seek vainly for something to catch hold of with their teeth. Bones has taken to kicking at night for no imaginable reason. He hammers away at the back of his stall merrily. We have covered the boards with several layers of sacking, so that the noise is cured, if not the habit. The annoying part of these tricks is that they hold the possibility of damage to the pony. I am glad to say all the lice have disappeared. The final conquest was effected with a very simple remedy. The infected ponies were washed with water in which tobacco had been steeped. Oates had seen this decoction used effectively with troop horses. The result is the greater relief, since we had run out of all the chemicals which had been used for the same purpose. I have now definitely told off the ponies for the southern journey, and the new masters will take charge on September 1. They will continually exercise the animals so as to get to know them as well as possible. The arrangement has many obvious advantages. The following is the order: Bowers Victor, Evans P.O. Snatcher, Wilson Nobby, Crean Bones, Atkinson Jehu, Keohane Jimmy Pig, Wright Chinaman, Oates Christopher, Cherry Garrard Michael, myself and Oates Snippets. The first balloon of the season was sent up yesterday by Bowers and Simpson. It rose on a southerly wind, but remained in it for 100 feet or less, then for 300 or 400 feet it went straight up, and after that directly south over Razorback Island. Everything seemed to go well. The thread, on being held, tightened and then fell slack as it should do. It was followed for 2 miles or more running in a straight line for Razorback, but within a few hundred yards of the island it came to an end. The searchers went round the island to try to recover the clue, but without result. Almost identically the same thing happened after the last ascent made, and we are much puzzled to find the cause. The continued proximity of the south-moving air currents above is very interesting. The Crozier party are not right yet, their feet are exceedingly sore, and there are other indications of strain. I must almost except Bowers, who, whatever his feelings, went off as gaily as usual on the search for the balloon. Saw a very beautiful effect on my afternoon walk yesterday. The full moon was shining brightly from a quarter exactly opposite to the fading twilight, and the icebergs were lit on one side by the yellow lunar light, and on the other by the paler white daylight. The first seemed to be gilded, while the diffused light of day gave to the other a deep, cold, greenish-blue color. The contrast was strikingly beautiful. Friday, August 11. The long-expected blizzard came in the night. It is still blowing hard with drift. Yesterday evening Oates gave his second lecture on horse management. He was brief and a good deal to the point. Not born but made was his verdict on the good manager of animals. The horse has no reasoning power at all, but an excellent memory. Sights and sounds recall circumstances under which they were previously seen or heard. It is no use shouting at a horse, 10 to 1 he will associate the noise with some form of trouble, and getting excited, will set out to make it. It is ridiculous for the rider of a bucking horse to shout, "Whoa!" I know, said the soldier, because I have done it. Also, it is to be remembered that loud talk to one horse may disturb other horses. The great thing is to be firm and quiet. A horse's memory, explained the soldier, warns it of events to come. He gave instances of hunters and racehorses which go off their feed and show great excitement in other ways before events for which they are prepared. For this reason, every effort should be made to keep the animals quiet in camp. Rugs should be put on directly after a halt, and not removed until the last moment before a march. After a few hints on leading, the lecturer talked of possible improvements in our wintering arrangements. A loose box for each animal would be an advantage, and a small amount of litter on which he could lie down. Some of our ponies lie down, but rarely for more than 10 minutes. The soldier thinks they find the ground too cold. He thinks it would be wise to clip animals before the winter sets in. He is in doubt as to the advisability of grooming. He passed to the improvements preparing for the coming journey, the nose bags, picketing lines, and rugs. He proposes to bandage the legs of all ponies. Finally, he dealt with the difficult subjects of snow blindness and soft surfaces. For the first he suggested dyeing the forelocks, which have now grown quite long. Oates indulges a pleasant conceit in finishing his discourses with a merry tale. Last night's tale evoked shouts of laughter, but alas, it is quite unprintable. Our discussion hinged altogether on the final subjects of the lecture as concerning snow blindness. The dyed forelocks seem inadequate, and the best suggestion seems the addition of a sunbonnet rather than blinkers, or, better still, a peak over the eyes attached to the headstall. I doubt if this question will be difficult to settle, but the snowshoe problem is much more serious. This has been much in our minds of late, and Petty Officer Evans has been making trial shoes for Snatcher on vague ideas of our remembrance of the shoes worn for lawn mowing. Besides the problem of the form of the shoes, comes the question of the means of attachment. All sorts of suggestions were made last night as to both points, and the discussion cleared the air a good deal. I think that with slight modification, our present pony snowshoes made on the grating or racket principle may prove best after all. The only drawback is that they are made for very soft snow and unnecessarily large for the barrier. This would make them liable to be strained on hard patches. The alternative seems to be to perfect the principle of the lawn mowing shoe, which is little more than a stiff bag over the hoof. Perhaps we shall come to both kinds, the first for the quiet animals and the last for the more excitable. I am confident the matter is of first importance. Monday, August 14. Since the comparatively short storm of Friday, in which we had a temperature of -30° with a 50-mile-per-hour wind, we have had 2 delightfully calm days, and today there is every promise of the completion of a third. On such days the light is quite good for 3 or 4 hours at midday, and has a cheering effect on man and beast. The ponies are so pleased that they seize the slightest opportunity to part company with their leaders and gallop off with tail and heels flung high. The dogs are equally festive and are getting more exercise than they could be given in the dark. The 2 Esquimaux dogs have been taken in hand by Clissold, as I have noted before. He now takes them out with a leader borrowed from Meares, usually little Noogies. On Saturday the sledge capsized at the tide crack. Clissold was left on the snow, whilst the team disappeared in the distance. Noogies returned later, having eaten through his harness, and the others were eventually found some 2 miles away, foul of an ice hummock. Yesterday Clissold took the same team to Cape Royds. They brought back a load of 100 pounds a dog in about 2 hours. It would have been a good performance for the best dogs in the time, and considering that Meares pronounced these 2 dogs useless, Clissold deserves a great deal of credit. Yesterday we had a really successful balloon ascent. The balloon ran about 4 miles of thread before it was released, and the instrument fell without a parachute. The searchers found the clue about 2½ miles to the north, when it turned and came back parallel to itself, and only about 30 yards distant from it. The instrument was found undamaged, and with the record properly scratched. Nelson has been out a good deal more of late. He has got a good little run of serial temperatures with water samples, and however meager his results, they may be counted as exceedingly accurate. His methods include the great scientific care which is now considered necessary for this work, and one realizes that he is one of the few people who have been trained in it. Yesterday he got his first net haul from the bottom, with the assistance of Atkinson and Cherry Garrard. Atkinson has some personal interest in the work. He has been getting remarkable results himself, and has discovered a host of new parasites in the seals. He has been trying to correlate these with like discoveries in the fishes, in hope of working out complete life histories in both primary and secondary hosts. But the joint hosts of the fishes may be the mollusca or other creatures on which they feed, and hence the new fields for Atkinson in Nelson's catches. There is a relative simplicity in the round of life in its higher forms in these regions that would seem especially hopeful for the parasitologist. My afternoon walk has become a pleasure. Everything is beautiful in this half light, and the northern sky grows redder as the light wanes. Tuesday, August 15. The instrument recovered from the balloon shows an ascent of 2½ miles, and the temperature at that height only 5 or 6 degrees Celsius below that at the surface. If, as one might suppose, this layer extends over the Barrier, it would there be at a considerably higher temperature than the surface Simpson has imagined, a very cold surface layer on the Barrier. The acetylene has suddenly failed, and I find myself at this moment writing by daylight for the first time. The first addition to our colony came last night, when Lassie produced 6 or 7 puppies. We are keeping the family very quiet and as warm as possible in the stable. It is very pleasant to note the excellent relations which our young Russians have established with other folk. They both work very hard, Anton having most to do. Dmitri is the more intelligent and begins to talk English fairly well. Both are on the best terms with their messmates, and it was amusing last night to see little Anton jamming a felt hat over P.O. Evans's head in high good humor. Wright lectured on radium last night. The transformation of the radioactive elements, suggestive of the transmutation of metals, was perhaps the most interesting idea suggested, but the discussion ranged mainly round the effect which the discovery of radioactivity has had on physics and chemistry in its bearing on the origin of matter, on geology as bearing on the internal heat of the earth, and on medicine in its curative powers. The geologists and doctors admitted little virtue to it, but of course the physicists boomed their own wares, which enlivened the debate. Thursday, August 17. The weather has been extremely kind to us of late. We haven't a single grumble against it. The temperature hovers pretty constantly at about -35 degrees, there is very little wind, and the sky is clear and bright. In such weather one sees well for more than 3 hours before and after noon, the landscape unfolds itself, and the sky colors are always delicate and beautiful. At noon today there was bright sunlight in the tops of the western peaks and on the summit and steam of Erebus. Of late the vapor cloud of Erebus has been exceptionally heavy and fantastic in form. The balloon has become a daily institution. Yesterday the instrument was recovered in triumph, but today the threads carried the searchers in amongst the icebergs and soared aloft over their crests. Anon the clue was recovered beyond, and led towards Tent Island, then towards Inaccessible, then back to the bergs. Never was such an elusive thread. Darkness descended with the searchers on a strong scent for the Razorbacks. Bowers returned full of hope. The wretched Lassie has killed every one of her litter. She is mother for the first time, and possibly that accounts for it. When the poor little mites were alive she constantly left them, and when taken back she either trod on them or lay on them, till not one was left alive. It is extremely annoying. As the daylight comes, people are busier than ever. It does one good to see so much work going on. Friday, August 18. Atkinson lectured on scurvy last night. He spoke clearly and slowly, but the disease is anything but precise. He gave a little summary of its history afloat, and the remedies long in use in the Navy. He described the symptoms with some detail: mental depression, debility, syncope, petechiae, livid patches, spongy gums, lesions, swellings, and so on, to things that are worse. He passed to some of the theories held and remedies tried in accordance with them. Ralph came nearest the truth in discovering decrease of chlorine and alkalinity of urine. Sir Almroth Wright has hit the truth, he thinks, in finding increased acidity of blood, acid intoxication, by methods only possible in recent years. This acid condition is due to 2 salts, sodium hydrogen carbonate and sodium hydrogen phosphate. These cause the symptoms observed, and infiltration of fat in organs, leading to feebleness of heart action. The method of securing and testing serum of patient was described, titration, a colorimetric method of measuring the percentage of substances in solution, and the test by litmus paper of normal or supernormal solution. In this test the ordinary healthy man shows a normal 30 to 50, the scurvy patient normal 90. Lactate of sodium increases alkalinity of blood, but only within narrow limits, and is the only chemical remedy suggested. So far for diagnosis, but it does not bring us much closer to the cause, preventives, or remedies. Practically we are much as we were before, but the lecturer proceeded to deal with the practical side. In brief, he holds the first cause to be tainted food, but secondary or contributory causes may be even more potent in developing the disease. Damp, cold, overexertion, bad air, bad light, in fact any condition exceptional to normal healthy existence. Remedies are merely to change these conditions for the better. Dietetically, fresh vegetables are the best curatives. The lecturer was doubtful of fresh meat, but admitted its possibility in polar climate. Lime juice only useful if regularly taken. He discussed lightly the relative values of vegetable stuffs, doubtful of those containing abundance of phosphates, such as lentils. He touched theory again in continuing the cause of acidity to bacterial action, and the possibility of infection in epidemic form. Wilson is evidently slow to accept the acid intoxication theory. His attitude is rather non-proven. His remarks were extremely sound and practical as usual. He proved the value of fresh meat in polar regions. Scurvy seems very far away from us at this time, yet after our Discovery experience, one feels that no trouble can be too great, or no precaution too small to be adopted to keep it at bay. Therefore such an evening as last was well spent. It is certain we shall not have the disease here, but one cannot foresee equally certain avoidance in the southern journey to come. All one can do is to take every possible precaution. Ran over to Tent Island this afternoon and climbed to the top. I have not been there since 1903. Was struck with great amount of loose sand. It seemed to get smaller in grain from south to north. Fine view from top of island. One specially notices the gap left by the breaking up of the glacier tongue. The distance to the top of the island and back is between 7 and 8 statute miles, and the run in this weather is fine healthy exercise. Standing on the island today, with a glorious view of mountains, islands, and glaciers, I thought how very different must be the outlook of the Norwegians. A dreary white plain of barrier behind, and an uninviting stretch of sea ice in front. With no landmarks, nothing to guide if the light fails, it is probable that they venture but a very short distance from their hut. The prospects of such a situation do not smile on us. The weather remains fine. This is the 6th day without wind. End of first part of Chapter 13. Section 28 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Second part of Chapter 13, The Return of the Sun. Sunday, August 20. The long-expected blizzard came yesterday. A good honest blow, the drift vanishing long before the wind. This, and the rise of temperature to 2 degrees, has smoothed and polished all ice or snow surfaces. A few days ago I could walk anywhere in my soft finnesko with sealskin soles. Today it needed great caution to prevent tumbles. I think there has been a good deal of ablation. The sky is clear today, but the wind still strong, though warm. I went along the shore of the North Bay, and climbed to the glacier over one of the drifted faults in the ice face. It is steep and slippery, but by this way one can arrive above the ramp without touching rock and thus avoid cutting soft footwear. The ice problems in our neighborhood become more fascinating and elusive as one re-examines them by the returning light. Some will be solved. Monday, August 21. Weights and measurements last evening. We have remained surprisingly constant. There seems to have been improvement in lung power and grip as shown by spirometer and dynamometer, but weights have altered very little. I have gone up nearly 3 pounds in winter, but the increase has occurred during the last month, when I have been taking more exercise. Certainly there is every reason to be satisfied with the general state of health. The ponies are becoming a handful. 3 of the 4 exercised today so far have run away. Christopher and Snippets broke away from Oates, and Victor from Bowers. Nothing but high spirits, there is no vice in these animals. But I fear we are going to have trouble with sledges and snowshoes. At present, the soldier dare not issue oats, or the animals would become quite unmanageable. Bran is running low. He wishes he had more of it. Tuesday, August 22. I am renewing study of glacier problems. The face of the ice cliff 300 yards east of the homestead is full of enigmas. Yesterday evening Ponting gave us a lecture on his Indian travels. He is very frank in acknowledging his debt to guidebooks for information, nevertheless he tells his story well, and his slides are wonderful. In personal reminiscence he is distinctly dramatic. He thrilled us a good deal last night with a vivid description of the sunrise in the sacred city of Benares. In the first dim light, the waiting, praying multitude of bathers, the wonderful ritual and its incessant performance, then, as the sun approaches, the hush, the effect of thousands of worshippers waiting in silence, a silence to be felt. Finally, as the first rays appear, the swelling roar of a single word from tens of thousands of throats, Amba! It was artistic to follow this picture of life with the gruesome horrors of the Ghat. This impressionist style of lecturing is very attractive and must essentially cover a great deal of ground. So we saw Jaipur, Udaipur, Darjeeling, and a confusing number of places, temples, monuments, and tombs in profusion, with remarkable pictures of the wonderful Taj Mahal, horses, elephants, alligators, wild boars and flamingos, warriors, fakirs, and Nautch girls, an impression here and an impression there. It is worth remembering how attractive this style can be. In lecturing, one is inclined to give too much attention to connecting links which join one episode to another. A lecture need not be a connected story. Perhaps it is better it should not be. It was my night on duty last night, and I watched the oncoming of a blizzard with exceptional beginnings. The sky became very gradually overcast between 1 and 4 a.m. About 2:30 the temperature rose on a steep grade from -20 degrees to -3 degrees. The barometer was falling rapidly for these regions. Soon after 4 the wind came with a rush, but without snow or drift. For a time it was more gusty than has ever yet been recorded even in this region. In one gust the wind rose from 4 to 68 miles per hour and fell again to 20 miles per hour within a minute. Another reached 80 miles per hour, but not from such a low point of origin. The effect in the hut was curious. For a space all would be quiet, then a shattering blast would descend with a clatter and rattle past ventilator and chimneys, so sudden, so threatening, that it was comforting to remember the solid structure of our building. The suction of such a gust is so heavy that even the heavy snow-covered roof of the stable, completely sheltered on the lee side of the main building, is violently shaken. One could well imagine the plight of our adventurers at Cape Crozier when their roof was destroyed. The snow which came at 6 lessened the gustiness and brought the ordinary phenomena of a blizzard. It is blowing hard today, with broken windy clouds and roving bodies of drift. A wild day for the return of the sun. Had it been fine today, we should have seen the sun for the first time. Yesterday it shone on the lower foothills to the west, but today we see nothing but gilded drift clouds. Yet it is grand to have daylight rushing at one. Wednesday, August 23. We toasted the sun in champagne last night, coupling Victor Campbell's name as his birthday coincides. The return of the sun could not be appreciated as we have not had a glimpse of it, and the taste of the champagne went wholly unappreciated. It was a very mild revel. Meanwhile the gale continues. Its full force broke last night with an average of nearly 70 miles per hour for some hours. The temperature has been up to 10 degrees and the snowfall heavy. At 7 this morning the air was thicker with whirling drift than it has ever been. It seems as though the violence of the storms which succeed our rare spells of fine weather is in proportion to the duration of the spells. Thursday, August 24. Another night and day of furious wind and drift, and still no sign of the end. The temperature has been as high as 16 degrees. Now and again the snow ceases and then the drift rapidly diminishes, but such an interval is soon followed by fresh clouds of snow. It is quite warm outside, one can go about with head uncovered, which leads me to suppose that one does get hardened to cold to some extent, for I suppose one would not wish to remain uncovered in a storm in England if the temperature showed 16 degrees of frost. This is the third day of confinement to the hut. It grows tedious, but there is no help, as it is too thick to see more than a few yards out of doors. Friday, August 25. The gale continued all night, and it blows hard this morning, but the sky is clear, the drift has ceased, and the few whale-backed clouds about Erebus carry a promise of improving conditions. Last night there was an intensely black cloud low on the northern horizon. But for earlier experience of the winter, one would have sworn to it as a water sky, but I think the phenomenon is due to the shadow of retreating drift clouds. This morning the sky is clear to the north, so that the sea ice cannot have broken out in the Sound. During snowy gales it is almost necessary to dress oneself in wind clothes if one ventures outside for the briefest periods. Exposed woolen or cloth materials become heavy with powdery crystals in a minute or two, and when brought into the warmth of the hut are soon wringing wet. Where there is no drift it is quicker and easier to slip on an overcoat. It is not often I have a sentimental attachment for articles of clothing, but I must confess an affection for my veteran uniform overcoat, inspired by its persistent utility. I find that it is 23 years of age, and can testify to its strenuous existence. It has been spared neither rain, wind, nor salt sea spray, tropic heat, nor Arctic cold. It has outlived many sets of buttons, from their glittering gilded youth to green old age, and it supports its 4-stripe shoulder straps as gaily as the single lace ring of the early days which proclaimed it the possession of a humble sub-lieutenant. Withal, it is still a very long way from the fate of the one-horse shay. Taylor gave us his final physiographical lecture last night. It was completely illustrated with slides made from our own negatives, Ponting's Alpine work, and the choicest illustrations of certain scientific books. The preparation of the slides had involved a good deal of work for Ponting, as well as for the lecturer. The lecture dealt with ice erosion, and the pictures made it easy to follow the comparison of our own mountain forms and glacial contours with those that have received so much attention elsewhere. Noticeable differences are the absence of moraine material on the outer surfaces of our glaciers, their relatively insignificant movement, their steep sides, etc. It is difficult to convey the bearing of the difference or similarity of various features common to the pictures under comparison without their aid. It is sufficient to note that the points to which the lecturer called attention were pretty obvious and that the lecture was exceedingly instructive. The origin of cirques or CWMs, of which we have remarkably fine examples, is still a little mysterious. One notes also the requirement of observation which might throw light on the erosion of previous ages. After Taylor's effort, Ponting showed a number of very beautiful slides of alpine scenery. Not a few are triumphs of the photographer's art. As a wind-up, Ponting took a flashlight photograph of our hut converted into a lecture hall. A certain amount of faking will be required, but I think this is very allowable under the circumstances. Oates tells me that one of the ponies, Snippets, will eat blubber. The possible uses of such an animal are remarkable. The gravel on the north side of the hut, against which the stable is built, has been slowly but surely worn down, leaving gaps under the boarding. Through these gaps and our floor we get an unpleasantly strong stable effluvium, especially when the wind is strong. We are trying to stuff the holes up, but have not had much success so far. Saturday, August 26. A dying wind and clear sky yesterday, and almost calm today. The noon sun is cut off by the long low foot slope of Erebus which runs to Cape Royds. Went up the ramp at noon yesterday and found no advantage. One should go over the floe to get the earliest sight, and yesterday afternoon Evans caught a last glimpse of the upper limb from that situation, whilst Simpson saw the same from Windvane Hill. The ponies are very buckish and can scarcely be held in at exercise. It seems certain that they feel the return of daylight. They were out in morning and afternoon yesterday. Oates and Anton took out Christopher and Snippets rather later. Both ponies broke away within 50 yards of the stable and galloped away over the floe. It was nearly an hour before they could be rounded up. Such escapades are the result of high spirits. There is no vice in the animals. We have had comparatively little aurora of late, but last night was an exception. There was a good display at 3 a.m. p.m. Just before lunch the sunshine could be seen gilding the floe, and Ponting and I walked out to the bergs. The nearest one has been overturned and is easily climbed. From the top we could see the sun clear over the rugged outline of Cape Barne. It was glorious to stand bathed in brilliant sunshine once more. We felt very young, sang, and cheered. We were reminded of a bright frosty morning in England. Everything sparkled, and the air had the same crisp feel. There is little new to be said of the return of the sun in polar regions, yet it is such a very real and important event that one cannot pass it in silence. It changes the outlook on life of every individual. Foul weather is robbed of its terrors. If it is stormy today, it will be fine tomorrow or the next day, and each day's delay will mean a brighter outlook when the sky is clear. Climbed the ramp in the afternoon, the shouts and songs of men and the neighing of horses borne to my ears as I clambered over its kopjes. We are now pretty well convinced that the ramp is a moraine resting on a platform of ice. The sun rested on the sunshine recorder for a few minutes, but made no visible impression. We did not get our first record in the Discovery until September. It is surprising that so little heat should be associated with such a flood of light. Sunday, August 27. Overcast sky and chill southeasterly wind. Sunday routine, no one very active. Had a run to South Bay over Domain. Monday, August 28. Ponting and Gran went round the bergs late last night. On returning they saw a dog coming over the floe from the north. The animal rushed towards and leapt about them with every sign of intense joy. Then they realized that it was our long-lost Julick. His mane was crusted with blood, and he smelt strongly of seal blubber. His stomach was full, but the sharpness of backbone showed that this condition had only been temporary. Daylight he looks very fit and strong, and he is evidently very pleased to be home again. We are absolutely at a loss to account for his adventures. It is exactly a month since he was missed. What on earth can have happened to him all this time? One would give a great deal to hear his tale. Everything is against the theory that he was a willful absentee, his previous habits and his joy at getting back. If he wished to get back, he cannot have been lost anywhere in the neighborhood, for, as Meares says, the barking of the station dogs can be heard at least 7 or 8 miles away in calm weather, besides which there are tracks everywhere and unmistakable landmarks to guide man or beast. I cannot but think the animal has been cut off, but this can only have happened by his being carried away on broken sea ice, and as far as we know, the open water has never been nearer than 10 or 12 miles at the least. It is another enigma. On Saturday last a balloon was sent up. The thread was found broken a mile away. Bowers and Simpson walked many miles in search of the instrument, but could find no trace of it. The theory now propounded is that if there is strong differential movement in air currents, the thread is not strong enough to stand the strain as the balloon passes from one current to another. It is amazing, and forces the employment of a new system. It is now proposed to discard the thread, and attach the instrument to a flag and staff, which it is hoped will plant itself in the snow on falling. The sun is shining into the hut windows. Already sunbeams rest on the opposite walls. I have mentioned the curious cones which are the conspicuous feature of our ramp scenery. They stand from 8 to 20 feet in height, some irregular, but a number quite perfectly conical in outline. Today Taylor and Gran took pick and crowbar and started to dig into one of the smaller ones. After removing a certain amount of loose rubble, they came on solid rock, kenyte, having 2 or 3 irregular cracks traversing the exposed surface. It was only with great trouble they removed 1 or 2 of the smallest fragments, severed by these cracks. There was no sign of ice. This gives a great leg up to the debris cone theory. Dmitri and Clissold took 2 small teams of dogs to Cape Royds today. They found some dog prints near the hut, but think these were not made by Julich. Dmitri points far to the west as the scene of that animal's adventures. Parties from Cape Royds always bring a number of illustrated papers, which must have been brought down by the Nimrod on her last visit. The ostensible object is to provide amusement for our Russian companions, but as a matter of fact everyone finds them interesting. Tuesday, August 29. I find that the card of the sunshine recorder showed an hour-and-a-half's burn yesterday, and was very faintly marked on Saturday. Already, therefore, the sun has given us warmth, even if it can only be measured instrumentally. Last night Meares told us of his adventures in and about Lolo Land, a wild Central Asian country nominally tributary to Lhasa. He had no pictures and very makeshift maps, yet he held us really entranced for nearly 2 hours by the sheer interest of his adventures. The spirit of the wanderer is in Meares's blood. He has no happiness but in the wild places of the earth. I have never met so extreme a type. Even now he is looking forward to getting away by himself to Hut Point, tired already of our scant measure of civilization. He has keen natural powers of observation for all practical facts, and a quite prodigious memory for such things, but a lack of scientific training causes the acceptance of exaggerated appearances, which so often present themselves to travelers when unfamiliar objects are first seen. For instance, when the spoor of some unknown beast is described as 6 inches across, one shrewdly guesses that a cold scientific measurement would have reduced this figure by nearly a half. So it is with mountains, cliffs, waterfalls, etc. With all the deduction on this account, the lecture was extraordinarily interesting. Meares lost his companion and leader, poor Brooke, on the expedition which he described to us. The party started up the Yangtze, traveling from Shanghai to Hankow, and thence to Ichang by steamer, then by houseboat towed by coolies, through wonderful gorges and one dangerous rapid, to Chungking and Chengtu. In those parts the travelers always took the 3 principal rooms of the inn they patronized, the cost 150 cash, something less than 4d. Oranges 20 a penny. The coolies with 100-pound loads could cover 30 to 40 miles a day. Salt is got in bores sunk with bamboos to nearly a mile in depth. It takes 2 or 3 generations to sink a bore. The lecturer described the Chinese frontier town Quanchin, its people, its products, chiefly medicinal musk pods from musk deer. Here also the wonderful ancient damming of the river, and a temple to the constructor, who wrote, 20 centuries ago, "Dig out your ditches, but keep your banks low." On we are taken along mountain trails, over high snow-filled passes, and across rivers on bamboo bridges to Wasu, a timber center from which great rafts of lumber are shot down the river, over fearsome rapids, freighted with Chinamen. "They generally come through all right," said the lecturer. Higher up the river, Min, live the peaceful Ching-Ming people, an ancient aboriginal stock, and beyond these the wild tribes, the Lolo themselves. They made doubtful friends with a chief preparing for war. Meares described a feast given to them in a barbaric hall hung with skins and weapons, the men clad in buckskin dyed red, and bristling with arms. Barbaric dishes, barbaric music. Then the hunt for new animals. The Chinese Tarkin, the parti-colored bear, blue mountain sheep, the golden-haired monkey, and talk of new fruits and flowers, and a host of little-known birds. More adventures among the wild tribes of the mountains. The white llamas, the black llamas, and phallic worship. Curious prehistoric caves, with ancient terracotta figures resembling only others found in Japan, and supplying a curious link. A feudal system running with well-oiled wheels, the happiest of communities. A separation, temporary, from Brooke, who wrote in his diary that tribes were very friendly and seemed anxious to help him, and was killed on the day following. The truth hard to gather, the recovery of his body, etc. As he left the country, the Nepalese ambassador arrives, returning from Pekin with large escort, and bound for Lhasa. The ambassador half demented, and Meares, who speaks many languages, is begged by ambassador and escort to accompany the party. He is obliged to miss this chance of a lifetime. This is the meagerest outline of the tale which Meares adorned with 100 incidental facts. For instance, he told us of the Lolo trade in green waxfly. The insect is propagated seasonally by thousands of Chinese, who subsist on the sale of the wax produced, but all insects die between seasons. At the commencement of each season, there is a market to which the wild hill Lolos bring countless tiny bamboo boxes, each containing a male and female insect, the breeding of which is their share in the industry. We are all adventurers here, I suppose, and wild doings in wild countries appeal to us as nothing else could do. It is good to know that there remain wild corners of this dreadfully civilized world. We have had a bright fine day. This morning a balloon was sent up without thread and with the flag device to which I have alluded. It went slowly but steadily to the north, and so over the Barne Glacier. It was difficult to follow, with glasses frequently clouding with the breath, but we saw the instrument detached when the slow match burned out. I'm afraid there is no doubt it fell on the glacier, and there is little hope of recovering it. We have now decided to use a thread again, but to send the bobbin up with the balloon, so that it unwinds from that end, and there will be no friction where it touches the snow or rock. This investigation of upper air conditions is proving a very difficult matter, but we are not beaten yet. Wednesday, August 30. Fine, bright day. The thread of the balloon sent up today broke very short off through some fault in the cage holding the bobbin. By good luck the instrument was found in the North Bay, and held a record. This is the 5th record showing a constant inversion of temperature for a few hundred feet, and then a gradual fall, so that the temperature of the surface is not reached again for 2,000 or 3,000 feet. The establishment of this fact repays much of the trouble caused by the ascents. Thursday, August 31. Went round about the domain and ramp with Wilson. We are now pretty well decided as to certain matters that puzzled us at first. The ramp is undoubtedly a moraine supported on the decaying end of the glacier. A great deal of the underlying ice is exposed, but we had doubts as to whether this ice was not the result of winter drifting and summer thawing. We have a little difference of opinion as to whether this morainic material has been brought down in surface layers or pushed up from bottom ice layers, as in alpine glaciers. There is no doubt that the glacier is retreating with comparative rapidity, and this leads us to account for the various ice slabs about the hut as remains of the glacier, but a puzzling fact confronts this proposition in the discovery of penguin feathers in the lower strata of ice in both ice caves. The shifting of levels in the morainic material would account for the drying up of some lakes and the terrace formations in others, whilst curious trenches in the ground are obviously due to cracks in the ice beneath. We are now quite convinced that the queer cones on the ramp are merely the result of the weathering of big blocks of agglomerate. As weathering results they appear unique. We have not had a satisfactory explanation of the broad roadway faults that traverse every small eminence in our immediate region. They must originate from the unequal weathering of lava flows, but it is difficult to imagine the process. The dip of the lavas on our cape corresponds with that of the lavas of Inaccessible Island, and points to an eruptive centre to the south, and not towards Erebus. Here is food for reflection for the geologists. The wind blew quite hard from the north-northwest on Wednesday night, fell calm in the day, and came from the southeast with snow as we started to return from our walk. There was a full blizzard by the time we reached the hut. End of chapter 13.
Section 29 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1, The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Chapter 14. Preparations. The Spring Journey. Friday, September 1st. A very windy night, dropping to gusts in morning, preceding beautifully calm, bright day. If September holds as good as August, we shall not have cause of complaint. Meares and Dimitri started for Hut Point just before noon. The dogs were in fine form. Dimitri's team came over the hummocky tide crack at full gallop, depositing the driver on the snow. Luckily, some of us were standing on the floe. I made a dash at the bow of the sledge as it dashed past, and happily landed on top. Atkinson grasped at the same object, but fell, and was dragged merrily over the ice. The weight reduced the pace, and others soon came up and stopped the team. Dimitri was very crestfallen. He is extremely active, and it's the first time he's been unseated. There is no real reason for Meares' departure yet awhile, but he chose to go and probably hopes to train the animals better when he has them by themselves. As things are, this seems like throwing out the advance guard for the summer campaign. I have been working very hard at sledging figures with Bauer's able assistance. The scheme develops itself in the light of these figures, and I feel that our organization will not be found wanting. Yet there is an immense amount of detail, and every arrangement has to be more than usually elastic to admit of extreme possibilities of the full success or complete failure of the motors. I think our plan will carry us through without the motors, though in that case nothing else must fail, and will take full advantage of such help as the motors may give. Our spring travelling is to be limited order. E. Evans, Gran and Ford will go out to find and remark Corner Camp. Meares will then carry out as much fodder as possible with the dogs. Simpson, Bowers and I are going to stretch our legs across to the western mountains. There is no choice but to keep the rest at home to exercise the ponies. It's not going to be a light task to keep all these frisky little beasts in order, as their food is increased. Today the change in masters has taken place by the new arrangement. Wilson takes Nobby, Cherry Garrard takes Michael, Wright takes Chinaman, Atkinson takes Jehu. The newcomers seem very pleased with their animals, though they are by no means the pick of the bunch. Sunday, September the 3rd. The weather still remains fine, the temperature down in the -30s. All going well and everyone in splendid spirits. Last night Bowers lectured on polar clothing. He had worked the subject up from our polar library with critical and humorous ability, and since his recent journey he must be considered as entitled to an authoritative opinion of his own. The points in our clothing problems are too technical and too frequently discussed to need special notice at present, but as a result of a new study of Arctic precedents, it is satisfactory to find it becomes more and more evident that our equipment is the best that has been devised for the purpose, always accepting the possible alternative of skins for spring journeys, an alternative we have no power to adopt. In spite of this, we are making minor improvements all the time. Sunday, September the 10th. A whole week since the last entry in my diary. I feel very negligent of duty, but my whole time has been occupied in making detailed plans for the southern journey. These are finished at last, I'm glad to say. Every figure has been checked by Bowers, who has been an enormous help to me. If the motors are successful, we shall have no difficulty in getting to the glacier, and if they fail, we shall still get there with any ordinary degree of good fortune. To work 3 units of 4 men from that point onwards requires no small provision, but with the proper provision it should take a good deal to stop the attainment of our object. I have tried to take every reasonable possibility of misfortune into consideration, and to so organize the parties as to be prepared to meet them. I fear to be too sanguine, yet taking everything into consideration I feel that our chances ought to be good. The animals are in splendid form. Day by day the ponies get fitter as their exercise increases, and the stronger, harder food toughens their muscles. They are very different animals from those which we took south last year, and with another month of training, I feel there is not one of them but will make light of the loads we shall ask them to draw. But we cannot spare any of the 10, and so there must always be anxiety of the disablement of one or more before their work is done. E.R. Evans, Ford and Gran left early on Saturday for Corner Camp. I hope they will have no difficulty in finding it. Meares and Dimitri came back from Hut Point the same afternoon. The dogs are wonderfully fit and strong, but Meares reports no seals up in the region, and as he wants to make seal pemmican, there was little object in his staying. I leave him to come and go as he pleases, merely setting out the work he has to do in the simplest form. I want him to take 14 bags of forage, 130 pounds each, to Corner Camp before the end of October, and to be ready to start for his supporting work soon after the pony party, a light task for his healthy teams. Of hopeful signs for the future, none are more remarkable than the health and spirit of our people. It would be impossible to imagine a more vigorous community, and there does not seem to be a single weak spot in the 12 good men and true who are chosen for the southern advance. All are now experienced sledge travellers, knit together with a bond of friendship that has never been equalled under such circumstances. Thanks to these people, and more especially to Bowers and Petty Officer Evans, there is not a single detail of our equipment which is not arranged with the utmost care and in accordance with the tests of experience. It is good to have arrived at a point where one can run over facts and figures again and again without detecting a flaw or foreseeing a difficulty. I do not count on the motors. That is a strong point in our case, but should they work well our earlier task of reaching the Glacier will be made quite easy. Apart from such help, I am anxious that these machines should enjoy some measure of success and justify the time, money and thought which have been given to their construction. I am still very confident of the possibility of motor traction, whilst realizing that reliance cannot be placed on it in its present untried evolutionary state. It is satisfactory to add that my own view is the most cautious one held in our party. Day is quite convinced he will go a long way, and is prepared to accept much heavier weights than I have given him. Lashley's opinion is perhaps more doubtful, but on the whole hopeful. Clissold is to make the 4th man of the motor party. I have already mentioned his mechanical capabilities. He has had a great deal of experience with motors, and Day is delighted to have his assistance. We had 2 lectures last week, the first from Debenham dealing with general geology and having special reference to the structures of our region. It cleared up a good many points in my mind concerning those gneissic base rocks, the Beacon sandstone, and the dolomite intrusions. I think we shall be in a position to make fairly good field observations when we reach the southern land. The scientific people have taken keen interest in making their lectures interesting, and the custom has grown of illustrating them with lantern slides made from our own photographs, from books, or from drawings of the lecturer. The custom adds to the interest of the subject, but robs the reporter of notes. The second weekly lecture was given by Ponting. His store of pictures seems unending, and has been an immense source of entertainment to us during the winter. His lectures appeal to all and are fully attended. This time we had pictures of the Great Wall and other stupendous monuments of North China. Ponting always manages to work in detail concerning the manners and customs of the peoples in the countries of his travels. On Friday he told us of Chinese farms and industries, of hawking and other sports, most curious of all, the pretty amusement of flying pigeons with Aeolian whistling pipes attached to their tail feathers. Ponting would have been a great asset to our party if only on account of his lectures, but his value as pictorial recorder of events becomes daily more apparent. No expedition has ever been illustrated so extensively, and the only difficulty will be to select from the countless subjects that have been recorded by his camera, and yet not a single subject is treated with haste. The first picture is rarely counted good enough, and in some cases 5 or 6 plates are exposed before our very critical artist is satisfied. This way of going to work would perhaps be more striking if it were not common to all our workers here. A very demon of unrest seems to stir them to effort, and there is now not a single man who is not striving his utmost to get good results in his own particular department. It is a really satisfactory state of affairs all round. If the southern journey comes off, nothing, not even priority at the pole, can prevent the expedition ranking as one of the most important that ever entered the polar regions. On Friday, Cherry Garrard produced the second volume of the SPT, on the whole an improvement on the first. Poor Cherry perspired over the editorial, and it bears the signs of labour. The letterpress otherwise is in the lighter strain. Taylor again the most important contributor, but now at rather too great a length. Nelson has supplied a very humorous trifle. The illustrations are quite delightful, the high-water mark of Wilson's ability. The humour is local, of course, but I've come to the conclusion that there can be no other form of popular journal. The weather has not been good of late, but not sufficiently bad to interfere with exercise and sea. Thursday, September 14th. Another interregnum. I have been exceedingly busy finishing up the southern plans, getting instruction in photographing, and preparing for our jaunt to the west. I held forth on the southern plans yesterday. Everyone was enthusiastic, and the feeling is general that our arrangements are calculated to make the best of our resources. Although people have given a good deal of thought to various branches of the subject, there was not a suggestion offered for improvement. The scheme seems to have earned full confidence. It remains to play the game out. The last lectures of the season have been given. On Monday, Nelson gave us an interesting little resume of biological questions, tracing the evolutionary development of forms from the simplest single-cell animals. Tonight, Wright tackled the constitution of matter, with the latest ideas from the Cavendish laboratory. It was a tough subject, yet one carries away ideas of the trend of the work of the great physicists, of the ends they achieve, and the means they employ. Wright is inclined to explain matter as velocity. Simpson claims to be with J.J. Thomson in stressing the fact that gravity is not explained. These lectures have been a real amusement, and one would be sorry enough that they should end, were it not for so good a reason. I am determined to make some better show of our photographic work on the southern trip than has yet been accomplished. With Ponting as a teacher, it should be easy. He is prepared to take any pains to ensure good results, not only with his own work, but with that of others, showing indeed what a very good chap he is. Today I have been trying a colour screen. It is an extraordinary addition to one's powers. Tomorrow, Bowers, Simpson, Petty Officer Evans and I are off to the west. I want to have another look at the Ferrar Glacier, to measure the stakes put out by Wright last year, to bring my sledging impressions up to date. One loses details of technique very easily. And finally, to see what we can do with our cameras. I haven't decided how long we shall stay away or precisely where we shall go. Such vague arrangements have an attractive side. We have had a fine week, but the temperature remains low in the 20s, and today has dropped to -35 degrees. I shouldn't wonder if we get a cold snap. End of first part of Chapter 14. Section 30 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Second part of Chapter 14. Preparations. The Spring Journey. Sunday, October 1st. Returned on Thursday from a remarkably pleasant and instructive little spring journey, after an absence of 13 days from September 15. We covered 152 geographical miles by sledging, 175 statute miles, in 10 marching days. It took us 2.5 days to reach Butter Point, 28.5 miles geographically, carrying a part of the Western Party stores which brought our load to £180 a man. Everything very comfortable. Double tent great asset. The 16th, a most glorious day till 4 p.m., then cold southerly wind. We captured many frostbites. Surface only fairly good. A good many heaps of loose snow which brought sledge up standing. There seems a good deal more snow this side of the strait. Query, less wind. Bowers insists on doing all camp work. He is a positive wonder. I never met such a sledge traveller. The sastrugi all across the strait have been across. The main south by east, the other east-southeast, but these are a great study here. The hard snow is striated with long wavy lines crossed with lighter wavy lines. It gives a sort of herringbone effect. After depositing this extra load, we proceeded up the Ferrar Glacier. Curious low ice foot on left, no tide crack. Sea ice very thinly covered with snow. We are getting delightfully fit. Bowers treasure all round. Evans much the same. Simpson learning fast. Find the camp life suits me well, except the turning out at night. 3 times last night. We were trying nose nips and face guards, marching head to wind all day. We reached Cathedral Rocks on the 19th. Here we found the stakes placed by right across the glacier, and spent the remainder of the day and the whole of the 20th in plotting their position accurately. Very cold wind down glacier increasing. In spite of this, Bowers wrestled with theodolite. He is really wonderful. I have never seen anyone who could go so long with bare fingers. My own fingers went every few moments. We saw that there had been movement and roughly measured it as about 30 feet. The old Ferrar Glacier is more lively than we thought. After plotting the figures, it turns out that the movement varies from 24 to 32 feet at different stakes. This is 7½ months. This is an extremely important observation, the first made on the movement of the coastal glaciers. It is more than I expected to find, but small enough to show that the idea of comparative stagnation was correct. Bowers and I exposed a number of plates and films in the glacier which have turned out very well, auguring well for the management of the camera on the southern journey. On the 21st we came down the glacier and camped at the northern end of the foot. There appeared to be a storm in the strait, cumulus clouds over Erebus and the whalebacks. Very stormy look over Lister occasionally, and drift from peaks, but all smiling in our happy valley. Evidently this is a very favoured spot. From thence we jogged up the coast on the following days, dipping into New Harbour and climbing the moraine, taking angles and collecting rock specimens. At Cape Bernacchi we found a quantity of pure quartz in situ, and in it veins of copper ore. I got a specimen with 2 or 3 large lumps of copper included. This is the first find of minerals suggestive of the possibility of working. The next day we sighted a long, low ice wall, and took it at first for a long glacier tongue stretching seaward from the land. As we approached we saw a dark mark on it. Suddenly it dawned on us that the tongue was detached from the land, and we turned towards it, half recognizing familiar features. As we got close we saw similarity to our old Erebus glacier tongue, and finally caught sight of a flag on it, and suddenly realized that it must be the piece broken off our old Erebus glacier tongue. Sure enough it was. We camped near the outer end, and climbing onto it soon found the depot of fodder left by Campbell, and the line of stakes planted to guide our ponies in the autumn. So here, firmly anchored, was the huge piece broken from the glacier tongue in March, a huge tract about 2 miles long, which has turned through half a circle, so that the old western end is now towards the east. Considering the many cracks in the ice mass, it is most astonishing that it should have remained intact throughout its sea voyage. At one time it was suggested that the hut should be placed on this tongue. What an adventurous voyage the occupants would have had! The tongue, which was 5 miles south of C. Evans, is now 40 miles west-northwest of it. From the glacier tongue we still pushed north. We reached Dunlop Island on the 24th just before the fog descended on us, and got a view along the stretch of coast to the north, which turns at this point. Dunlop Island has undoubtedly been under the sea. We found regular terrace beaches with rounded water-worn stones all over it. Its height is 65 feet. After visiting the island, it was easy for us to trace the same terrace formation on the coast. In one place we found water-worn stones over 100 feet above sea level. Nearly all these stones are erratic, and, unlike ordinary beach pebbles, the undersides which lie buried have remained angular. Unlike the region of the Ferrar Glacier and New Harbour, the coast to the north of Sibonacci runs on in a succession of rounded bays fringed with low ice walls. At the headlands and in irregular spots, the gneissic base rock and portions of moraines lie exposed, offering a succession of interesting spots for a visit in search of geological specimens. Behind this fringe there is a long undulating plateau of snow rounding down to the coast. Behind this again are a succession of mountain ranges with deep-cut valleys between. As far as we went, these valleys seemed to radiate from the region of the summit reached at the head of the Ferrar Glacier. As one approaches the coast, the tablecloth of snow in the foreground cuts off more and more of the inland peaks, and even at a distance it is impossible to get a good view of the inland valleys. To explore these over the ice cap is one of the objects of the western party. So far, I never imagined a spring journey could be so pleasant. On the afternoon of the 24th, we turned back, and covering nearly 11 miles, camped inside the glacier tongue. Afternoon on the 25th, we made a direct course for C. Evans, and in the evening camped well out in the Sound. Bowers got angles from our lunch camp, and I took a photographic panorama, which is a good deal overexposed. We only got 2.5 miles on the 26th, when a heavy blizzard descended on us. We went on against it. The first time I have ever attempted to march into a blizzard. It was quite possible, but progress very slow owing to wind resistance. Decided to camp after we had done 2 miles. Quite a job getting up the tent, but we managed to do so, and get everything inside clear of snow with the help of much sweeping. With care and extra fuel we have managed to get through the snowy part of the blizzard with less accumulation of snow than I ever remember, and so everywhere all-round experience is helping us. It continued to blow hard throughout the 27th, and the 28th proved the most unpleasant day of the trip. We started facing a very keen, frost-biting wind. Although this slowly increased in force, we pushed doggedly on, halting now and again to bring our frozen features round. It was 2 o'clock before we could find a decent site for a lunch camp under a pressure ridge. The fatigue of the prolonged march told on Simpson, whose whole face was frostbitten at one time. It is still much blistered. It came on to drift as we sat in our tent, and again we were weather-bound. At 3 the drift ceased, and we marched on. Wind as bad as ever. Then I saw an ominous yellow fuzzy appearance on the southern ridges of Erebus, and knew that another snowstorm approached. Foolishly hoping it would pass us by, I kept on until Inaccessible Island was suddenly blotted out. Then we rushed for a campsite, but the blizzard was on us. In the driving snow we found it impossible to set up the inner tent, and were obliged to unbend it. It was a long job getting the outer tent set, but thanks to Evans and Bowers it was done at last. We had to risk frostbitten fingers and hang on to the tent with all our energy. Got it secured inch by inch, and not such a bad speed all things considered. We had some cocoa and waited. At 9 p.m. the snowdrift again took off, and we were now so snowed up we decided to push on in spite of the wind. We arrived at 1:15 a.m. pretty well done. The wind never let up for an instant. The temperature remained about -16 degrees, and the 21 statute miles which we marched in the day must be remembered amongst the most strenuous in my memory. Except for the last few days, we enjoyed a degree of comfort which I had not imagined impossible on a spring journey. The temperature was not particularly high. At the mouth of the Ferrar it was -40, and it varied between -15 and -40 throughout. Of course, this is much higher than it would be on the Barrier, but it does not in itself promise much comfort. The amelioration of such conditions we owe to experience. We used 1/3 more than the summer allowance of fuel. This, with our double tent, allowed a cosy hour after breakfast and supper in which we could dry our socks and put them on in comfort. We shifted our footgear immediately after the camp was pitched, and by this means kept our feet glowingly warm throughout the night. Nearly all the time we carried our sleeping bags open on the sledges. Although the sun does not appear to have much effect, I believe this device is of great benefit even in the coldest weather. Certainly by this means our bags were kept much freer of moisture than they would have been had they been rolled up in the daytime. The inner tent gets a good deal of ice on it, and I don't see any easy way to prevent this. The journey enables me to advise the geological party on their best route to Granite Harbour. This is along the shore, where for the main part the protection of a chain of grounded bergs has preserved the ice from all pressure. Outside these, and occasionally reaching to the headlands, there is a good deal of pressed-up ice of this season, together with the latest of the old broken pack. Travelling through this is difficult, as we found on our return journey. Beyond this belt we passed through irregular patches where the ice, freezing at later intervals in the season, has been much screwed. The whole shows the general tendency of the ice to pack along the coast. The objects of our little journey were satisfactorily accomplished, but the greatest source of pleasure to me is to realize that I have such men as Bowers and P.O. Evans for the southern journey. I do not think that harder men or better sledge travellers ever took the trail. Bowers is a little wonder. I realized all that he must have done for the C. Crozier party in their far severer experience. In spite of the late hour of our return, everyone was soon afoot, and I learned the news at once. E.R. Evans, Gran and Ford had returned from the Corner Camp journey the day after we left. They were away 6 nights, 4 spent on the Barrier under very severe conditions. The minimum for one night registered -73°. I am glad to find that Corner Camp showed up well. In fact, in more than one place remains of last year's pony walls were seen. This removes all anxiety as to the chance of finding the 1-ton camp. On this journey Ford got his hand badly frostbitten. I am annoyed at this, as it argues want of care. Moreover, there is a good chance that the tip of one of the fingers will be lost, and if this happens, or if the hand is slow in recovery, Ford cannot take part in the Western party. I have no one to replace him. E.R. Evans looks remarkably well, as also Gran. The ponies look very well, and all are reported to be very buckish. Wednesday, October 3. We have had a very bad weather spell. Friday, the day after we returned, was gloriously fine. It might have been a December day, and an inexperienced visitor might have wondered why on earth we had not started to the south. Saturday supplied a reason. The wind blew cold and cheerless. On Sunday it grew worse, with very thick snow, which continued to fall and drift throughout the whole of Monday. The hut is more drifted up than it has ever been. Huge piles of snow behind every heap of boxes and sea. All our paths are foot higher, yet in spite of this the rocks are rather freer of snow. This is due to melting, which is now quite considerable. Wilson tells me the first signs of thaw were seen on the 17th. Yesterday the weather gradually improved, and today has been fine and warm again. One fine day in 8 is the record immediately previous to this morning. E.R. Evans, Debenham and Gran set off to the Turk's Head on Friday morning, Evans to take angles, and Debenham to geologize. They have been in their tent pretty well all the time since, but have managed to get through some work. Gran returned late night for more provisions and set off again this morning. Taylor going with him for the day. Debenham has just returned for food. He is immensely pleased at having discovered a huge slicken-sided fault in the lavas of the Turk's Head. This appears to be an unusual occurrence in volcanic rocks, and argues that they are of considerable age. He has taken a heap of photographs, and is greatly pleased with all his geological observations. He is building up much evidence to show volcanic disturbance independent of Erebus, and perhaps prior to its first upheaval. Meares has been at Hut Point for more than a week. Seals seem to be plentiful there now. Dmitri was back with letters on Friday and left on Sunday. He is an excellent boy, full of intelligence. Ponting has been doing some wonderfully fine cinematograph work. My incursion into photography has brought me in close touch with him, and I realize what a very good fellow he is. No pains are too great for him to take to help and instruct others, whilst his enthusiasm for his own work is unlimited. His results are wonderfully good, and if he is able to carry out the whole of his programme, we shall have a cinematograph and photographic record which will be absolutely new in expeditionary work. A very serious bit of news today. Atkinson says that Jehu is still too weak to pull a load. The pony was bad on the ship and almost died after swimming ashore from the ship. He was one of the ponies returned by Campbell. He has been improving the whole of the winter, and Oates has been surprised at the apparent recovery. He looks well and feeds well, though a very weedily built animal compared with the others. I had not expected him to last long, but it will be a bad blow if he falls at the start. I'm afraid there is much pony trouble in store for us. Oates is having great trouble with Christopher, who didn't at all appreciate being harnessed on Sunday, and again today he broke away and galloped off over the floe. On such occasions Oates trudges manfully after him, rounds him up to within a few hundred yards of the stable, and approaches cautiously. The animal looks at him for a minute or two and canters off over the floe again. When Christopher and indeed both of them have had enough of the game, the pony calmly stops at the stable door. If not too late he is then put into the sledge, but this can only be done by tying up one of his forelegs. When harnessed, and after he has hopped along on 3 legs for a few paces, he is again allowed to use the 4th. He is going to be a trial, but he is a good strong pony and should do yeoman service. Day is increasingly hopeful about the motors. He is an ingenious person and has been turning up new rollers out of a bulk of oak supplied by Mears, and with Simpson's small motor as a lathe. The motors may save the situation. I have been busy drawing up instructions and making arrangements for the ship, shore station, and sledge parties in the coming season. There is still much work to be done, and much, far too much, writing before me. Time simply flies, and the sun steadily climbs the heavens. Breakfast, lunch, and supper are now all enjoyed by sunlight, whilst the night is no longer dark. Notes at the end of volume. When they, after their headstrong manner, conclude that it is their duty to rush on their journey, all weathers. Pilgrim's Progress. Has any grasped the low grey mist which stands, ghost-like, at eve above the sheeted lands? A bad attack of integrity. Who is man, and what his place? Anxious asks the heart perplexed. In the recklessness of space, worlds with worlds thus intermixed. What has he, this atom creature, in the infinitude of nature? F. T. Palgrave. It is a good lesson, though it may be a hard one, for a man who has dreamed of a special literary fame and of making for himself a rank among the world's dignitaries by such means, to slip aside out of the narrow circle in which his claims are recognized, and to find how utterly devoid of significance beyond that circle is all he achieves and all he aims at. He might fail from want of skill or strength, but deep in his sombre soul he vowed that it should never be from want of heart. Every durable bond between human beings is founded in or heightened by some element of competition. R. L. Stevenson. All natural talk is a festival of ostentation. R. L. Stevenson. No human being ever spoke of scenery for 2 minutes together, which makes me suspect we have too much of it in literature. The weather is regarded as the very nadir and scoff of conversational topics. R. L. Stevenson. End of chapter 14.
Section 31 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Chapter 15. The Last Weeks at Cape Evans. Friday, October 6th. With the rise of temperature there has been a slight thaw in the hut. The drips come down the walls, and one has found my diary, as its pages show. The drips are already decreasing, and if they represent the whole accumulation of winter moisture it is extraordinarily little, and speaks highly for the design of the hut. There cannot be very much more, or the stains would be more significant. Yesterday I had a good look at Jehu and became convinced that he is useless. He is much too weak to pull a load, and 3 weeks can make no difference. It is necessary to face the facts, and I've decided to leave him behind. We must do with 9 ponies. Chinaman is rather a doubtful quantity, and James Pigg is not a tower of strength, but the other 7 are in fine form and must bear the brunt of the work, somehow. If we suffer more loss we shall depend on the motor, and then, well, one must face the bad as well as the good. It is some comfort to know that 6 of the animals at least are in splendid condition. Victor, Snippets, Christopher, Nobby, Bones, are as fit as ponies could well be, and are naturally strong, well-shaped beasts, whilst little Michael, though not so shapely, is as strong as he will ever be. Today Wilson, Oates, Cherry Gerard, and Crean have gone to Hut Point with their ponies, Oates getting off with Christopher after some difficulty. At 5 o'clock the Hut Point telephone bell suddenly rang. The line was laid by Meares some time ago, but hitherto there has been no communication. In a minute or 2 we heard a voice, and behold, communication was established. I had quite a talk with Meares and afterwards with Oates. Not a very wonderful fact, perhaps, but it seems wonderful in this primitive land to be talking to one's fellow beings 15 miles away. Oates told me that the ponies had arrived in fine order, Christopher a little done, but carrying the heaviest load. If we can keep the telephone going it will be a great boon, especially to Meares later in the season. The weather is extraordinarily unsettled. The last 2 days have been fairly fine, but every now and again we get a burst of wind with drift, and tonight it is overcast and very gloomy in appearance. The photography craze is in full swing. Ponting's mastery is ever more impressive, and his pupils improve day by day. Nearly all of us have produced good negatives. Debenham and Wright are the most promising, but Taylor, Bowers, and I are also getting the hang of the tricky exposures. Saturday, October 7th. As though to contradict the suggestion of incompetence, friend Jehu pulled with a will this morning. He covered 3½ miles without a stop, the surface being much worse than it was 2 days ago. He was not at all distressed when he stopped. If he goes on like this he comes into practical politics again, and I am arranging to give 10-foot sledges to him and Chinaman instead of 12 feet. Probably they will not do much, but if they go on as at present we shall get something out of them. Long and cheerful conversations with Hut Point, and of course an opportunity for the exchange of witticisms. We are told it was blowing and drifting at Hut Point last night, whereas here it was calm and snowing. The wind only reached us this afternoon. Sunday, October 8th. A very beautiful day. Everyone out and about after service, all ponies going well. Went to Pressure Ridge with Ponting and took a number of photographs. So far good, but the afternoon has brought much worry. About 5, a telephone message from Nelson's igloo reported that Clissold had fallen from a berg and hurt his back. Bowers organized a sledge party in 3 minutes, and fortunately Atkinson was on the spot and able to join it. I posted out over the land and found Ponting much distressed and Clissold practically insensible. At the moment the Hut Point ponies were approaching, and I ran over to intercept one in case of necessity. But the man party was first on the spot, and after putting the patient in a sleeping bag, quickly brought him home to the hut. It appears that Clissold was acting as Ponting's model, and that the 2 had been climbing about the berg to get pictures. As far as I can make out, Ponting did his best to keep Clissold in safety by lending him his crampons and ice axe, but the latter seems to have missed his footing after one of his poses. He slid over a rounded surface of ice for some 12 feet, then dropped 6 feet onto a sharp angle in the wall of the berg. He must have struck his back and head. The latter is confused, and he is certainly suffering from slight concussion. He complained of his back before he grew unconscious, and groaned a good deal when moved in the hut. He came to about an hour after getting to the hut, and was evidently in a good deal of pain. Neither Atkinson nor Wilson thinks there is anything very serious, but he has not yet been properly examined, and has had a fearful shock at the least. I still feel very anxious. Tonight Atkinson has injected morphia, and will watch by his patient. Troubles rarely come singly, and it occurred to me after Clissold had been brought in that Taylor, who had been bicycling to the Turk's Head, was overdue. We were relieved to hear that with glasses 2 figures could be seen approaching in South Bay, but at supper Wright appeared very hot, and said that Taylor was exhausted in South Bay. He wanted brandy and hot drink. I thought it best to dispatch another relief party, but before they were well round the point Taylor was seen coming over the land. He was fearfully done. He must have pressed on towards his object long after his reason should have warned him that it was time to turn. With this and a good deal of anxiety about Clissold, the day terminates very unpleasantly. Tuesday, October 10th. Still anxious about Clissold. He has passed 2 fairly good nights, but is barely able to move. He is unnaturally irritable, but I am told this is a symptom of concussion. This morning he asked for food, which is a good sign, and he was anxious to know if his sledging gear was being got ready. In order not to disappoint him, he was assured that all would be ready, but there is scarce a slender chance that he can fill his place in the program. Meares came from Hut Point yesterday at the front end of a blizzard. Half an hour after his arrival it was thick as a hedge. He reports another loss. Deke, one of the best pulling dogs, developed the same symptoms which have so unaccountably robbed us before, spent a night in pain, and died in the morning. Wilson thinks the cause is a worm which gets into the blood and thence to the brain. It is trying, but I am past despondency. Things must take their course. Ford's fingers improve, but not very rapidly. It is hard to have 2 sick men after all the care which has been taken. The weather is very poor. I had hoped for better things this month. So far we have had more days with wind and drift than without. It interferes badly with the ponies' exercise. Friday, October 13th. The past 3 days have seen a marked improvement in both our invalids. Clissold's inside has been got into working order after a good deal of difficulty. He improves rapidly in spirits as well as towards immunity from pain. The fiction of his preparation to join the motor sledge party is still kept up, but Atkinson says there is not the smallest chance of his being ready. I shall have to be satisfied if he practically recovers by the time we leave with the ponies. Ford's hand took a turn for the better 2 days ago, and he maintains this progress. Atkinson thinks he will be ready to start in 10 days' time, but the hand must be carefully nursed till the weather becomes really summery. The weather has continued bad till today, which has been perfectly beautiful. A fine warm sun all day, so warm that one could sit about outside in the afternoon, and photographic work was a real pleasure. The ponies have been behaving well, with exceptions. Victor is now quite easy to manage, thanks to Bowers's patience. Chinaman goes along very steadily and is not going to be the crock we expected. He has a slow pace which may be troublesome, but when the weather is fine that won't matter if he can get along steadily. The most troublesome animal is Christopher. He is only a source of amusement as long as there is no accident, but I am always a little anxious that he will kick or bite someone. The curious thing is that he is quiet enough to handle for walking or riding exercise in the stable, but as soon as a sledge comes into the program he is seized with the very demon of viciousness, and bites and kicks with every intent to do injury. It seems to be getting harder rather than easier to get him into the traces. The last 2 turns he has had to be thrown, as he is unmanageable even on 3 legs. Oates, Bowers, and Anton gather round the beast and lash up one foreleg. Then, with his head held on both sides, Oates gathers back the traces. Quick as lightning the little beast flashes round with heels flying aloft. This goes on till some degree of exhaustion gives the men a better chance. But as I have mentioned, during the last 2 days the period has been so prolonged that Oates has had to hasten matters by tying a short line to the other foreleg, and throwing the beast when he lashes out. Even when on his knees he continues to struggle, and one of those nimble hind legs may fly out at any time. Once in the sledge and started on 3 legs all is well, and the 4th leg can be released. At least all has been well until today, when quite a comedy was enacted. He was going along quietly with Oates when a dog frightened him. He flung up his head, twitched the rope out of Oates's hands, and dashed away. It was not a question of blind fright, as immediately after gaining freedom he set about most symmetrically to get rid of his load. At first he gave sudden twists, and in this manner succeeded in dislodging 2 bales of hay. Then he caught sight of other sledges and dashed for them. They could scarcely get out of his way in time. The fell intention was evident all through, to dash his load against some other pony and sledge, and so free himself of it. He ran for Bowers 2 or 3 times with this design, then made for Cohane, never going off far, and dashing inward with teeth baring and heels flying all over the place. By this time people were gathering round, and first one and then another succeeded in clambering onto the sledge that flew by, till Oates, Bowers, Nelson, and Atkinson were all sitting on it. He was trying to rid himself of this human burden as he had of the hay bales, and succeeded in dislodging Atkinson with violence, but the remainder dug their heels into the snow, and finally the little brute was tired out. Even then he tried to savage anyone approaching his leading line, and it was some time before Oates could get hold of it. Such is the tale of Christopher. I am exceedingly glad there are not other ponies like him. These capers promise trouble, but I think a little soft snow on the barrier may effectually cure them. E. R. Evans and Gran returned tonight. We received notice of their departure from Hut Point through the telephone, which also informed us that Meares had departed for his first trip to Corner Camp. Evans says he carried 8 bags of forage and that the dogs went away at a great pace. In spite of the weather, Evans has managed to complete his survey to Hut Point. He has evidently been very careful with it, and has therefore done a very useful bit of work. Sunday, October 15th. Both of our invalids progress favourably. Clissold has had 2 good nights without the aid of drugs, and has recovered his good spirits. Pains have departed from his back. The weather is very decidedly warmer, and for the past 3 days has been fine. The thermometer stands but a degree or 2 below zero, and the air feels delightfully mild. Everything of importance is now ready for our start, and the ponies improve daily. Clissold's work of cooking has fallen on Hooper and Lashley, and it is satisfactory to find that the various dishes and bread bakings maintain their excellence. It is splendid to have people who refuse to recognize difficulties. Tuesday, October 17th. Things not going very well, with ponies all pretty well. Animals are improving in form rapidly, even Jehu, though I have ceased to count on that animal. Tonight the motors were to be taken on to the floe. The drifts make the road very uneven, and the first and best motor overrode its chain. The chain was replaced and the machine proceeded, but just short of the floe it was thrust into a steep inclination by a ridge, and the chain again overrode the sprockets. This time by ill fortune Day slipped at the critical moment, and without intention jammed the throttle full on. The engine brought up, but there was an ominous trickle of oil under the back axle, and investigation showed that the axle casing, aluminium, had split. The casing has been stripped and brought into the hut. We may be able to do something to it, but time presses. It all goes to show that we want more experience in workshops. I am secretly convinced that we shall not get much help from the motors, yet nothing has ever happened to them that was unavoidable. A little more care and foresight would make them splendid allies. The trouble is that if they fail, no one will ever believe this. Meares got back from Corner Camp at 8 a.m. Sunday morning. He got through on the telephone to report in the afternoon. He must have made a pace, which is promising for the dogs. 60 geographical miles in 2 days and a night is good going, about as good as can be. I've had to tell Clissold that he cannot go out with the motor party, to his great disappointment. He improves very steadily, however, and I trust will be fit before we leave with the ponies. Hooper replaces him with the motors. I am kept very busy writing and preparing details. We have had 2 days of northerly wind, a very unusual occurrence. Yesterday it was blowing southeast, force 8, temperature -16 degrees, whilst here the wind was north, force 4, temp -6 degrees. This continued for some hours, a curious meteorological combination. We are pretty certain of a southerly blizzard to follow, I should think. Wednesday, October 18th. The southerly blizzard has burst on us. The air is thick with snow. A close investigation of the motor axle case shows that repair is possible. It looks as though a good, strong job could be made of it. Yesterday, Taylor and Debenham went to Cape Royds with the object of staying a night or 2. Sunday, October 22nd. The motor axle case was completed by Thursday morning, and as far as one can see, Day made a very excellent job of it. Since that, the motor party has been steadily preparing for its departure. Today everything is ready. The loads are ranged on the sea ice, the motors are having a trial run, and all remaining well with the weather, the party will get away tomorrow. Meares and Dmitri came down on Thursday through the last of the blizzard. At one time they were running without sight of the leading dogs. They did not see Tent Island at all, but burst into sunshine and comparative calm a mile from the station. Another of the best dog, Seguin, was smitten with the unaccountable sickness. He was given laxative medicine and appears to be a little better, but we are still anxious. If he really has the disease, whatever it may be, the rally is probably only temporary and the end will be swift. The teams left on Friday afternoon, Seguin included. Today Meares telephones that he is setting out for a second journey to Corner Camp without him. On the whole, the weather continues wretchedly bad. The ponies could not be exercised either Thursday or Friday. They were very fresh yesterday and today in consequence. When unexercised, their allowance of oats has to be cut down. This is annoying, as just at present they ought to be doing a moderate amount of work and getting into condition on full rations. The temperature is up to 0 about. This probably means about -20 degrees on the barrier. I wonder how the motors will face the drop if and when they encounter it. Day and Lashley are both hopeful of the machines, and they really ought to do something after all the trouble that has been taken. The wretched state of the weather has prevented the transport of emergency stores to Hut Point. These stores are for the returning depots and to provision the Discovery Hut in case the Terra Nova does not arrive. The most important stores have been taken to the Glacier tongue by the ponies today. In the transport department, in spite of all the care I have taken to make the details of my plan clear by lucid explanation, I find that Bowers is the only man on whom I can thoroughly rely to carry out the work without mistake, with its array of figures. For the practical, consistent work of pony training, Oates is especially capable, and his heart is very much in the business. End of first part of Chapter 15. Section 32 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott. Arranged by Leonard Huxley. Second part of Chapter 15. The Last Weeks at Cape Evans. October, 1911. I don't know what to think of Amundsen's chances. If he gets to the pole, it must be before we do, as he is bound to travel fast with dogs and pretty certain to start early. On this account I decided at a very early date to act exactly as I should have done had he not existed. Any attempt to race must have wrecked my plan, besides which it doesn't appear the sort of thing one is out for. Possibly you will have heard something before this reaches you. Oh, and there are all sorts of possibilities. In any case, you can rely on my not doing or saying anything foolish, only I'm afraid you must be prepared for the chance of finding out our venture much belittled. After all, it is the work that counts, not the applause that follows. Words must always fail me when I talk of Bill Wilson. I believe he really is the finest character I ever met. The closer one gets to him, the more there is to admire. Every quality is so solid and dependable. Cannot you imagine how that counts down here? Whatever the matter, one knows Bill will be sound, shrewdly practical, intensely loyal, and quite unselfish. Add to this a wider knowledge of persons and things than is at first guessable, a quiet vein of humor and really consummate tact, and you have some idea of his values. I think he is the most popular member of the party, and that is saying much. Bowers is all and more than I ever expected of him. He is a positive treasure, absolutely trustworthy, and prodigiously energetic. He is about the hardest man amongst us, and that is saying a good deal. Nothing seems to hurt his tough little body, and certainly no hardship daunts his spirit. I shall have 100 little tales to tell you of his indefatigable zeal, his unselfishness, and his inextinguishable good humor. He surprises always, for his intelligence is of quite a high order, and his memory for details most exceptional. You can imagine him as he is, an indispensable assistant to me in every detail concerning the management and organization of our sledging work, and a delightful companion on the march. One of the greatest successes is Wright. He is very thorough and absolutely ready for anything. Like Bowers, he has taken to sledging like a duck to water, and although he hasn't had such severe testing, I believe he would stand it pretty nearly as well. Nothing ever seems to worry him, and I can't imagine he ever complained of anything in his life. I don't think I will give such long descriptions of the others, though most of them deserve equally high praise. Taken all round, they are a perfectly excellent lot. The soldier is very popular with all, a delightfully humorous, cheery old pessimist, striving with the ponies night and day and bringing woeful accounts of their small ailments to the hut. X has a positive passion for helping others. It is extraordinary what pains he will take to do a kind thing unobtrusively. One sees the need of having one's heart in one's work. Results can only be got down here by a man desperately eager to get them. Y works hard at his own work, taking extraordinary pains with it, but with an astonishing lack of initiative he makes not the smallest effort to grasp the work of others. It is a sort of character which plants itself in a corner and will stop there. The men are equally fine. Edgar Evans has proved a useful member of our party. He looks after our sledges and sledge equipment with a care of management and a fertility of resource which is truly astonishing. On trek, he is just as sound and hard as ever, and has an inexhaustible store of anecdote. Crean is perfectly happy, ready to do anything and go anywhere. The harder the work, the better. Evans and Crean are great friends. Lashley is his old self in every respect, hard-working to the limit, quiet, abstemious, and determined. You see, altogether I have a good set of people with me, and it will go hard if we don't achieve something. The study of individual character is a pleasant pastime in such a mixed community of thoroughly nice people, and the study of relationships and interactions is fascinating. Men of the most diverse upbringings and experience are really pals with one another, and the subjects which would be delicate ground of discussion between acquaintances are just those which are most freely used for jests. For instance, the soldier is never tired of girding at Australia, its people and its institutions, and the Australians retaliate by attacking the hidebound prejudices of the British Army. I have never seen a temper lost in these discussions. So as I sit here I am very satisfied with these things. I think that it would have been difficult to better the organization of the party. Every man has his work, and is especially adapted for it. There is no gap and no overlap. It is all that I desired, and the same might be said of the men selected to do the work. It promised to be very fine today, but the wind has already sprung up and clouds are gathering again. There was a very beautiful curved banner cloud south of Erebus this morning, perhaps a warning of what is to come. Another accident! At 1 o'clock Snatcher, one of the 3 ponies laying the depot, arrived with a single trace and dangling sledge in a welter of sweat. 40 minutes after, P.O. Evans, his driver, came in almost as hot. Simultaneously Wilson arrived with Nobby in a tale of events not complete. He said that after the loads were removed, Bowers had been holding the 3 ponies, who appeared quiet. Suddenly, one had tossed his head and all 3 had stampeded, Snatcher making for home, Nobby for the western mountains, Victor, with Bowers still hanging to him, in an indefinite direction. Running for 2 miles, he eventually rounded up Nobby west of Tent Island and brought him in. Footnote. From Dr. Wilson's journal. Happily I had a biscuit with me, and I held it out to him a long way off. Luckily he spotted it and allowed me to come up, and I got hold of his head again. End of footnote. Half an hour after Wilson's return, Bowers came in with Victor, distressed, bleeding at the nose, from which a considerable fragment hung semi-detached. Bowers himself was covered with blood and supplied the missing link, the cause of the accident. It appears that the ponies were fairly quiet when Victor tossed his head and caught his nostril in the trace hook of the hame of Snatcher's harness. The hook tore skin and flesh, and of course the animal got out of hand. Bowers hung to him, but couldn't possibly keep hold of the other 2 as well. Victor had bled a good deal, and the blood congealing on the detached skin not only gave the wound a dismal appearance, but greatly increased its irritation. I don't know how Bowers managed to hang on to the frightened animal. I don't believe anyone else would have done so. On the way back, the dangling weight on the poor creature's nose would get in the swing and make him increasingly restive. It was necessary to stop him repeatedly. Since his return, the piece of skin has been snipped off and proves the wound not so serious as it looked. The animal is still trembling, but quite on his feed, which is a good sign. I don't know why our Sundays should always bring these excitements. 2 lessons arise. Firstly, however quiet the animals appear, they must not be left by their drivers. No chance must be taken. Secondly, the hooks on the hames of the harness must be altered in shape. I suppose such incidents as this were to be expected. One cannot have ponies very fresh and vigorous and expect them to behave like lambs, but I should be glad when we are off and can know more definitely what resources we can count on. Another trying incident has occurred. We have avoided football this season especially to keep clear of accidents, but on Friday afternoon a match was got up for the cinematograph and Debenham developed a football knee, an old hurt I have since learnt, or he should not have played. Wilson thinks it will be a week before he is fit to travel, so here we have the western party on our hands and wasting the precious hours for that period. The only single compensation is that it gives Ford's hand a better chance. If this waiting were to continue, it looks as though we should become a regular party of crocks. Clissold was out of the hut for the first time today. He is better, but still suffers in his back. The start of the motor sledges. Tuesday, October 24th. 2 fine days, for a wonder. Yesterday the motors seemed ready to start, and we all went out on the floe to give them a send-off. But the inevitable little defects cropped up, and the machines only got as far as the Cape. A change made by Day in the exhaust arrangements had neglected the heating jackets of the carburetors. One float valve was bent and one clutch troublesome. Day and Lashley spent the afternoon making good these defects in a satisfactory manner. This morning the engines were set going again, and shortly after 10 a.m. a fresh start was made. At first there were a good many stops, but on the whole the engines seemed to be improving all the time. They are not by any means working up to full power yet, and so the pace is very slow. The weights seem to me a good deal heavier than we bargained for. Day set his motor going, climbs off the car, and walks alongside with an occasional finger on the throttle. Lashley hasn't quite got hold of the nice adjustments of his control levers, but I hope will have done so after a day's practice. The only alarming incident was the slipping of the chains when Day tried to start on some ice very thinly covered with snow. The starting effort on such heavily laden sledges is very heavy, but I thought the grip of the pattens and studs would have been good enough on any surface. Looking at the place afterwards, I found that the studs had grooved the ice. Now, as I write at 12:30, the machines are about a mile out in the South Bay. Both can be seen still under way, progressing steadily if slowly. I find myself immensely eager that these tractors should succeed, even though they may not be of great help to our southern advance. A small measure of success will be enough to show their ability to revolutionize polar transport. Seeing the machines at work today, and remembering that every defect so far shown is purely mechanical, it is impossible not to be convinced of their value. But the trifling mechanical defects and lack of experience show the risk of cutting out trials. A season of experiment with a small workshop at hand may be all that stands between success and failure. At any rate, before we start we shall certainly know if the worst has happened, or if some measure of success attends this unique effort. The ponies are in fine form. Victor, practically recovered from his wound, has been rushing round with a sledge at a great rate. Even Jehu has been buckish, kicking up his heels and gambolling awkwardly. The invalids progress, Clissold a little alarmed about his back, but without cause. Atkinson and Cohane have turned cooks, and do the job splendidly. This morning Meares announced his return from Corner Camp, so that all stores are now out there. The run occupied the same time as the first, when the routine was, first day 17 miles out, second day 13 out, and 13 home. Early third day run in. If only one could trust the dogs to keep going like this, it would be splendid. On the whole, things look hopeful. 1 p.m. Motors reported off Razorback Island, nearly 3 miles out. Come, come. Thursday, October 26th. Couldn't see the motors yesterday till I walked well out on the South Bay, when I discovered them with glasses off the Glacier tongue. There had been a strong wind in the forenoon, but it seemed to me they ought to have got further. Annoyingly, the telephone gave no news from Hut Point. Evidently something was wrong. After dinner, Simpson and Gran started for Hut Point. This morning Simpson has just rung up. He says the motors are in difficulties with the surface. The trouble is just that which I noted as alarming on Monday. The chains slip on the very light snow covering of hard ice. The engines are working well, and all goes well when the machines get onto snow. I have organized a party of 8 men, including myself, and we are just off to see what can be done to help. Friday, October 27th. We were away by 10:30 yesterday. Walked to the Glacier tongue with gloomy forebodings, but for one gust, a beautifully bright, inspiriting day. Seals were about and were frequently mistaken for the motors. As we approached the Glacier tongue, however, and became more alive to such mistakes, we realized that the motors were not in sight. At first I thought they must have sought better surface on the other side of the tongue, but this theory was soon demolished, and we were puzzled to know what had happened. At length, walking onwards, they were descried far away over the floe towards Hut Point. Soon after we saw good firm tracks over a snow surface, a pleasant change from the double tracks and slipper places we had seen on the bare ice. Our spirits went up at once, for it was not only evident that the machines were going, but that they were negotiating a very rough surface without difficulty. We marched on and overtook them about 2½ miles from Hut Point, passing Simpson and Gran returning to Cape Evans. From the motors we learnt that things were going pretty well. The engines were working well when once in tune, but the cylinders, especially the two after ones, tended to get too hot, whilst the fan or wind playing on the carburetor tended to make it too cold. The trouble was to get a balance between the two, and this is effected by starting up the engines, then stopping and covering them and allowing the heat to spread by conductivity, of course a rather clumsy device. We camped ahead of the motors as they camped for lunch. Directly after, Lashly brought his machine along to low gear, and without difficulty ran it on to Cape Armitage. Meanwhile Day was having trouble with some bad surface. We had offered help and been refused, and with Evans alone his difficulties grew, whilst the wind sprang up and the snow started to drift. We had walked into the hut and found Meares, but now we all came out again. I sent for Lashly and Hooper and went back to help Day along. We had exasperating delays and false starts for an hour, and then suddenly the machine tuned up, and off she went faster than one could walk, reaching Cape Armitage without further hitch. It was blizzing by this time. The snow flew by. We all went back to the hut. Meares and Dmitri have been busy. The hut is tidy and comfortable, and a splendid brick fireplace had just been built, with a brand new stovepipe leading from it directly upward through the roof. This is really a most creditable bit of work. Instead of the ramshackle temporary structures of last season, we have now a solid permanent fireplace which should last for many a year. We spent a most comfortable night. This morning we were away over the floe about 9 a.m. I was anxious to see how the motors started up, and agreeably surprised to find that neither driver took more than 20 or 30 minutes to get his machine going, in spite of the difficulties of working a blow lamp in a keen cold wind. Lashly got away very soon, made a short run of about half a mile, and then after a short halt to cool, a long non-stop for quite 3 miles. The barrier, 5 geographical miles from Cape Armitage, now looked very close, but Lashly had overdone matters a bit, run out of lubricant and got his engine too hot. The next run yielded a little over a mile, and he was forced to stop within a few hundred yards of the snow slope leading to the barrier and wait for more lubricant, as well as for the heat balance in his engine to be restored. This motor was going on in second gear, and this gives a nice, easy walking speed, 2½ to 3 miles an hour. It would be a splendid rate of progress if it was not necessary to halt for cooling. This is the old motor which was used in Norway. The other machine has modified gears. Footnote. This form of motor traction had been tested on several occasions, in 1908 at Lauterey in the Alps, with Dr. Charcot, the polar explorer, in 1909, and again in 1910 in Norway. After each trial the sledges were brought back and improved. End of footnote. Meanwhile Day had had the usual balancing trouble and had dropped to a speck, but towards the end of our second run it was evident he had overcome these, and was coming along at a fine speed. One soon saw that the men beside the sledges were running. To make a long story short, he stopped to hand over lubricating oil, started at a gallop again, and dashed up the slope without a hitch on his top speed, the first man to motor on the Great Barrier. There was great cheering from all assembled, but the motor party was not wasting time on jubilation. On dashed the motor, and it and the running men beside it soon grew small in the distance. We went back to help Lashly, who had restarted his engine. If not so dashingly, on account of his slower speed, he also now took the slope without hitch, and got a last handshake as he clattered forward. His engine was not working so well as the other, but I think mainly owing to the first overheating and a want of adjustment resulting therefrom. Thus the motors left us, travelling on the best surface they have yet encountered, hard, wind-swept snow without sastrugi, a surface which Meares reports to extend to Corner Camp at least. Providing there is no serious accident, the engine troubles will gradually be got over. Of that I feel pretty confident. Every day will see improvement as it has done to date. Every day the men will get greater confidence with larger experience of the machines and the conditions. But it is not easy to foretell the extent of the result of older and earlier troubles with the rollers. The new rollers turned up by Day are already splitting, and one of Lashly's chains is in a bad way. It may be possible to make temporary repairs good enough to cope with the improved surface, but it seems probable that Lashly's car will not get very far. It is already evident that had the rollers been metal cased and the runners metal covered, they would now be as good as new. I cannot think why we had not the sense to have this done. As things are, I am satisfied we have the right men to deal with the difficulties of the situation. The motor program is not of vital importance to our plan, and it is possible the machines will do little to help us, but already they have vindicated themselves. Even the seamen, who have remained very sceptical of them, have been profoundly impressed. Evans said, "Lord, sir, I reckon if them things can go on like that you wouldn't want nothing else." But like everything else of a novel nature, it is the actual sight of them at work that is impressive, and nothing short of 100 miles over the barrier will carry conviction to outsiders. Parting with the motors, we made haste back to Hut Point, and had tea there. My feet had got very sore with the unaccustomed soft foot gear and crinkly surface, but we decided to get back to Cape Evans. We came along in splendid weather, and after stopping for a cup of tea at Razorback, reached the hut at 9 p.m., averaging 3½ stat miles an hour. During the day we walked 26½ stat miles, not a bad day's work considering the condition, but I am afraid my feet are going to suffer for it. Saturday, October 28th. My feet sore and one tendon, Achilles, strained, synovitis. Shall be all right in a day or so, however. Last night a tremendous row in the stables. Christopher and Chinaman discovered fighting. Gran nearly got kicked. These ponies are getting above themselves with their high feeding. Oates says that Snippets is still lame and has one leg a little heated, not a pleasant item of news. Debenham is progressing but not very fast. The western party will leave after us, of that there is no doubt now. It is trying that they should be wasting the season in this way. All things considered, I shall be glad to get away and put our fortune to the test. Monday, October 30th. We had another beautiful day yesterday, and one began to feel that the summer really had come, but today after a fine morning we have a return to blizzard conditions. It is blowing a howling gale as I write. Yesterday Wilson, Crean, P.O. Evans, and I donned our sledging kit and camped by the bergs for the benefit of Ponting and his cinematograph. He got a series of films which should be the most interesting of all its collection. I imagine nothing will take so well as these scenes of camp life. On our return we found Meares had returned, he and his dogs well. He told us that Lieutenant Evans had come into Hut Point on Saturday to fetch a personal bag left behind there. Evans reported that Lashley's motor had broken down near Safety Camp. They found the big end smashed up in one cylinder and traced it to a faulty casting. They luckily had spare parts, and Day and Lashley worked all night on repairs in a temperature of -25 degrees. By the morning repairs were completed and they had a satisfactory trail run, dragging on loads with both motors. Then Evans found out his loss and returned on ski, whilst, as I gather, the motors proceeded. I don't quite know how, but I suppose they ran one on at a time. On account of this accident, and because some of our hardest worked people were badly hit by the 2 days' absence helping the machines, I have decided to start on Wednesday instead of tomorrow. If the blizzard should blow out, Atkinson and Cohane will set off tomorrow for Hut Point, so that we may see how far Jehu is to be counted on. Tuesday, October 31st. The blizzard has blown itself out this morning, and this afternoon it has cleared. The sun is shining and the wind dropping. Meares and Ponting are just off to Hut Point. Atkinson and Cohane will probably leave in an hour or so as arranged, and if the weather holds, we shall all get off tomorrow. So here end the entries in this diary with the first chapter of our history. The future is in the lap of the gods. I can think of nothing left undone to deserve success. End of chapter 15.
Section 33 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1, The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Chapter 16, Southern Journey, the Barrier Stage. November 1. Last night we heard that Jehu had reached Hut Point in about 5½ hours. This morning we got away in detachments. Michael, Nobby, Chinaman were first to get away at about 11 a.m. The little devil Christopher was harnessed with the usual difficulty and started in kicking mood, Oates holding on for all he was worth. Bones ambled off gently with Crean, and I led Snippets in his wake. 10 minutes after, Evans and Snatcher passed at the usual full speed. The wind blew very strong at the Razorback, and the sky was threatening. The ponies hate the wind. A mile south of this island, Bowers and Victor passed me, leaving me where I best wished to be, at the tail of the line. About this place I saw that one of the animals ahead had stopped and was obstinately refusing to go forward again. I had a great fear it was Chinaman, the unknown quantity, but to my relief found it was my old friend Nobby in obstinate mood. As he is very strong and fit, the matter was soon adjusted with a little persuasion from Anton behind. Poor little Anton found it difficult to keep the pace with short legs. Snatcher soon led the party and covered the distance in 4 hours. Evans said he could see no difference at the end from the start. The little animal simply romped in. Bones and Christopher arrived almost equally fresh, in fact the latter had been bucking and kicking the whole way. For the present there is no end to his devilment, and the great consideration is how to safeguard Oates. Some quiet ponies should always be near him, a difficult matter to arrange with such varying rates of walking. A little later I came up to a batch, Bowers, Wilson, Cherry, and Wright, and was happy to see Chinaman going very strong. He is not fast, but very steady, and I think should go a long way. Victor and Michael forged ahead again, and the remaining 3 of us came in after taking a little under 5 hours to cover the distance. We were none too soon, as the weather had been steadily getting worse, and soon after our arrival it was blowing a gale. Thursday, November 2. Hut Point. The march teaches a good deal as to the paces of the ponies. It reminded me of a regatta or a somewhat disorganized fleet with ships of very unequal speed. The plan of further advance has now been evolved. We shall start with 3 parties, the very slow ponies, the medium-paced, and the flyers. Snatcher starting last will probably overtake the leading unit. All this requires a good deal of arranging. We have decided to begin night marching, and shall get away after supper, I hope. The weather is hourly improving, but at this season that does not count for much. At present our ponies are very comfortably stabled. Michael, Chinaman, and James Pigg are actually in the hut. Chinaman kept us alive last night by stamping on the floor. Mears and Dmitri are here with the dog team, and Ponting with a great photographic outfit. I fear he won't get much chance to get results. Friday, November 3. Camp 1. A keen wind with some drift at Hut Point, but we sailed away in detachments. Atkinson's party, Jehu, Chinaman, and Jimmy Pigg led off at 8. Just before 10, Wilson, Cherry Garrard, and I left. Our ponies marched steadily and well together over the sea ice. The wind dropped a good deal, but the temperature with it, so that the little remaining was very cutting. We found Atkinson at Safety Camp. He had lunched and was just ready to march out again. He reports Chinaman and Jehu tired. Ponting arrived soon after we had camped with Dmitri and a small dog team. The cinematograph was set up in time to catch the flying rear guard which came along in fine form, Snatcher leading and being stopped every now and again, a wonderful little beast. Christopher had given the usual trouble when harnessed, but was evidently subdued by the barrier surface. However, it was not thought advisable to halt him, and so the party fled through in the wake of the advance guard. After lunch we packed up and marched on steadily as before. I don't like these midnight lunches, but for man the march that follows is pleasant when, as today, the wind falls and the sun steadily increases its heat. The 2 parties in front of us camped 5 miles beyond Safety Camp, and we reached their camp some half or 3/4 of an hour later. All the ponies were tethered in good order, but most of them were tired. Chinaman and Jehu very tired. Nearly all are inclined to be off feed, but this is very temporary, I think. We have built walls, but there is no wind, and the sun gets warmer every minute. Mirage. Very marked waving effect to east. Small objects greatly exaggerated and showing as dark vertical lines. 1 p.m. Feeding time. Woke the party, and Oates served out the rations. All ponies feeding well. It is a sweltering day, the air breathless, the glare intense. One loses sight of the fact that the temperature is low, -22 degrees. One's mind seeks comparison in hot sunlit streets and scorching pavements, yet 6 hours ago my thumb was frostbitten. All the inconveniences of frozen footwear and damp clothes and sleeping bags have vanished entirely. A petrol tin is near the camp and a note stating that the motor passed at 9 p.m. 28th, going strong. They have 4 to 5 days lead and should surely keep it. Bones has eaten Christopher's goggles! This announcement by Creon, meaning that Bones had demolished the protecting fringe on Christopher's bridle. These fringes promise very well. Christopher without his is blinking in the hot sun. Saturday, November 4, Camp 2. Led march. Started in what I think will now become the settled order. Atkinson went at 8, ours at 10, Bowers, Oates & Company at 11:15. Just after starting, picked up cheerful note and saw cheerful notices saying all well with motors, both going excellently. Day wrote, hope to meet in 80 degrees 30 minutes latitude. Poor chap, within 2 miles he must have had to sing a different tale. It appears they had a bad ground on the morning of the 29th. I suppose the surface was bad and everything seemed to be going wrong. They dumped a good deal of petrol and lubricant. Worse was to follow. Some 4 miles out we met a tin pathetically inscribed, Big End Day's Motor No. 2 Cylinder Broken. Half a mile beyond, as I expected, we found the motor, its tracking sledges and all. Notes from Evans and Day told the tale. The only spare had been used for Lashley's machine, and it would have taken a long time to strip Day's machine so that it could run on 3 cylinders. They had decided to abandon it and push on with the other alone. They had taken the 6 bags of forage and some odds and ends, besides their petrol and lubricant. So the dream of great help from the machines is at an end. The track of the remaining motor goes steadily forward, but now, of course, I shall expect to see it every hour of the march. The ponies did pretty well, a cruel soft surface most of the time, but light loads, of course. Jehu is better than I expected to find him, Chinaman not so well. They are bad crocks, both of them. It was pretty cold during the night, -7 degrees when we camped, with a crisp breeze blowing. The ponies didn't like it, but now as I write, the sun is shining through a white haze, the wind has dropped, and the picketing line is comfortable for the poor beasts. This, 1 p.m., is the feeding hour. The animals are not yet on feed, but they are coming on. The wind vane left here in the spring shows a predominance of wind from the southwest quarter, maximum scratching about southwest by west. Sunday, November 5, Camp 3. Corner Camp. We came over the last lap of the first journey in good order. Ponies doing well in soft surface, but, of course, lightly loaded. Tonight we'll show what we can do with the heavier weights. A very troubled note from Evans with motor, written on morning of 2nd, saying maximum speed was about 7 miles per day. They have taken on 9 bags of forage, but there are 3 black dots to the south which we can only imagine are the deserted motor with its loaded sledges. The men have gone on as a supporting party as directed. It is a disappointment. I had hoped better of the machines once they got away on the barrier surface. The appetites of the ponies are very fanciful. They do not like the oil cake, but for the moment seem to take to some fodder left here. However, they are off that again today. It is a sad pity they won't eat well now, because later on one can imagine how ravenous they will become. Chinaman and Jehu will not go far, I fear. Monday, November 6, Camp 4. We started in the usual order, arranging so that full loads should be carried if the black dots to the south proved to be the motor. On arrival at these, we found our fears confirmed. A note from Evans stated a recurrence of the old trouble. The big end of No. 1 cylinder had cracked. The machine otherwise in good order. Evidently the engines are not fitted for working in this climate, a fact that should be certainly capable of correction. One thing is proved. The system of propulsion is altogether satisfactory. The motor party has proceeded as a man-hauling party as arranged. With their full loads the ponies did splendidly, even Jehu and Chinaman with loads over 450 pounds stepped out well and have finished as fit as when they started. Atkinson and Wright both think that these animals are improving. The better ponies made nothing of their loads, and my own snippets had over 700 pounds, sledge included. Of course, the surface is greatly improved. It is that over which we came well last year. We are all much cheered by this performance. It shows a hardening up of ponies which have been well trained. Even Oates is pleased. As we came to camp a blizzard threatened, and we built snow walls. 1 hour after our arrival the wind was pretty strong, but there was not much snow. This state of affairs has continued, but the ponies seem very comfortable. Their new rugs cover them well, and the sheltering walls are as high as the animals, so that the wind is practically unfelt behind them. The protection is a direct result of our experience of last year, and it is good to feel that we reaped some reward for that disastrous journey. I am writing late in the day, and the wind is still strong. I fear we shall not be able to go on tonight. Christopher gave great trouble again last night. The 4 men had great difficulty in getting him into his sledge. It is a nuisance which I fear must be endured for some time to come. The temperature, –5°, is lower than I like in a blizzard. It feels chilly in the tent, but the ponies don't seem to mind the wind much. The incidents of this blizzard had certain characters worthy of note. Before we started from Corner Camp, there was a heavy collection of cloud about Cape Crozier and Mount Terror, and a black line of stratus low on the western slopes of Erebus. With us the sun was shining, and it was particularly warm and pleasant. Shortly after we started, mist formed about us, waxing and waning in density. A slight southerly breeze sprang up, cumulostratus cloud formed overhead with a rather windy appearance, radial east and west. At the first halt, 5 miles south, Atkinson called my attention to a curious phenomenon. Across the face of the low sun the strata of mist could be seen rising rapidly, lines of shadow appearing to be traveling upwards against the light. Presumably this was sun-warmed air. The accumulation of this gradually overspread the sky with a layer of stratus, which, however, never seemed to be very dense. The position of the sun could always be seen. 2 or 3 hours later the wind steadily increased in force, with the usual gusty characteristic. A noticeable fact was that the sky was clear and blue above the southern horizon, and the clouds seemed to be closing down on this from time to time. At intervals since, it has lifted, showing quite an expanse of clear sky. The general appearance is that the disturbance is created by conditions about us, and is rather spreading from north to south than coming up with the wind, and this seems rather typical. On the other hand, it is not a bad snow blizzard. Though the wind holds, the land, obscured last night, is now quite clear, and the bluff has no mantle. Added in another hand, probably dictated. Before we felt any air moving, during our AM march and the greater part of the previous march, there was a dark cloud over Ross Sea off the Barrier, which continued over the eastern Barrier to the southeast as a heavy stratus, with here and there an appearance of wind. At the same time, due south of us, dark lines of stratus were appearing, miraged on the horizon, and while we were camping after our AM march, these were obscured by banks of white fog, or drift, and the wind increasing the whole time. My general impression was that the storm came up from the south, but swept round over the eastern part of the Barrier before it became general and included the western part where we were. Tuesday, November 7. Camp 4. The blizzard has continued throughout last night and up to this time of writing, late in the afternoon. Starting mildly, with broken clouds, little snow, and gleams of sunshine, it grew in intensity until this forenoon, when there was heavy snowfall and the sky overspread with low nimbus cloud. In the early afternoon the snow and wind took off, and the wind is dropping now, but the sky looks very lowering and unsettled. Last night the sky was so broken that I made certain the end of the blow had come. Towards morning the sky overhead and far to the north was quite clear. More cloud obscured the sun to the south, and low heavy banks hung over Ross Island. All seemed hopeful, except that I noted with misgiving that the mantle on the bluff was beginning to form. 2 hours later the whole sky was overcast and the blizzard had fully developed. This Tuesday evening it remains overcast, but one cannot see that the clouds are traveling fast. The bluff mantle is a wide low bank of stratus not particularly windy in appearance. The wind is falling, but the sky still looks lowering to the south, and there is a general appearance of unrest. The temperature has been –10° all day. The ponies, which had been so comparatively comfortable in the earlier stages, were hit as usual when the snow began to fall. We have done everything possible to shelter and protect them, but there seems no way of keeping them comfortable when the snow is thick and driving fast. We men are snug and comfortable enough, but it is very evil to lie here and know that the weather is steadily sapping the strength of the beasts on which so much depends. It requires much philosophy to be cheerful on such occasions. In the midst of the drift this forenoon the dog party came up and camped about 1/4 mile to leeward. Meares has played too much for safety in catching us so soon, but it is satisfactory to find the dogs will pull the loads and can be driven to face such a wind as we have had. It shows that they ought to be able to help us a good deal. The tents and sledges are badly drifted up, and the drifts behind the pony walls have been dug out several times. I shall be glad indeed to be on the march again, and oh, for a little sun! The ponies are all quite warm when covered by their rugs. Some of the fine drift snow finds its way under the rugs, and especially under the broad belly straps. This melts and makes the coat wet if allowed to remain. It is not easy to understand at first why the blizzard should have such a withering effect on the poor beasts. I think it is mainly due to the exceeding fineness of the snow particles, which, like finely divided powder, penetrate the hair of the coat and lodge in the inner warmths. Here it melts, and as water carries off the animal heat. Also, no doubt, it harasses the animals by the bombardment of the fine flying particles on tender places, such as nostrils, eyes, and to lesser extent ears. In this way it continually bothers them, preventing rest. Of all things the most important for horses is that conditions should be placid whilst they stand tethered. Wednesday, November 8. Camp 5. Wind with overcast threatening sky continued to a late hour last night. The question of starting was open for a long time, and many were unfavorable. I decided we must go, and soon after midnight the advance guard got away. To my surprise, when the rugs were stripped from the crocks, they appeared quite fresh and fit. Both Jehu and Chinaman had a skittish little run. When their heads were loose, Chinaman indulged in a playful buck. All three started with their loads at a brisk pace. It is a great relief to find that they had not suffered at all from the blizzard. They went out 6 geographical miles, and our section going at a good round pace found them encamped as usual. After they had gone, we waited for the rear guard to come up and joined with them. For the next 5 miles the bunch of 7 kept together in fine style, and with wind dropping, sun gaining in power, and ponies going well, the march was a real pleasure. One gained confidence every moment in the animals. They brought along their heavy loads without a hint of tiredness. All take the patches of soft snow with an easy stride, not bothering themselves at all. The majority halt now and again to get a mouthful of snow, but little Christopher goes through with a non-stop run. He gives us as much trouble as ever at the start, showing all sorts of ingenious tricks to escape his harness. Yesterday, when brought to his knees and held, he lay down, but this served no end, for before he jumped to his feet and dashed off, the traces had been fixed, and he was in for the 13 miles of steady work. Oates holds like grim death to his bridle until the first freshness is worn off, and this is no little time, for even after 10 miles he seized a slight opportunity to kick up. Some 4 miles from this camp Evans loosed Snatcher momentarily. The little beast was off at a canter at once, and on slippery snow. It was all Evans could do to hold to the bridle. As it was, he dashed across the line, somewhat to its danger. 600 yards from this camp there was a bale of forage. Bowers stopped and loaded it on his sledge, bringing his weights to nearly 800 pounds. His pony Victor stepped out again as though nothing had been added. Such incidents are very inspiriting. Of course the surface is very good. The animals rarely sink to the fetlock joint, and for a good part of the time are borne up on hard snow patches without sinking at all. In passing I mention that there are practically no places where ponies sink to their hocks as described by Shackleton. On the only occasion last year when our ponies sank to their hocks in one soft patch, they were unable to get their loads on at all. The feathering of the fetlock joint is borne up on the snow crust, and its upward bend is indicative of the depth of the hole made by the hoof. One sees that an extra inch makes a tremendous difference. We are picking up last year's cairns with great ease, and all show up very distinctly. This is extremely satisfactory for the homeward march. What with pony walls, camp sites, and cairns, our track should be easily followed the whole way. Everyone is as fit as can be. It is wonderfully warm as we camped this morning at 11 o'clock. The wind has dropped completely, and the sun shines gloriously. Men and ponies revel in such weather. One devoutly hopes for a good spell of it as we recede from the windy northern region. The dogs came up soon after we had camped, traveling easily. Thursday, November 9. Camp 6. Sticking to program, we are going a little over the 10 miles, geographical, nightly. Atkinson started his party at 11 and went on for 7 miles to escape a cold little night breeze which quickly dropped. He was some time at his lunch camp, so that starting to join the rear guard we came in together the last 2 miles. The experience showed that the slow advance guard ponies are forced out of their place by joining with the others, whilst the fast rear guard is reduced in speed. Obviously it is not an advantage to be together, yet all the ponies are doing well. An amusing incident happened when Wright left his pony to examine his sledge meter. Chinaman evidently didn't like being left behind and set off at a canter to rejoin the main body. Wright's long legs barely carried him fast enough to stop this fatal stampede, but the ridiculous sight was due to the fact that old Jehu caught the infection and set off at a sprawling canter in Chinaman's wake. As this is the pony we thought scarcely capable of a single march at start, one is agreeably surprised to find him still displaying such commendable spirit. Christopher is troublesome as ever at the start. I fear that signs of tameness will only indicate absence of strength. The dogs followed us so easily over the 10 miles that Meares thought of going on again, but finally decided that the present easy work is best. Things look hopeful. The weather is beautiful, temperature -12 degrees, with a bright sun. Some stratus cloud about Discovery and over White Island. The sastrugi about here are very various in direction, and the surface a good deal plowed up, showing that the bluff influences the wind direction even out as far as this camp. The surface is hard. I take it about as good as we shall get. There is an annoying little southerly wind blowing now, and this serves to show the beauty of our snow walls. The ponies are standing under their lee in the bright sun, as comfortable as can possibly be. Friday, November 10. Camp 7. A very horrid march. A strong head wind during the first part, 5 miles geographical, then a snowstorm. Wright leading found steering so difficult after 3 miles geographical that the party decided to camp. Luckily, just before camping, he rediscovered Evans's track, motor party, so that, given decent weather, we shall be able to follow this. The ponies did excellently as usual, but the surface is good distinctly. The wind has dropped and the weather is clearing now that we have camped. It is disappointing to miss even 1½ miles. Christopher was started today by a ruse. He was harnessed behind his wall and was in the sledge before he realized. Then he tried to bolt, but Titus hung on. Saturday, November 11. Camp 8. It cleared somewhat just before the start of our march, but the snow which had fallen in the day remained soft and flocculent on the surface. Added to this, we entered on an area of soft crust between a few scattered hard sastrugi. In pits between these, in places the snow lay in sandy heaps. A worse set of conditions for the ponies could scarcely be imagined. Nevertheless, they came through pretty well, the strong ones excellently, but the crocks had had enough at 9½ miles. Such a surface makes one anxious, in spite of the rapidity with which changes take place. I expected these marches to be a little difficult, but not near so bad as today. It is snowing again as we camp, with a slight northeasterly breeze. It is difficult to make out what is happening to the weather. It is all part of the general warming up, but I wish the sky would clear. In spite of the surface, the dogs ran up from the camp before last over 20 miles in the night. They are working splendidly so far. Sunday, November 12, Camp 9. Our marches are uniformly horrid just at present. The surface remains wretched, not quite so heavy as yesterday perhaps, but very near it at times. 5 miles out the advance party came straight and true on our last year's bluff depot marked with a flagstaff. Here following I found a note from Evans, cheerful in tone, dated 7 a.m. 7th. He is, therefore, the best part of 5 days ahead of us, which is good. Atkinson camped a mile beyond this cairn, and had a very gloomy account of Chinaman. Said he couldn't last more than a mile or two. The weather was horrid, overcast, gloomy, snowy. One's spirits became very low. However, the crocks set off again, the rear guard came up, passed us in camp, and then on the march about 3 miles on, so that they camped about the same time. The soldier thinks Chinaman will last for a good many days yet, an extraordinary confession of hope for him. The rest of the animals are as well as can be expected, Jehu rather better. These weather appearances change every minute. When we camped there was a chill northerly breeze, a black sky, and light falling snow. Now the sky is clearing, and the sun shining an hour later. The temperature remains about -10° in the daytime. End of first part of Chapter 12. Section 34 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1, The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Second part of Chapter 16, Southern Journey, the Barrier Stage. Monday, November 13. Camp 10. Another horrid march in a terrible light, surface very bad. Ponies came through all well, but they are being tried hard by the surface conditions. We followed tracks most of the way, neither party seeing the other except towards camping time. The crocks did well, all repeatedly. Either the whole sky has been clear, or the overhanging cloud has lifted from time to show the lower rocks. Had we been dependent on landmarks, we should have fared ill. Evidently a good system of cairns is the best possible traveling arrangement on this great snow plain. Meares and Demetri up with the dogs as usual very soon after we camped. This inpouring of warm moist air, which gives rise to this heavy surface deposit at this season, is certainly an interesting meteorological fact, accounting as it does for the very sudden change in barrier conditions from spring to summer. Wednesday, November 15. Camp 12. Found our 1-ton camp without any difficulty, 130 geographical miles from Cape Evans. About 7 or 8 miles. After 5½ miles to lunch camp, Chinaman was pretty tired, but went on again in good form after the rest. All the other ponies made nothing of the march, which, however, was over a distinctly better surface. After a discussion, we had decided to give the animals a day's rest here, and then to push forward at the rate of 13 geographical miles a day. Oates thinks the ponies will get through, but that they have lost condition quicker than he expected. Considering his usually pessimistic attitude, this must be thought a hopeful view. Personally, I am much more hopeful. I think a good many of the beasts are actually in better form than when they started, and that there is no need to be alarmed about the remainder, always excepting the weak ones, which we have always regarded with doubt. Well, we must wait and see how things go. A note from Evans dated the 9th, stating his party has gone on to 80° 30', carrying 4 boxes of biscuit. He has done something over 30 miles geographical in 2½ days, exceedingly good going. I only hope he has built lots of good cairns. It was a very beautiful day yesterday, bright sun, but as we marched towards midnight, the sky gradually became overcast, Very beautiful halo rings formed around the sun. 4 separate rings were very distinct. Wilson descried a 5th. The orange color with blue interspace formed very fine contrasts. We now clearly see the corona ring on the snow surface. The spread of stratus cloud overhead was very remarkable. The sky was blue all around the horizon, but overhead a cumulostratus grew early. It seemed to be drifting to the south and later to the east. The broken cumulus slowly changed to a uniform stratus, which seems to be thinning as the sun gains power. There is a very thin light fall of snow crystals, but the surface deposit seems to be abating the evaporation for the moment, outpacing the light snowfall. The crystals barely exist a moment when they light on our equipment, so that everything on and about the sledges is drying rapidly. When the sky was clear above the horizon we got a good view of the distant land all around to the west. White patches of mountains to the west-southwest must be 120 miles distant. During the night we saw Discovery and the Royal Society Range, the first view for many days, but we have not seen Erebus for a week, and in that direction the clouds seem ever to concentrate. It is very interesting to watch the weather phenomena of the Barrier, but one prefers the sunshine to days such as this, when everything is blankly white and a sense of oppression is inevitable. The temperature fell to -15° last night, with a clear sky. It rose to 0° directly the sky covered, and is now just 16 to 20°. Most of us are using goggles with glass of light green tint. We find this color very grateful to the eyes, and as a rule it is possible to see everything through them even more clearly than with naked vision. The hard sastrugi are now all from the west-southwest, and our cairns are drifted up by winds from that direction. Mostly, though, there has evidently been a range of snow-bearing winds round to south. This observation holds from Corner Camp to this camp, showing that apparently all along the coast the wind comes from the land. The minimum thermometer left here shows -73°, rather less than expected. It has been excellently exposed and evidently not at all drifted up with snow at any time. I cannot find the oats I scattered here, rather fear the drift has covered them, but other evidences show that the snow deposit has been very small. Thursday, November 16, Camp 12. Resting. A stiff little southerly breeze all day, dropping towards evening. The temperature -15°. Ponies pretty comfortable in rugs and behind good walls. We have reorganized the loads, taking on about 580 pounds with the stronger ponies, 400 odd with the others. Friday, November 17, Camp 13. Atkinson started about 8:30. We came on about 11, the whole of the remainder. The lunch camp was 7½ miles. Atkinson left as we came in. He was an hour before us at the final camp, 13¼ geographical miles. On the whole, and considering the weights, the ponies did very well, but the surface was comparatively good. Christopher showed signs of trouble at start, but was coaxed into position for the traces to be hooked. There was some ice on his runner and he had a very heavy drag, therefore a good deal done on arrival. Also his load seems heavier and deader than the others. It is early days to wonder whether the little beasts will last. One can only hope they will, but the weakness of breeding and age is showing itself already. The crocks have done wonderfully, so there is really no saying how long or well the fitter animals may go. We had a horribly cold wind on the march. Temperature -18°, force 3. The sun was shining, but seemed to make little difference. It is still shining brightly, temperature 11°. Behind the pony walls it is wonderfully warm, and the animals look as snug as possible. Saturday, November 18. Camp 14. The ponies are not pulling well. The surface is, if anything, a little worse than yesterday, but I should think about the sort of thing we will have to expect henceforward. I had a panic that we were carrying too much food, and this morning we have discussed the matter and decided we can leave a sack. We have done the usual 13 miles geographical, with a few hundred yards to make the 15 statute. The temperature was -21° when we camped last night, now it is -3°. The crocks are going on very wonderfully. Oates gives Chinaman at least 3 days, and Wright says he may go for a week. This is slightly inspiriting, but how much better would it have been to have had 10 really reliable beasts. It's touch and go whether we scrape up to the Glacier. Meanwhile, we get along somehow. At any rate, the bright sunshine makes everything look more hopeful. Sunday, November 19, Camp 15. We have struck a real bad surface, sledges pulling well over it, but ponies sinking very deep. The result is about to finish Jehu. He was terribly done on getting in tonight. He may go another march, but not more, I think. Considering the surface, the other ponies did well. The ponies occasionally sink halfway to the Hawk, little Michael once or twice almost to the Hawk itself. Luckily, the weather now is glorious for resting the animals, which are very placid and quiet in the brilliant sun. The sastrugi are confused. The underlying hard patches appear as before to have been formed by a west-southwest wind, but there are some surface waves pointing to a recent southeasterly wind. Have been taking some photographs, Bowers also. Monday, November 20. Camp 16. The surface a little better, sastrugi becoming more and more definite from southeast. Struck a few hard patches which made me hopeful of much better things, but these did not last long. The crocks still go. Jehu seems even a little better than yesterday, and will certainly go another march. Chinaman reported bad the first half march, but bucked up the second. The dogs found the surface heavy. Tomorrow I propose to relieve them of a forage bag. The sky was slightly overcast during the march, with radiating cirrostratus south-southwest to north-northeast. Now very clear and bright again. Temperature at night -14 degrees, now 4 degrees. A very slight southerly breeze, from which the walls protect the animals well. I feel sure that the long day's rest in the sun is very good for all of them. Our ponies marched very steadily last night. They seemed to take the soft crusts and difficult plodding surface more easily. The loss of condition is not so rapid as noticed to One Ton Camp, except perhaps in Victor, who is getting to look very gaunt. Nobby seems fitter and stronger than when he started. He alone is ready to go all his feed at any time, and as much more as he can get. The rest feel fairly well, but they are getting a very big strong ration. I am beginning to feel more hopeful about them. Christopher bucked the bow of his sledge in towards the end of the march. He must have a lot left in him, though. Tuesday, November 21. Camp 17. Latitude 80 degrees 35 minutes. The surface decidedly better, and the ponies very steady on the march. None seem overtired, and now it is impossible not to take a hopeful view of their prospect of pulling through. Temperature -14, night. The only circumstance to be feared is a reversion to bad surfaces, and that ought not to happen on this course. We marched to the usual lunch camp and saw a large cairn ahead. 2 miles beyond we came on the motor party in latitude 80 degrees 32 minutes. We learned that they had been waiting for 6 days. They all look very fit, but declare themselves to be very hungry. This is interesting as showing conclusively that a ration amply sufficient for the needs of men leading ponies is quite insufficient for men doing hard pulling work. It therefore fully justifies the provision which we have made for the summit work. Even on that I have little doubt we shall soon get hungry. Day looks very thin, almost gaunt, but fit. The weather is beautiful, long may it so continue. Temperature +6 degrees, 11 a.m. It is decided to take on the motor party in advance for 3 days, then Day and Hooper return. We hope Jehu will last 3 days. He will then be finished in any case and fed to the dogs. It is amusing to see Meares looking eagerly for the chance of a feed for his animals. He has been expecting it daily. On the other hand, Atkinson and Oates are eager to get the poor animal beyond the point at which Shackleton killed his first beast. Reports on Chinaman are very favorable, and it looks as though the ponies are going to do what is hoped of them. Wednesday, November 22. Camp 18. Everything much the same. The ponies thinner, but not much weaker. The crocks still going along. Jehu is now called the Barrier Wonder, and Chinaman the Thunderbolt. 2 days more, and they will be well past the spot at which Shackleton killed his first animal. Nobby keeps his preeminence of condition, and has now the heaviest load by some 50 pounds. Most of the others are under 500 pounds load, and I hope will be eased further yet. The dogs are in good form still, and have come up well with their loads this morning, night temperature –14°. It looks as though we ought to get through to the Glacier without great difficulty. The weather is glorious, and the ponies can make the most of their rest during the warmest hours, but they certainly lose in one way by marching at night. The surface is much easier for the sledges when the sun is warm, and for about 3 hours before and after midnight the friction noticeably increases. It is just a question whether this extra weight on the loads is compensated by the resting temperature. We are quite steady on the march now, and though not fast, yet get through with few stops. The animals seem to be getting accustomed to the steady, heavy plod, and take the deep places less fussily. There is rather an increased condition of false crust, that is, a crust which appears firm till the whole weight of the animal is put upon it, when it suddenly gives some 3 or 4 inches. This is very trying to the poor beasts. There are also more patches in which the men sink, so that walking is getting more troublesome, but, speaking broadly, the crusts are not comparatively bad, and the surface is rather better than it was. If the hot sun continues, this should still further improve. One cannot see any reason why the crust should change in the next 100 miles. Temperature +2°. The land is visible along the western horizon in patches. Bowers points out a continuous dark band. Is this the Dolerite Sill? Thursday, November 23. Camp 19. Getting along. I think the ponies will get through. We are now 150 geographical miles from the Glacier. But it is still rather touch and go. If one or more ponies were to go rapidly downhill we might be in queer street. The surface is much the same, I think. Before lunch there seemed to be a marked improvement, and after lunch the ponies marched much better, so that one supposed a betterment of the friction. It is banking up to the south, temperature +9°, and I am afraid we may get a blizzard. I hope to goodness it is not going to stop one marching. Forage won't allow that. Friday, November 24. Camp 20. There was a cold wind changing from south to southeast, and overcast sky all day yesterday. A gloomy start to our march, but the cloud rapidly lifted, bands of clear sky broke through from east to west, and the remnants of cloud dissipated. Now the sun is very bright and warm. We did the usual march very easily over a fairly good surface, the ponies now quite steady and regular. Since the junction with the motor party, the procedure has been for the man-hauling people to go forward just ahead of the crocks, the other party following 2 or 3 hours later. Today we closed less than usual, so that the crocks must have been going very well. However, the Fiat had already gone forth, and this morning after the march poor old Jehu was led back on the track and shot. After our doubts as to his reaching Hut Point, it is wonderful to think that he has actually got 8 marches beyond our last year limit, and could have gone more. However, towards the end he was pulling very little, and on the whole it was merciful to have ended his life. Chinaman seems to improve, and will certainly last a good many days yet. The rest show no signs of flagging, and are only moderately hungry. The surface is tiring for walking, as one sinks 2 or 3 inches nearly all the time. I feel we ought to get through now. Day and Hooper leave us tonight. Saturday, November 25. Camp 21. The surface during the first march was very heavy, owing to a liberal coating of ice crystals. It improved during the second march, becoming quite good towards the end, temperature –2°. Now that it is pretty warm at night, it is obviously desirable to work towards day marching. We shall start 2 hours later tonight, and again tomorrow night. Last night we bade farewell to Day and Hooper, and set out with the new organization, temperature –8°. All started together, the man-haulers, Evans, Lashley, and Atkinson, going ahead with their gear on the 10-foot sledge. Chinaman and James Pigg next, and the rest some 10 minutes behind. We reached the lunch camp together and started therefrom in the same order, the 2 crocks somewhat behind, but not more than 300 yards at the finish, so that all got into camp fairly satisfactorily together. The men said the first march was extremely heavy, temperature -2°. The sun has been shining all night, but towards midnight light mist clouds arose, half obscuring the leading parties. Land can be dimly discerned nearly ahead. Ponies are slowly tiring, but we lighten loads again tomorrow by making another depot. Meares has just come up to report that Jehu made 4 feeds for the dogs. He cut up very well, and had quite a lot of fat on him. Meares says another pony will carry him to the Glacier. This is very good hearing. The men are pulling with ski sticks, and say that they are a great assistance. I think of taking them up the Glacier. Jehu has certainly come up trumps after all, and Chinaman bids fair to be even more valuable. Only a few more marches to feel safe in getting to our first goal. Sunday, November 26. Camp 22. Lunch camp. Marched here fairly easily, comparatively good surface. Started at 1 a.m., midnight local time. We now keep a steady pace of 2 miles an hour, very good going. The sky was slightly overcast at start, and between 2 and 3 it grew very misty. Before we camped we lost sight of the men haulers, only 300 yards ahead. The sun is piercing the mist. Here in latitude 81 degrees 35 minutes we are leaving our middle barrier depot, 1 week for each re-unit as at Mount Hooper. Camp 22. Snow began falling during the second march. It is blowing from the west-southwest, force 2 to 3, with snow pattering on the tent, a kind of summery blizzard that reminds one of April showers at home. The ponies come well on the second march, and we shall start 2 hours later again tomorrow, i.e. at 3 a.m., temperature +13 degrees. From this it will be a very short step to day routine when the time comes for man-hauling. The sastrugi seem to be gradually coming more to the south and a little more confused. Now and again they are crossed with hard westerly sastrugi. The walking is tiring for the men, one's feet sinking 2 or 3 inches at each step. Chinaman and Jimmy Pigg kept up splendidly with the other ponies. It is always rather dismal work walking over the great snow plain when sky and surface merge in one pall of dead whiteness, but it is cheering to be in such good company with everything going on steadily and well. The dogs came up as we camped. Meares says the best surface he has had yet. Monday, November 27. Camp 23. Temperature +8 degrees 12 p.m., +2 degrees 3 a.m., +13 degrees 11 a.m., +17 degrees 3 p.m. Quite the most trying march we have had. The surface very poor at start. The advance party got away in front, but made heavy weather of it, and we caught them up several times. This threw the ponies out of their regular work and prolonged the march. It grew overcast again, although after a summery blizzard all yesterday, there was promise of better things. Starting at 3 a.m., we did not get to lunch camp much before 9. The second march was even worse. The advance party started on ski, the leading marks failed altogether, and they had the greatest difficulty in keeping a course. At the mid-cairn building halt the snow suddenly came down heavily, with a rise of temperature, and the ski became hopelessly clogged. Bad farer, as the Norwegians say. At this time the surface was unspeakably heavy for pulling, but in a few minutes a south wind sprang up and a beneficial result was immediately felt. Pulling on foot, the advance had even greater difficulty in going straight until the last half mile, when the sky broke slightly. We got off our march, but under the most harassing circumstances and with the animals very tired. It is snowing hard again now, and heaven only knows when it will stop. If it were not for the surface and bad light, things would not be so bad. There are few sastrugi and little deep snow. For the most part men and ponies sink to a hard crust some 3 or 4 inches beneath the soft upper snow. tiring for the men, but in itself more even, and therefore less tiring for the animals. Meares just came up and reporting very bad surface. We shall start 1 hour later tomorrow, i.e. at 4 a.m., making 5 hours delay on the conditions of 3 days ago. Our forage supply necessitates that we should plug on the 13 geographical miles daily under all conditions, so that we can only hope for better things. It is several days since we had a glimpse of land, which makes conditions especially gloomy. A tired animal makes a tired man, I find, and none of us are very bright now after the day's march, though we have had ample sleep of late. Tuesday, November 28. Camp 24. The most dismal start imaginable. Thick as a hedge, snow falling and drifting with keen southerly wind. The men pulled out at 3:15 with Chinaman and James Pigg. We followed at 4:20, just catching the party at the lunch camp at 8:30. Things got better halfway. The sky showed signs of clearing and the steering improved. Now at lunch it is getting thick again. When will the wretched blizzard be over? The walking is better for ponies, worse for men. There is nearly everywhere a hard crust some 3 to 6 inches down. Towards the end of the march we crossed a succession of high, hard southeasterly sastrugi, widely dispersed. I don't know what to make of these. Second march almost as horrid as the first. Wind blowing strong from the south, shifting to southeast as the snowstorms fell on us, when we could see little or nothing, and the driving snow hit us stingingly in the face. The general impression of all this dirty weather is that it spreads in from the southeast. We started at 4 a.m., and I think I shall stick to that custom for the present. These last 4 marches have been fought for, but completed without hitch, and though we camped in a snowstorm, there is a more promising look in the sky, and if only for a time the wind has dropped and the sun shines brightly, dispelling some of the gloomy results of the distressing marching. Chinaman, the Thunderbolt, has been shot tonight. Plucky little chap, he has stuck it out well and leaves the stage but a few days before his fellows. We have only 4 bags of forage, each one 30 pounds, left, but these should give 7 marches with all the remaining animals, and we are less than 90 miles from the glacier. Bowers tells me that the barometer was phenomenally low both during this blizzard and the last. This has certainly been the most unexpected and trying summer blizzard yet experienced in this region. I only trust it is over. There is not much to choose between the remaining ponies. Nobby and Bones are the strongest, Victor and Christopher the weakest, but all should get through. The land doesn't show up yet. Wednesday, November 29. Camp 25, latitude 82 degrees 21 minutes. Things much better. The land showed up late yesterday. Mount Markham, a magnificent triple peak, appearing wonderfully close, Cape Littleton and Cape Goldie. We did our march in good time, leaving about 4:20 and getting into this camp at 1:15. About 7½ hours on the march. I suppose our speed throughout averages 2 statute miles an hour. The land showed hazily on the march, at times looking remarkably near. Sheety white snowy stratus cloud hung about overhead during the first march, but now the sky is clearing, the sun very warm and bright. Land shows up almost ahead now, our pony goal less than 70 miles away. The ponies are tired, but I believe all have 5 days' work left in them, and some a great deal more. Chinaman made 4 feeds for the dogs, and I suppose we can count every other pony as a similar asset. It follows that the dogs can be employed, rested, and fed well on the homeward track. We could really get through now with their help, and without much delay, yet every consideration makes it desirable to save the men from heavy hauling as long as possible. So I devoutly hope the 70 miles will come in the present order of things. Snippets and Nobby now walk by themselves, following in the tracks well. Both have a continually cunning eye on the driver, ready to stop the moment he pauses. They eat snow every few minutes. It's a relief not having to lead an animal. Such trifles annoy one on these marches, the animal's vagaries, his everlasting attempts to eat his head rope, etc. Yet all these animals are very full of character. Some day I must write of them and their individualities. The men haulers started 1½ hours before us and got there a good hour ahead, traveling easily throughout. Such is the surface with the sun on it, justifying my decision to work towards day marching. Evans has suggested the word glide for the quality of surface indicated. Surface is more comprehensive, and includes the crusts and liability to sink in them. From this point of view the surface is distinctly bad. The ponies plow deep all the time, and the men most of the time. The sastrugi are rather more clearly southeast. This would be from winds sweeping along the coast. We have a recurrence of sinking crusts, areas which give way with a report. There has been little of this since we left One Ton Camp until yesterday and today, when it is again very marked. Certainly the open barrier conditions are different from those near the coast. Altogether things look much better, and everyone is in excellent spirits. Meares has been measuring the holes made by ponies' hooves, and finds an average of about 8 inches since we left One Ton Camp. He finds many holes a foot deep. This gives good indication of the nature of the work. In Bauer's tent they had some of Chinaman's undercut in their hoosh yesterday, and say it was excellent. Note from the glossary: hoosh, a thick camp soup with a basis of pemmican. End of note. I am cook for the present. Have been discussing pony snowshoes. I wish to goodness the animals would wear them. It would save them any amount of labor in such surfaces as this. End of second part of chapter 16. Section 35 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott. Arranged by Leonard Huxley. Third part of Chapter 16. Southern Journey, the Barrier Stage. Thursday, November 30. Camp 26. A very pleasant day for marching, but a very tiring march for the poor animals, which, with the exception of Nobby, are showing signs of failure all round. We were slower by half an hour or more than yesterday. Except that the loads are light now, and there are still 8 animals left, things don't look too pleasant, but we should be less than 60 miles from our first point of aim. The surface was much worse today, the ponies sinking to their knees very often. There were a few harder patches towards the end of the march. In spite of the sun, there was not much glide on the snow. The dogs are reported as doing very well. They are going to be a great standby, no doubt. The land has been veiled in thin white mist. It appeared at intervals after we camped, and I had taken a couple of photographs. Friday, December 1. Camp 27. Latitude 82 degrees 47 minutes. The ponies are tiring pretty rapidly. It is a question of days with all except Nobby. Yet they are outlasting this forage, and tonight against some opinion I decided Christopher must go. He has been shot. Less regret goes with him than the others, in remembrance of all the trouble he gave at the outset, and the unsatisfactory way he has gone of late. Here we leave a depot, (footnote, the Southern Barrier Depot,) so that no extra weight is brought on the other ponies. In fact, there is a slight diminution. 3 more marches ought to bring us through. With the 7 crocks and the dog teams, we must get through, I think. The men alone ought not to have heavy loads on the surface, which is extremely trying. Nobby was tried in snowshoes this morning, and came along splendidly on them for about 4 miles, then the wretched affairs racked and had to be taken off. There is no doubt that these snowshoes are the thing for ponies, and had ours been able to use them from the beginning, they would have been very different in appearance at this moment. I think the sight of land has helped the animals, but not much. We started in bright warm sunshine, and with the mountains wonderfully clear on our right hand, but towards the end of the march clouds worked up from the east, and a thin broken cumulostratus now overspreads the sky, leaving the land still visible but dull. A fine glacier descends from Mount Longstaff. It has cut very deep, and the walls stand at an angle of at least 50 degrees. Otherwise, although there are many cwms on the lower ranges, the mountains themselves seem little carved. They are rounded, massive structures. A cliff of light yellow-brown rock appears opposite us, flanked with black or dark brown rock, which also appears under the lighter color. One would be glad to know what nature of rock these represent. There is a good deal of exposed rock on the next range also. Saturday, December 2. Camp 28. Latitude 83 degrees. Started under very bad weather conditions. The stratus spreading over from the southeast last night meant mischief, and all day we marched in falling snow with a horrible light. The ponies went poorly on the first march, when there was little or no wind and a high temperature. They were sinking deep on a wretched surface. I suggested to Oates that he should have a roving commission to watch the animals, but he much preferred to lead one, so I handed over snippets very willingly and went on ski myself. It was very easy work for me, and I took several photographs of the ponies plunging along. The light very strong at 3, Watkins actinometer. The ponies did much better on the second march, both surface and glide improved. I went ahead and found myself obliged to take a very steady pace to keep the lead, so we arrived in camp in flourishing condition. Sad to have to order Victor's end. Poor Bowers feels it. He is in excellent condition and will provide 5 feeds for the dogs. Temperature plus 17 degrees. We must kill now as the forage is so short, but we have reached the 83rd parallel and are practically safe to get through. Tonight the sky is breaking and conditions generally more promising. It is dreadfully dismal work marching through the blank wall of white, and we should have very great difficulty if we had not a party to go ahead and show the course. The dogs are doing splendidly and will take a heavier load from tomorrow. We kill another pony tomorrow night if we get our march off, and shall then have nearly 3 days' food for the other 5. In fact, everything looks well if the weather will only give us a chance to see our way to the Glacier. Wild, in his diary of Shackleton's journey, remarks on December 15 that it was the first day for a month that he could not record splendid weather. With us a fine day has been the exception so far. However, we have not lost a march yet. It was so warm when we camped that the snow melted as it fell, and everything got sopping wet. Oates came into my tent yesterday, exchanging with Cherry Garrard. The lists now. Self, Wilson, Oates, and Keohane. Bowers, P.O. Evans, Cherry, and Crean. Man-haulers. E.R. Evans, Atkinson, Wright, and Lashley. We have all taken to horse meat, and are so well fed that hunger isn't thought of. Sunday, December 3. Camp 29. Our luck in weather is preposterous. I roused the hands at 2:30 a.m., intending to get away at 5. It was thick and snowy, yet we could have got on, but at breakfast the wind increased, and by 4:30 it was blowing a full gale from the south. The pony wall blew down, huge drifts collected, and the sledges were quickly buried. It was the strongest wind I have known here in summer. At 11 it began to take off. At 12:30 we got up and had lunch and got ready to start. The land appeared, the clouds broke, and by 1:30 we were in bright sunshine. We were off at 2 p.m., the land showing all round, and, but for some cloud to the southeast, everything promising. At 2:15 I saw the southeasterly cloud spreading up. It blotted out the land 30 miles away at 2:30 and was on us before 3. The sun went out, snow fell thickly, and marching conditions became horrible. The wind increased from the southeast, changed to southwest, where it hung for a time, and suddenly shifted to west-northwest and then north-northwest, from which direction it is now blowing with falling and drifting snow. The changes of conditions are inconceivably rapid, perfectly bewildering. In spite of all these difficulties, we have managed to get 11½ miles south and to this camp at 7 p.m. The conditions of marching simply horrible. The man-haulers led out 6 miles, geographical, and then camped. I think they had had enough of leading. We passed them, Bowers and I ahead on ski. We steered with compass, the drifting snow across our ski, and occasional glimpse of southeasterly sastrugi under them, till the sun showed dimly for the last hour or so. The whole weather conditions seem thoroughly disturbed, and if they continue so when we are on the Glacier, we shall be very awkwardly placed. It is really time the luck turned in our favour. We have had all too little of it. Every mile seems to have been hardly won under such conditions. The ponies did splendidly, and the forage is lasting a little better than expected. Victor was found to have quite a lot of fat on him, and the others are pretty certain to have more, so that we should have no difficulty whatever as regards transport, if only the weather was kind. Monday, December 4, Camp 29, 9 a.m. I roused the party at 6. During the night the wind had changed from north-northwest to south-southeast. It was not strong, but the sun was obscured and the sky looked heavy. Patches of land could be faintly seen, and we thought that at any rate we could go on, but during breakfast the wind suddenly increased in force, and afterwards a glance outside was sufficient to show a regular white flowery blizzard. We have all been out building fresh walls for the ponies, an uninviting task, but one which greatly adds to the comfort of the animals, who look sleepy and bored, but not at all cold. The dogs came up with us as we camped last night, and the man-haulers arrived this morning as we finished the pony wall. So we are all together again. The latter had great difficulty in following our tracks, and say they could not have steered a course without them. It is utterly impossible to push ahead in this weather, and one is at a complete loss to account for it. The barometer rose from 29.4 to 29.9 last night, a phenomenal rise. Evidently there is very great disturbance of atmospheric conditions. Well, one must stick it out, that is all, and hope for better things, but it makes me feel a little bitter to contrast such weather with that experienced by our predecessors. Camp 30. The wind fell in the forenoon, at 12:30 the sky began to clear, by 1 the sun shone, by 2 p.m. we were away, and by 8 p.m. camped here with 13 miles to the good. The land was quite clear throughout the march, and the features easily recognized. There are several uncharted glaciers of large dimensions, a confluence of 3 under Mount Reed. The mountains are rounded in outline, very massive, with small excrescent peaks and undeveloped CWMs, temperature plus 18 degrees. The CWMs are very fine in the lower foothills, and the glaciers have carved deep channels between walls at very high angles. 1 or 2 peaks on the foothills stand bare and almost perpendicular, probably granite. We should know later. Ahead of us is the ice-rounded, boulder-strewn Mount Hope and the gateway to the glacier. We should reach it easily enough on tomorrow's march if we can compass 12 miles. The ponies marched splendidly today, crossing the deep snow in the undulations without difficulty. They must be in very much better condition than Shackleton's animals, and indeed there isn't a doubt they would go many miles yet if food allowed. The dogs are simply splendid, but came in wanting food, so we had to sacrifice poor little Michael, who, like the rest, had lots of fat on him. All the tents are consuming pony flesh, and thoroughly enjoying it. We have only lost 5 or 6 miles on these 2 wretched days, but the disturbed condition of the weather makes me anxious with regard to the glacier, where more than anywhere we shall need fine days. One has a horrid feeling that this is a real bad season. However, sufficient for the day is the evil thereof. We are practically through with the first stage of our journey. Looking from the last camp towards the south-southeast, where the farthest land can be seen, it seemed more than probable that a very high latitude could be reached on the Barrier, and if Amundsen journeying that way has a stroke of luck, he may well find his summit journey reduced to 100 miles or so. In any case, it is a fascinating direction for next year's work, if only fresh transport arrives. The dips between undulations seem to be about 12 to 15 feet. Tonight we get puffs of wind from the gateway, which for the moment looks uninviting. 4 days delay. Tuesday, December 5, Camp 30, noon. We awoke this morning to a raging, howling blizzard. The blows we have had hitherto have lacked the very fine powdery snow, that especial feature of the blizzard. Today we have it fully developed. After a minute or two in the open one is covered from head to foot. The temperature is high, so that what falls or drives against one sticks. The ponies, head, tails, legs, and all parts not protected by their rugs, are covered with ice. The animals are standing deep in snow, the sledges are almost covered, and huge drifts above the tents. We have had breakfast, rebuilt the walls, and are now again in our bags. One cannot see the next tent, let alone the land. What on earth does such weather mean at this time of year? It is more than our share of ill fortune, I think, but the luck may turn yet. I doubt if any party could travel in such weather even with the wind, certainly no one could travel against it. Is there some widespread atmospheric disturbance which will be felt everywhere in this region as a bad season, or are we merely the victims of exceptional local conditions? If the latter, there is food for thought in picturing our small party struggling against adversity in one place, whilst others go smilingly forward in the sunshine. How great may be the element of luck! No foresight, no procedure, could have prepared us for this state of affairs. Had we been 10 times as experienced, or certain of our aim, we should not have expected such rebuffs. 11 p.m. It has blown hard all day with quite the greatest snowfall I remember. The drifts about the tents are simply huge. The temperature was plus 27 degrees this afternoon, and rose to plus 31 in the afternoon, at which time the snow melted as it fell on anything but the snow, and as a consequence, there are pools of water on everything, the tents are wet through, also the wind clothes, night boots, etc. Water drips from the tent poles and door, lies on the floor cloth, soaks the sleeping bags, and makes everything pretty wretched. If a cold snap follows before we have had time to dry our things, we shall be mighty uncomfortable. Yet after all it would be humorous enough if it were not for the seriousness of delay. We can't afford that, and it's real hard luck that it should come at such a time. The wind shows signs of easing down, but the temperature does not fall, and the snow is as wet as ever, not promising signs of abatement. Keohane's Rhyme. The snow is all melting, and everything's afloat. If this goes on much longer we shall have to turn the tent upside down and use it as a boat. Wednesday, December 6. Camp 30. Noon. Miserable, utterly miserable. We have camped in the Slough of Despond. The tempest rages with unabated violence. The temperature has gone to 33 degrees, everything in the tent is soaking. People returning from the outside look exactly as though they had been in a heavy shower of rain. They drip pools on the floor cloth. The snow is steadily climbing higher about walls, ponies, tents, and sledges. The ponies look utterly desolate. Oh, but this is too crushing, and we are only 12 miles from the glacier. A hopeless feeling descends on one, and it is hard to fight off. What immense patience is needed for such occasions. 11 p.m. At 5 there came signs of a break at last, and now one can see the land, but the sky is still overcast and there is a lot of snow about. The wind also remains fairly strong and the temperature high. It is not pleasant, but if no worse in the morning we can get on at last. We are very, very wet. Thursday, December 7. Camp 30. The storm continues and the situation is now serious. One small feed remains for the ponies after today, so that we must either march tomorrow or sacrifice the animals. That is not the worst. With the help of the dogs we could get on, without doubt. The serious part is that we have this morning started our summer rations, that is to say, the food calculated from the Glacier depot has been begun. The first supporting party can only go on a fortnight from this date, and so forth. The storm shows no sign of abatement, and its character is as unpleasant as ever. The promise of last night died away about 3 a.m., when the temperature and wind rose again, and things reverted to the old conditions. I can find no sign of an end, and all of us agreed that it is utterly impossible to move. Resignation to misfortune is the only attitude, but not an easy one to adopt. It seems undeserved where plans were well laid and so nearly crowned with a first success. I cannot see that any plan would be altered if it were to do again. The margin for bad weather was ample according to all experience, and this stormy December, our finest month, is a thing that the most cautious organizer might not have been prepared to encounter. It is very evil to lie here in a wet sleeping bag and think of the pity of it, whilst with no break in the overcast sky things go steadily from bad to worse. Temperature 32 degrees. Meares has a bad attack of snow blindness in one eye. I hope this rest will help him, but he says it has been painful for a long time. There cannot be good cheer in the camp in such weather, but it is ready to break out again. In the brief spell of hope last night one heard laughter. Midnight. Little or no improvement. The barometer is rising, perhaps there is hope in that. Surely few situations could be more exasperating than this of forced inactivity when every day and indeed 1 hour counts. To be here watching the mottled wet green walls of our tent, the glistening wet bamboos, the bedraggled sopping socks and loose articles dangling in the middle, the saddened countenances of my companions, to hear the everlasting patter of the falling snow and the ceaseless rattle of the fluttering canvas, to feel the wet clinging dampness of clothes and everything touched, and to know that without there is but a blank wall of white on every side, these are the physical surroundings. Add the stress of a sighted failure of our whole plan, and everyone must find the circumstances unenviable. But yet, after all, one can go on striving, endeavoring to find a stimulation in the difficulties that arise. Friday, December 8. Camp 30. Hoped against hope for better conditions, to wake to the mournfulest snow and wind as usual. We had breakfast at 10, and at noon the wind dropped. We set about digging out the sledges, no light task. We then shifted our tent sites. All tents have been reduced to the smallest volume by the gradual pressure of snow. The old sites are deep pits with hollowed-in wet centers. The resetting of the tent has at least given us comfort, especially since the wind has dropped. About 4 the sky showed signs of breaking, the sun and a few patches of land could be dimly discerned. The wind shifted in light airs, and a little hope revived. Alas! As I write, the sun has disappeared, and the snow is again falling. Our case is growing desperate. Evans and his man-haulers tried to pull a load this afternoon. They managed to move a sledge with 4 people on it, pulling in ski. Pulling on foot, they sank to the knees. The snow all about us is terribly deep. We tried Nobby, and he plunged to his belly in it. Wilson thinks the ponies finished, but Oates thinks they will get another march in spite of the surface, if it comes tomorrow. If it should not, we must kill the ponies tomorrow and get on as best we can with the men on ski and the dogs. Footnote from Dr. Wilson's Journal. December 8. I have left Nobby all my biscuits tonight, as he is to try and do a march tomorrow, and then happily he will be shot and all of them, as their food is quite done. December 9. Nobby had all my biscuits last night and this morning, and by the time we camped I was just ravenously hungry. It was a close cloudy day with no air, and we were plowing along knee-deep. Thank God the horses are now all done with, and we begin the heavy work ourselves. End of footnote. But one wonders what the dogs can do on such a surface. I much fear they will also prove inadequate. Oh, for fine weather, if only to the Glacier. The temperature remains 33 degrees, and everything is disgustingly wet. 11 p.m. The wind has gone to the north, the sky is really breaking at last, the sun showing less sparingly, and the land appearing out of the haze. The temperature has fallen to 26 degrees, and the water nuisance is already bating. With so fair a promise of improvement, it would be too cruel to have to face bad weather tomorrow. There is good cheer in the camp tonight in the prospect of action. The poor ponies look wistfully for the food of which so very little remains, yet they are not hungry, as recent savings have resulted from food left in their nose-bags. They look wonderfully fit, all things considered. Everything looks more hopeful tonight, but nothing can recall 4 lost days. Saturday, December 9. Camp 31. I turned out 2 or 3 times in the night to find the weather slowly improving. At 5:30 we all got up, and at 8 got away with the ponies, a most painful day. The tremendous snowfall of the late storm had made the surface intolerably soft, and after the first hour there was no glide. We pressed on the poor half-rationed animals, but could get none to lead for more than a few minutes. Following, the animals would do fairly well. It looked as we could never make headway. The man-haulers were pressed into the service to aid matters. Bowers and Cherry Garrard went ahead with one 10-foot sledge. Thus most painfully we made about a mile. The situation was saved by P.O. Evans, who put the last pair of snowshoes on Snatcher. From this he went on without much pressing, the other ponies followed, and one by one were worn out in the second place. We went on all day without lunch. 3 or 4 miles, temperature 23 degrees, found us engulfed in pressures, but free from difficulty except the awful softness of the snow. By 8 p.m. we had reached within a mile or so of the slope ascending to the gap, which Shackleton called the Gateway. Footnote: December 9. The end of the Beardmore Glacier curved across the track of the southern party, thrusting itself into the mass of the Barrier with vast pressure and disturbance. So far did this ice disturbance extend, that if the travelers had taken a bee line to the foot of the glacier itself, they must have begun to steer outwards 200 miles sooner. The Gateway was a neck or saddle of drifted snow lying in a gap in the mountain rampart which flanked the last curve of the glacier. Under the cliffs on either hand, like a moat beneath the ramparts, lay a yawning ice cleft, or bergschrund, formed by the drawing away of the steadily moving barrier ice from the rocks. Across this moat and leading up to the gap in the ramparts, the Gateway provided a solid causeway. To climb this and descend its reverse face gave the easiest access to the surface of the glacier. End of footnote. I had hoped to be through the Gateway with the ponies still in hand at a very much earlier date, and, for the devastating storm, we should have been. It has been a most serious blow to us, but things are not yet desperate if only the storm has not hopelessly spoiled the surface. The man-haulers are not up yet, in spite of their light load. I think they have stopped for tea or something, but under ordinary conditions they would have passed us with ease. At 8 p.m. the ponies were quite done, one and all. They came on painfully slowly a few hundred yards at a time. By this time I was hauling ahead, a ridiculously light load, and yet finding the pulling heavy enough. We camped, and the ponies have been shot. Footnote: Camp 31 received the name of Shambles Camp. End of footnote. Poor beasts! They have done wonderfully well considering the terrible circumstances under which they worked, but yet it is hard to have to kill them so early. The dogs are going well in spite of the surface, but here again one cannot get the help one would wish. Temperature, 19 degrees. I cannot load the animals heavily on such snow. The scenery is most impressive. 3 huge pillars of granite form the right buttress of the Gateway, and a sharp spur of Mount Hope the left. The land is much more snow-covered than when we saw it before the storm. In spite of some doubt in our outlook, everyone is very cheerful tonight, and jokes are flying freely around. End of chapter 16.
Section 36 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Indy Gosel. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1, The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Chapter 17, On the Beardmore Glacier. On the Beardmore Glacier, Sunday, December 10, Camp 32. Footnote: While Day and Hooper of the ex-motor party had turned back on November 24, and Mears and Dimitri with the dogs ascended above the lower Glacier depot before returning on December 11, the southern party and its supports were organized successively as follows. December 10, leaving Shambles Camp, Sledge 1, Scott, Wilson, Oates, and P.O. Evans. Sledge 2, E. Evans, Atkinson, Wright, Lashley. Sledge 3, Bowers, Cherrygrad, Crean, Keohane. December 21 at Upper Glacial Depot. Sledge 1, Scott, Wilson, Oates, P. O. Evans. Sledge 2, E. Evans, Bowers, Crean, Lashley, while Atkinson, Wright, Cherrygrad, and Keohane returned. January 4, 150 miles from the pole. Sledge 1, Scott, Wilson, Oates, Bowers, P. O. Evans, while E. Evans, Crean, and Lashley returned. End of footnote. I was very anxious about getting our loads forward over such an appalling surface, and that we have done so is mainly due to the ski. I roused everyone at 8, but it was noon before all the readjustments of load had been made and we were ready to start. The dogs carried 600 pounds of our weight, besides the depot, 200 pounds. It was greatly to my surprise when we, my own party, with a 1, 2, 3 together, started our sledge, and we found it running fairly easily behind us. We did the first mile at a rate of about 2 miles an hour, having previously very carefully scraped and dried our runners. The day was gloriously fine, and we were soon perspiring. After the first mile we began to rise, and for some way on a steep slope we held on to our ski and kept going. Then the slope got steeper and the surface much worse, and we had to take off our ski. The pulling after this was extraordinarily fatiguing. We sank above our finnesko everywhere, and in places nearly to our knees. The runners of the sledge got coated with a thin film of ice from which we could not free them, and the sledges themselves sank to the crossbars in soft spots. All the time they were literally ploughing the snow. We reached the top of the slope at 5, and started on after tea on the downgrade. On this we had to pull almost as hard as on the upward slope, but could just manage to get along and ski. We camped at 9:15, when a heavy wind coming down the glacier suddenly fell on us. But I had decided to camp before, as Evans' party could not keep up, and Wilson told me some very alarming news concerning it. It appears that Atkinson says that Wright is getting played out, and Lashley is not so fit as he was owing to the heavy pulling since the blizzard. I have not felt satisfied about this party. The finish of the march today showed clearly that something was wrong. They fell a long way behind, had to take off ski, and took nearly half an hour to come up a few hundred yards. True, the surface was awful, and growing worse every moment. It is a serious business if the men are going to crack up. As for myself, I never felt fitter, and my party can easily hold its own. P. O. Evans, of course, is a tower of strength, but Oates and Wilson are doing splendidly also. Here, where we are camped, the snow is worse than I have ever seen it, but we are in a hollow. Every step here one sinks to the knees, and the uneven surface is obviously insufficient to support the sledges. Perhaps this wind is a blessing in disguise. Already it seems to be hardening the snow. All this soft snow is an aftermath of a prolonged storm. Hereabouts, Shackleton found hard blue ice. It seems an extraordinary difference in fortune, and at every step S.'s luck becomes more evident. I take the dogs on for half a day tomorrow, then send them home. We have 200 pounds to add to each sledge load, and could easily do it on a reasonable surface, but it looks very much as though we shall be forced to relay, if present conditions hold. There's a strong wind down the glacier tonight. Beardmore Glacier. Just a tiny note to be taken back by the dogs. Things are not so rosy as they might be, but we keep our spirits up and say the luck must turn. This is only to tell you that I find I can keep up with the rest as well as of old. Monday, December 11, Camp 33. A very good day from one point of view, very bad from another. We started straight out of the glacier and passed through a good deal of disturbance. We pulled on ski, and the dogs followed. I cautioned the drivers to keep close to their sledges, and we must have passed over a good many crevices undiscovered by us, thanks to ski, and by the dogs owing to the soft snow. In one only Seaman Evans dropped a leg, ski and all. We built our depot before starting, made it very conspicuous, and left a good deal of gear there. Footnote, the lower glacial depot. End footnote. The old man hauling party made heavy weather at first, but when relieved of a little weight and having cleared their runners and readjusted their load, they came on in fine style and passing up took the lead. Starting about 11, by 3 o'clock we were clear of the pressure, and I camped the dogs, discharged our loads, and we put them on our sledges. It was a very anxious business when we started after lunch, about 4:30. Could we pull our full loads or not? My own party got away first, and to my joy I found we could make fairly good headway. Every now and again the sledge sank in a soft patch, which brought us up, but we learned to treat such occasions with patience. We got sideways to the sledge and hauled it out. Evans, P.O., getting out of his ski to get better purchase. The great thing is to keep the sledge moving, and for an hour or more there were dozens of critical moments when it all but stopped, and not a few in it brought up altogether. The latter were very trying and tiring, but suddenly the surface grew more uniform, and we more accustomed to the game, for after a long stop to let the other parties come up, I started at 6 and ran on until 7, pulling easily without a halt at the rate of about 2 miles an hour. I was very jubilant. All difficulties seemed to be vanishing, but unfortunately our history was not repeated with the other parties. Bowers came up about half an hour after us. They also had done well at the last, and I'm pretty sure they will get on all right. Keohane is the only weak spot, and he only, I think, because blind temporarily. But Evans' party didn't get up till 10. They started quite well, but got into difficulties, did just the wrong thing by straining again, and so, tiring themselves, went from bad to worse. Their ski shoes, too, are out of trim. Just as I thought we were in for making a great score, this difficulty overtakes us. It is dreadfully trying. The snow around us tonight is terribly soft. One sinks to the knee at every step. It would be impossible to drag sledges on foot, and very difficult for dogs. Ski are the thing, and here are my tiresome fellow countrymen too prejudiced to have prepared themselves for the event. The dogs should get back quite easily. There is food all along the line. The glacier wind sprang up about 7. The morning was very fine and warm. Tonight there is some stratus cloud forming. A hint no more bad weather in sight. A plentiful crop of snow blindness due to incaution. The sufferers Evans, Bowers, Keohane, Lashley, Oates, in various degrees. The forenoon Wilson went over to a boulder poised on the glacier. It proved to be a very coarse granite with large crystals of quartz in it, evidently the rock of which the pillars of the gateway and other neighbouring hills are formed. Tuesday, December 12, Camp 34. We have had a hard day, and during the forenoon it was my team which made the heaviest weather of the work. We got bogged again and again, and, do what we would, the sledge dragged like lead. The others were working hard, but nothing compared to us. At 2:30 I halted for lunch, pretty well cooked, and there was disclosed the secret of our trouble in a thin film with some hard knots of ice on the runners. Evans' team had been sent off in advance, and we couldn't catch them, but they saw us camp and break camp and followed suit. I really dreaded starting after lunch, but after some trouble to break the sledge out we went ahead without a hitch, and in a mile or two recovered our leading place, with obvious ability to keep it. At 6 I saw the other teams were flagging, and so camped at 7, meaning to turn out earlier tomorrow and start a better routine. We have done about 8 or perhaps 9 miles. Stat. The sledge meters are hopeless on such a surface. It is evident that what I expected has occurred. The whole of the lower valley is filled with snow from the recent storm, and if we had not had ski, we should be hopelessly bogged. On foot one sinks to the knees, and if pulling on a sledge to halfway between knee and thigh. It would, therefore, be absolutely impossible to advance on foot with our loads. Considering all things, we are getting better on ski. A crust is forming over the soft snow. In a week or so I have little doubt it will be strong enough to support sledges and men. At present it carries neither properly. The sledges get bogged every now and again, sinking to the crossbars. Needless to say, the hauling is terrible when this occurs. We steered for the Commonwealth Range during the forenoon till we reached about the middle of the glacier. This showed that the unnamed glacier to the southwest raised great pressure. Observing this, I altered course for the Cloudmaker, and later still farther to the west. We must be getting a much better view of the southern side of the main glacier than Shackleton got, and consequently have observed a number of peaks which he did not notice. We are about 5 or 5.5 days behind him as a result of the storm, but on this surface our sledges could not be more heavily laden than they are. In fact, we have not nearly enough runner surface as it is. Moreover, the sledges are packed too high and therefore capsize too easily. I do not think the glacier can be so broad as S shows it. Certainly the scenery is not nearly so impressive as that of the Ferrar, but there are interesting features showing up. A distinct banding structure on Mount Elizabeth, which we think may well be a recurrence of the Beacon Sandstone, more banding on the Commonwealth Range. During the 3 days we have been here, the wind has blown down the glacier at night, or rather from the southwest, and it has been calm in the morning, a sort of nightly land breeze. There is also a very remarkable difference in temperature between day and night. It was plus 33 degrees when we started, and without hard work, we were literally soaked through with perspiration. It is now plus 23 degrees. Evans' party kept up much better today. We had their shoes in our tent this morning, and P.O. Evans put them into shape again. Wednesday, December 13, Camp 35. A most damnably dismal day. We started at 8, the pulling terribly bad, the glide decidedly good, a new crust in patches, not sufficient to spot the ski, but without possibility of hold. Therefore, as the pullers got on the hard patches they slipped back, the sledges plunged into the soft places and stopped dead. Evans' party got away first. We followed and for some time helped them forward at their stops, but this proved altogether too much for us, so I forged ahead and camped at 1 p.m. as the others were far astern. During lunch, I decided to try the 10-feet runners under the crossbars, and we spent 3 hours in securing them. There was no delay on account of the slow progress of the other parties. Evans passed us, and for some time went forward fairly well up a decided slope. The sun was shining on the surface by this time, and the temperature high. Bowers started after Evans, and it was easy to see the really terrible state of affairs with them. They made desperate efforts to get along, but ever got more and more bogged. Evidently the glide had vanished. When we got away, we soon discovered how awful the surface had become. Added to the forenoon difficulties, the snow had become wet and sticky. We got our load along, soon passing Bowers, but the toil was simply awful. We were soaked with perspiration and thoroughly breathless with our efforts. Again and again the sledge got one runner on harder snow than the other, canted on its side, and refused to move. At the top of the rise I found Evans reduced to relay work, and Bowers followed his example soon after. We got our whole load through till 7 p.m., camping time, but only with repeated halts and labour, which was altogether too strenuous. The other parties certainly cannot get a full load along on the surface, and I much doubt if we could continue to do so, but we must try again tomorrow. I suppose we have advanced a bare 4 miles today, and the aspect of things is very little changed. Our height is now about 1,500 feet. I had pinned my faith on getting better conditions as we rose, but it looks as though matters were getting worse instead of better. As far as the cloud maker, the valley looks like a huge basin for the lodgment of such snow as this. We can but toil on, but it is woefully disheartening. I am not hungry at all, but pretty thirsty. Temperature plus 15 degrees. I find our summit ration is even too filling for the present. 2 skuas came round the camp at lunch, no doubt attracted by our shambles camp. Thursday, December 14, Camp 36. Indigestion and the soggy condition of my clothes kept me awake for some time last night, and the exceptional exercise gives bad attacks of cramp. Our lips are getting raw and blistered. The eyes of the party are improving, I am glad to say. We are just starting our march, with no very hopeful outlook. Temperature plus 13 degrees. Evening. Height about 2,000 feet. Evans' party started first this morning. For an hour they found the howling stiff, but after that, to my great surprise, they went on easily. Bowers followed without getting over the ground so easily. After the first 200 yards, my own party came on with a swing that told me at once that all would be well. We soon caught the others and offered to take on more weight, but Evans' pride wouldn't allow such help. Later in the morning, we exchanged sledges with Bowers, pulled theirs easily, whilst they made quite heavy work with ours. I'm afraid that Cherrygrad and Keohane are the weakness of that team, though both put their utmost into the traces. However, we all lunched together after a satisfactory morning's work. In the afternoon we did still better and camped at 6:30 with a very marked change in the land bearings. We must have come 11 or 12 miles start. We got fearfully hot on the march, sweated through everything and stripped our jerseys. The result is we are pretty cold and clammy now, but escape from the soft snow and a good march compensate every discomfort. At lunch, the blue ice was about 2 feet beneath us. Now it is barely a foot, so that I suppose we shall soon find it uncovered. Tonight the sky is overcast, and the wind has been blowing up the glacier. I think there will be another spell of gloomy weather on the barrier, and the question is whether this part of the glacier escapes. There are crevices one about 18 inches across outside Bowers' tent, and a narrow one outside our own. I think the soft snow trouble is at an end, and I could wish nothing better than a continuance of the present surface. Towards the end of the march we were pulling our loads with the greatest ease. It is splendid to be getting along and to find some adequate return for the work we are putting into the business. Friday, December 15, Camp 37, height about 2,500, altitude about 84 degrees, 8 minutes. Got away at 8, marched till 1, the surface improving and the snow covering thinner over the blue ice, overcast and glooming. The clouds ever coming lower, and Evans is now decidedly the slowest unit, though Bowers is not much faster. We keep up and overhaul either without difficulty. It was an enormous relief yesterday to get steady going without involuntary stops. But yesterday and this morning, once the sledge was stopped, it was very difficult to start again. The runners got temporarily stuck. This afternoon, for the first time, we could start by giving one good heave together, and so for the first time we were able to stop to readjust footwear, or do any other desirable task. This is a second relief for which we are most grateful. At the lunch camp, the snow covering was less than a foot, and at this it is a bare 9 inches. Patches of ice and hard névé are showing through in places. I meant to camp at 6:30, but before 5 the sky came down on us with falling snow. We could see nothing, and the pulling grew very heavy. At 5:45 there seemed to be nothing to do but camp. Another interrupted march. Luck is really very bad. We should have done a good march today. As it is, we have covered about 11 miles. Stat. Since supper there are signs of clearing again, but I don't like the look of things. This weather has been working up from the southeast with all the symptoms of our pony wrecking storm. Pray heaven we are not going to have this wretched snow in the worst part of the glacier to come. The lower part of this glacier is not very interesting, except from an ice point of view. Except Mount Kiffin, Little Bear Rock is visible, and its structure at this distance is impossible to determine. There are no moraines on the surface of the glacier either. The tributary glaciers are very fine and have cut very deep courses, though they do not enter at grade. The walls at this valley are extraordinarily steep. We count them at least 60 degrees in places. The ice falls descending over the northern sides are almost continuous one with another, but the southern steep faces are nearly bare. Evidently the sun gets a good hold on them. There must be a good deal of melting and rock weathering. The talus heaps are considerable under the southern rock faces. Higher up the valley there is much more bare rock and stratification, which promises to be very interesting, but, for fine weather, surely we have had enough of this oppressive gloom. End of first part of Chapter 17. Recorded by Indy Gosel. Section 37 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Indy Gosel. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Second part of Chapter 17 on the Beardmore Glacier. Saturday, December 16, Camp 38. A gloomy morning, clearing at noon and ending in a gloriously fine evening. Although constantly anxious in the morning, the light held good for travelling throughout the day, and we have covered 11 miles stat, altering the aspect of the glacier greatly. But the travelling has been very hard. We started at 7, lunched at 12:15 and marched on till 6:30, over 10 hours on the march, the limit of time to be squeezed into one day. We began on ski as usual, Evans' team hampering us a bit, the pulling very hard after yesterday's snowfall. In the afternoon we continued on ski, till after 2 hours we struck a peculiarly difficult surface. Old hard sastrugi underneath, with pits and high soft sastrugi due to very recent snowfalls. The ledges were so often brought up by this that we decided to take to our feet, and thus made better progress, but for the time with very excessive labour. The crust, brittle, held for a pace or two, then let one down with a bump some 8 or 10 inches. Now and again one's leg went down a crack in the hard ice underneath. We drew up a slope on this surface and discovered a long ice wall extending right across our track. I presume the same pressure which caused Shackleton to turn towards the Cloudmaker. At present one gets terrible hot and perspiring on the march, and quickly cold when halted, but the sun makes up for all evils. It is very difficult to know what to do about the ski. Their weight is considerable, and yet, under circumstances, they are extraordinarily useful. Everyone is very satisfied with our summit ration. The party which has been man-hauling for so long say they are far less hungry than they used to be. It is good to think that the majority will keep up this good feeding all through. Sunday, December 17, Camp 39. Soon after starting, we found ourselves in rather a mess. Bad pressure ahead and long waves between us and the land. Blue ice showed up on the crests of the waves. Very soft snow lay in the hollows. We had to cross the wave in places 30 feet from the crest to hollow, and we did it by sitting on the sledge and letting her go. First we went down with a rush, and our impetus carried us some way up the other side. Then followed a fearfully tough drag to rise the next crest. After 2 hours of this, I saw a larger wave, the crest of which continued hard ice up the glacier. We reached this and got excellent travelling for 2 miles on it, then rose on a steep gradient and so topped the pressure ridge. The smooth ice is again lost, and we have patches of hard and soft snow with ice peeping out in places, cracks in all directions, and legs very frequently down. We have done very nearly 5 miles. Geo. Evening. Temperature minus 12 degrees. Height about 3,500 above barrier. After lunch, decided to take the risk of sticking to the centre of the glacier, with good result. We travelled on up the more or less rounded ridge, which I selected in the morning, and camped at 6:30 with 12.5 stat. Miles made good. This has put Mount Hope in the background and shows us more of the upper reaches. If we can keep up the pace, we gain on Shackleton, and I don't see any reason why we shouldn't, except that more pressure is showing up ahead. For once, one can say, sufficient for the day is the good thereof. Our luck may be on the turn. I think we deserve it. In spite of the hard work, everyone is very fit and very cheerful, feeling well fed and eager for more toil. Eyes are much better except Paul Wilson's. He has caught a very bad attack. Remembering his trouble on our last southern journey, I fear he is in for a very bad time. We got fearfully hot this morning, and marched in singlets, which became wringing wet. Thus uncovered the sun gets at one's skin, and then the wind, which makes it horribly uncomfortable. Our lips are very sore. We cover them with soft silk plaster, which seems about the best thing for the purpose. I'm inclined to think that the summit trouble will be mostly due to the chill falling on sunburned skins. Even now one feels the cold strike directly one stops. We get fearfully thirsty and chip up ice on the march, as well as drinking a great deal of water on halting. Our fuel only just does it, but that is all we want, and we have a bit in hand for the summit. The pulling this afternoon was fairly pleasant, at first over hard snow and then onto pretty rough ice with surface snowfield cracks. Bad for sledges, but ours promised to come through well. We have worn our crampons all day and are delighted with them. P.O. Evans, the inventor of both crampons and ski shoes, is greatly pleased, and certainly we owe him much. The weather is beginning to look dirty again. Snow clouds rolling in from the east as usual. I believe it will be overcast tomorrow. Monday, December 18, Camp 40. Lunch nearly 4,000 feet above barrier. Overcast and snowing this morning as I expected, land showing on the starboard hand. So, though it was gloomy and depressing, we could march, and did. We have done our 8 start miles between 8:20 and 1 p.m. At first fairly good surface, then the ice got very rugged with sword-cut splits. We got on a slope which made matters worse. I then pulled up to the left, at first without much improvement, but as we topped to rise the surface got much better and things looked quite promising for the moment. On our right we now have a pretty good view of the Adams Marshall and Wild Mountains and their very curious horizontal stratification. Wright has found amongst bits of wind-blown debris an undoubted bit of sandstone, and a bit of black basalt. We must get to know more of the geology before leaving the glacier finally. This morning all our gear was fringed with ice crystals which looked very pretty. Afternoon. Night camp number 40, about 4,500 above barrier. Temperature minus 11 degrees, latitude about 84 degrees 34 minutes. After lunch, got on some very rough stuff within a few hundred yards of pressure ridge. There seemed no alternative, and we went through with it. Later, the glacier opened out into a broad basin with irregular undulations, and we onto a better surface. But later on again this improvement nearly vanished, so that it had been hard going all day. But we have done a good mileage, over 14 stat. We are less than 5 days behind S now. There was a promise of a clearance about noon, but later more snow clouds drifted over from the east, and now it is snowing again. We have scarcely caught a glimpse of the eastern side of the glacier all day. The western side has not been clear enough to photograph at the hills. It is very annoying, but I suppose we must be thankful when we can get our marches off. Still sweating horribly on the march and very thirsty at the halts. Tuesday, December 19. Lunch, rise 650, distance 8.5 geo. Camp 41. Things are looking up. Started on good surface, soon came to very annoying criss-cross cracks. I fell into two and had bad bruises on knee and thigh. But we got along all the time until we reached an admirable smooth ice surface excellent for travelling. The last mile, neve predominating and therefore the pulling a trifle harder, we have risen into the upper basin of the glacier, seemingly close about us are the various land masses which adjoin the summit. It looks as though we might have difficulties in the last narrows. We are having a long lunch hour for angles, photographs and sketches. The slight southwesterly wind came down the glacier as we started, and the sky which was overcast has rapidly cleared in consequence. Night. Height about 5,800, Camp 41. We stepped off this afternoon at the rate of 2 miles or more an hour, with a very satisfactory result of 17 stat miles to the good for the day. It has not been a strain, except perhaps for me with my wounds received early in the day. The wind has kept us cool on the march, which has in consequence been very much pleasanter. We are now not wet in our clothes tonight, and have not suffered from the same overpowering thirst as on previous days. Temperature minus 11 degrees, minutes minus 5 degrees. Evans and Bowers are busy taking angles, as they have been all day. We shall have material for an excellent chart. Days like this put heart in one. Wednesday, December 20, Camp 42, 6,500 feet about. Just got off our last best march, 10 miles, 1,150 yards, geo, over 12 miles stat. With an afternoon to follow, we should do well today. The wind has been coming up the valley. Turning this book seems to have brought luck. Footnote. In the pocket journal, only one side of each page had been written on. Coming to the end of it, Scott reversed the book and continued his entries on the empty backs of the pages. End of footnote. We marched on till nearly 7 o'clock after a long lunch halt, and covered 19.5 geo-miles, nearly 23 stat, rising 800 feet. This morning we came over a considerable extent of hard snow, then got to the hard ice with patches of snow, a state of affairs which has continued all day. Pulling the sledges in crampons is no difficulty at all. At lunch, Wilson and Bowers walked back 2 miles or so to try and find Bowers' broken sledge meter without result. During their absence, a fog spread about us, carried up the valleys by easterly wind. We started the afternoon march in this fog very unpleasantly, but later it gradually lifted, and tonight it is very fine and warm. As the fog lifted, we saw a huge line of pressure ahead. I steered for a place where the slope looked smoother, and we camped beneath the spot tonight. We must be ahead of Shackleton's position on the 17th. Today we have been admiring a wonderful banded structure of the rock. Tonight it is beautifully clear on Mount Darwin. I have just told off the people to return tomorrow night. Atkinson, Wright, Cherrygarrard and Keohane. All are disappointed. Poor Wright rather bitterly, I fear. I dread this necessity of choosing. Nothing could be more heartrending. I calculated our programme to start from 85 degrees, 10 minutes, with 12 units of food and 8 men. Footnote.
A unit of food means a week's supplies for 4 men. End of footnote. We ought to be in this position tomorrow night, less one day's food. After all our harassing trouble, one cannot but be satisfied with such a prospect. Thursday, December 21, Camp 43, latitude 85 degrees 7 minutes, longitude 163 degrees 4 minutes. Height about 8,000 feet, upon Glacier Depot, temperature -2 degrees. We climbed the ice slope this morning and found a very bad surface on top, as far as crevices were concerned. We all had falls into them, Atkinson and Teddy Evans going down the length of their harness. Evans had rather a shake-up. The rotten ice surface continued for a long way, though I crossed to and fro towards land, trying to get on better ground. At 12 the wind came from the north, bringing the inevitable mist up the valley, and covering us just as we were in the worst of places. We camped for lunch, and were obliged to wait 2.5 hours for a clearance. Then the sun began to struggle through, and we were off. We soon got out of the worst crevices and onto a long snow slope leading on part of Mount Darwin. It was a very long, stiff pull-up, and I held on till 7:30, when, the other team being some way astern, I camped. We have done a good march, risen to a satisfactory altitude, and reached a good place for our depot. Tomorrow we start with our fullest summit load, and the first march should show us the possibilities of our achievement. The temperature has dropped below zero, but tonight it is so calm and bright that one feels delightfully warm and comfortable in the tent. It is an immense relief to have the indefatigable little Bowers to see all detail arrangements of this sort. We have risen a great height today, and I hope it will not be necessary to go down again, but it looks as though we must dip a bit even to go to the southwest. December 21, 1911, latitude 85 degrees south. We are struggling on, considering all things, against odds. The weather is a constant anxiety, otherwise arrangements are working exactly as planned. For your own ear, also, I am exceedingly fit and can go with the best of them. It is a pity the luck doesn't come our way, because every detail of equipment is right. I write this sitting in our tent, waiting for the fog to clear, an exasperating position as we are in the worst crevassed region. Teddy Evans and Atkinson were down to the length of their harness this morning, and we have all been halfway down. As first man I get first chance, and it's decidedly exciting not knowing which step will give way. All this is interesting enough, if one could only go on. Since writing the above, I made a dash for it, and got out of the valley, out of the fog and away from crevices. So here we are, practically on the summit, and up to date in the provision line. We ought to get through. End of chapter 17. Recorded by Indy Gosel.
Section 38 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Stretch. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Chapter 18. The Summit Journey to the Pole. A fresh manuscript book. On the flyleaf, ages, self, 43. Wilson, 39. Evans, petty officer, 37. Oates, 32. Bowers, 28. Average, 36. Friday, December 22nd. Camp 44, about 7,100 feet. Temperature, -1 degree. Barometer, 22.3 inches. This, the third stage of our journey, is opening with good promise. We made our depot this morning, then said an affecting farewell to the returning party, who have taken things very well, dear good fellows as they are. Footnote: Return of the first southern party from latitude 85 degrees, 72 minutes south, top of the Beardmore Glacier. Party: E. L. Atkinson, A. Cherry Girard, C. S. Wright, Petty Officer Keohane. On the morning of December 22nd, 1911, We made a late start after saying goodbye to the 8 going on, and wishing them all good luck and success. The first 11 miles was on the downgrade over the ice falls, and at a good pace we completed this in about 4 hours. Lunched and on, completing nearly 23 miles for the first day. At the end of the second day we got among very bad crevasses, through keeping too far to the eastward. This delayed us slightly. We made the depot on the third day. We reached the lower glacier depot 3.5 days after. The lower part of the glacier was very badly crevassed. These crevasses we had never seen on the way up, as they had been covered with 3 to 4 feet of snow. All the bridges of the crevasses were concave and very wide, no doubt their normal summer condition. On Christmas Day we made in to the lateral moraine of the Cloudmaker and collected geological specimens. The march across the barrier was only remarkable for the extremely bad lights we had. For 8 consecutive days we only saw an exceedingly dim sun during the 3 hours. Up to One Ton Depot, our marches had averaged 14.1 geographical miles a day. We arrived at Cape Evans on January 28, 1912, after being away for 3 months. E. L. Atkinson. End of footnote. Then we started with our heavy loads, about 9:20. I, in some trepidation, quickly dissipated as we went off and up a slope at a smart pace. The second sledge came close behind us, showing that we have weeded the weak spots and made the proper choice for the returning party. We came along very easily and lunched at 1, when the sledge meter had to be repaired, and we didn't get off again until 3:20, camping at 6:45. Thus, with 7 hours marching, we covered 10.5 miles geographic, 12 statute. Observation: latitude 85 degrees, 13.5 minutes. Longitude 161 degrees, 55 minutes. Variation 175 degrees, 46 minutes east. Tomorrow we march longer hours, about 9, I hope. Every day the loads will lighten, and so we ought to make the requisite progress. I think we have climbed about 250 feet today, but I thought it more on the march. We look down on huge pressure ridges to the south and southeast, and in fact all around except in the direction in which we go, southwest. We seem to be traveling more or less parallel to a ridge which extends from Mount Darwin. Ahead of us tonight is a stiffish incline, and it looks as though there might be pressure behind it. It is very difficult to judge how matters stand, however, in such a confusion of elevations and depressions. This course doesn't work wonders in change of latitude, but I think it is the right track to clear the pressures. At any rate, I shall hold it for the present. We passed 1 or 2 very broad, 30 feet, bridged crevasses with the usual gaping sides. They were running pretty well in north and south direction. The weather has been beautifully fine all day, as it was last night. Night temperature -9 degrees. This morning there was an hour or so of haze due to clouds from the north. Now it is perfectly clear, and we get a fine view of the mountain behind, which Wilson has been sketching. Saturday, December 23rd. Lunch. Barometer 22.01 inches. Rise 370. Started at 8, steering southwest. Seemed to be rising and went on well for about 3 hours, then got amongst bad crevasses and hard waves. We pushed to the southwest, but things went from bad to worse, and we had to haul out to the north, then west. West looks clear for the present, but it is not a very satisfactory direction. We have done 8.5 miles, geographic, a good march. Temperature, -3 degrees, southerly wind, force 2. The comfort is that we are rising. On one slope we got a good view of the land and the pressure ridges to the southeast. They seem to be disposed en echelon, and gave me the idea of shearing cracks. They seem to lessen as we ascend. It is rather trying having to march so far to the west, but if we keep rising we must come to the end of the obstacles sometime. Saturday night, Camp 45. Temperature, -3 degrees. Barometer, 21.61 inches. Rise, height about 7,750 feet. Great vicissitudes of fortune in the afternoon march. Started west up a slope, about the 5th we've mounted in the last 2 days. On top, another pressure appeared on the left, but less lofty and more snow-covered than that which had troubled us in the morning. There was temptation to try it, and I have been gradually turning in its direction. But I stuck to my principle and turned west up yet another slope. On top of this, we got the most extraordinary surface. Narrow crevasses ran in all directions. They were quite invisible, being covered with a thin crust of hard nieve without a sign of a crack in it. We all fell in, one after another, and sometimes two together. We have had many unexpected falls before, but usually through being unable to mark the run of the surface appearances of cracks, or where such cracks were covered with soft snow. How a hardened crust can form over a crack is a real puzzle. It seems to argue extremely slow movement. Dead reckoning, 85 degrees, 22 minutes, 1 second south, 158 degrees, 31 minutes east. In the broader crevasses this morning we noticed that it was the lower edge of the bridge which was rotten, whereas in all the glacier the upper edge was open. Near the narrow crevasses this afternoon we got about 10 minutes on snow which had a hard crust and loose crystals below. It was like breaking through a glass house at each step, but quite suddenly, at 5 p.m., everything changed. The hard surface gave place to regular stratugi and our horizon leveled in every direction. I hung on to the southwest until 6 p.m. and then camped with a delightful feeling of security that we had at length reached the summit proper. I'm feeling very cheerful about everything tonight. We marched 15 miles geographic, over 17 statute today, mounting nearly 800 feet and all in about 8.5 hours. My determination to keep mounting irrespective of course is fully justified, and I shall be indeed surprised if we have any further difficulties with crevasses or steep slopes. To me, for the first time, our goal seems really in sight. We shall pull our loads, and pull them much faster and farther than I expected in my most hopeful moments. I only pray for a fair share of good weather. There is a cold wind now, as expected, but with our good clothes and well fed as we are, we can stick a lot worse than we're getting. I trust this may prove the turning point in our fortunes for which we have waited so patiently. Sunday, December 24th, lunch. Barometer, 21.48 inches. Rise, 160 feet. Christmas Eve, 7.5 miles geographic. Due south. And a rise, I think, more than shown by barometer. This in 5 hours, on the surface which ought to be a sample of what we shall have in the future. With our present clothes, it is a fairly heavy plod, but we get over the ground, which is a great thing. A high-pressure ridge has appeared on the port bow. It seems isolated, but I shall be glad to lose sight of such disturbances. The wind is continuous from the south-southeast, very searching. We are now marching in our wind blouses and with somewhat more protection on the head. Barometer, 21.41 inches. Camp, 46. Rise for the day, about 250 feet or 300 feet. Hypsometer, 8,000 feet. The first 2 hours of the afternoon march went very well. Then the sledges hung a bit and we plodded on and covered something over 14 miles geographic in the day. We lost sight of the big pressure ridge, but tonight another smaller one shows fine on the port bow, and the surface is alternatively very hard and fairly soft. Dips and rises all around. It is evident that we are skirting more disturbances, and I sincerely hope it will not mean altering course more to the west. 14 miles in 4 hours is not so bad, considering the circumstances. The southerly wind is continuous and not at all pleasant in camp, but on the march it keeps us cool. Temperature, -3 degrees. The only inconvenience is the extent to which our faces get iced up. The temperature hovers around 0. We have not struck a crevasse all day, which is a good sign. The sun continues to shine in a cloudless sky, the wind rises and falls, and about us is a scene of the wildest desolation. But we're a very cheerful party, and tomorrow is Christmas Day, with something extra in the hoosh. Monday, December 25th, Christmas. Lunch. Barometer, 21.14 inches. Rise, 240 feet. The wind was strong last night and this morning. A light snowfall in the night. A good deal of drift, subsiding when we started, but still about a foot high. I thought it might have spoilt the surface, but for the first hour and a half we went along in fine style. Then we started up a rise, and to our annoyance found ourselves amongst crevasses once more. Very hard, smooth neve, between ridges at the edge of crevasses, and therefore very difficult to get foothold to pull sledges. Got our ski sticks out, which improved matters, but we had to tack a good deal, and several of us went half down. After half an hour of this, I looked around and found the second sledge halted some way in the rear. Evidently someone had gone into a crevasse. We saw the rescue work going on, but had to wait half an hour for the party to come up, and got mighty cold. It appears that Lashley went down very suddenly, nearly dragging the crew with him. The sledge ran on and jammed the span, so that the alpine rope had to be got out and used to pull Lashley to the surface again. Lashley says the crevasse was 50 feet deep and 8 feet across, in the form U, showing that the word unfathomable can rarely be applied. Lashley is 44 today and is hard as nails. His fall has not even disturbed his equanimity. After topping the crevasse ridge, we got to a better surface and came along fairly well, completing over 7 miles geographic, just before 1 o'clock. We've risen nearly 250 feet this morning. The wind was strong, and therefore trying, mainly because it held the sledge. It's a little lighter now. Night, camp number 47. Barometer, 21.18 inches. Temperature, -7 degrees. I am so replete that I can scarcely write. After sundry luxuries, such as chocolate and raisins at lunch, we started off well, but soon got amongst crevasses, huge snowfield roadways running almost in our direction, and across hidden cracks into which we frequently fell. Passing for 2 miles or so along between 2 roadways, we came on a huge pit with raised sides. Is this a submerged mountain peak or a swirl in the stream? Getting clear of crevasses and on a slightly down grade, we came along at a swinging pace. Splendid! I marched on until nearly 7:30, when we had covered 15 miles geographic, 17 1/4 statute. I knew that supper was to be a tightener, and indeed it has been, so much that I must leave description till the morning. Dead reckoning. Latitude 85 degrees, 50 minutes south. Longitude 159 degrees, 8 minutes, 2 seconds east. Barometer 21.22 inches. Towards the end of the march we seemed to get into better condition. About us the surface rises and falls on the long slopes of vast mounds or undulations. No very definite system in their disposition. We camped halfway up a long slope. In the middle of the afternoon we got another fine view of the land. The Dominion Ridge ends abruptly as observed, and then come 2 straits and 2 other masses of land. Similarly, north of the Wild Mountains is another strait and another mass of land. The various straits are undoubtedly outflows, and the masses of land mark the inner fringe of the exposed coastal mountains, the general direction of which seems to be about south-southeast, from which it appears that one could be much closer to the pole on the barrier by continuing on it to the south-southeast. We ought to know more of this when Evans's observations are plotted. I must write a word of our supper last night. We had 4 courses. The first, pemmican, full whack, with slices of horse meat flavored with onion and curry powder and thickened with biscuit. Then an arrowroot, cocoa, and biscuit hoosh sweetened. Then a plum pudding, then cocoa with raisins, and finally a dessert of caramels and ginger. After the feast it was difficult to move. Wilson and I couldn't finish our share of plum pudding. We have all slept splendidly and feel thoroughly warm. Such is the effect of full feeding. Tuesday, December 26th, lunch, barometer 21.11 inches. 4 3/4 hours, 6 3/4 miles geographic. Perhaps a little slow after plum pudding, but I think we're getting on to the surface, which is likely to continue the rest of the way. There are still mild differences of elevation, but generally speaking the plain is flattening out. No doubt we are rising slowly. Camp 48, barometer 21.02 inches. The first 2 hours of the afternoon march went well. Then we got on a rough rise and the sledge came badly. Camped at 6:30, sledge coming easier again at the end. It seems astonishing to be disappointed with a march of 15 statute miles, when I had contemplated doing little more than 10 with full loads. We are on the 86th parallel. Observation, 86 degrees, 2 minutes south, 160 degrees, 26 minutes east. The temperature has been pretty consistent of late, negative 10 degrees to negative 12 degrees at night, negative 3 degrees in the day. The wind has seemed milder today. It blows anywhere from southeast to south. I had thought to have done with pressures, but tonight a crevassed slope appears on our right. We shall pass well clear of it, but there may be others. The undulating character of the plain causes a great variety of surface, owing, of course, to the varying angles at which the wind strikes the slopes. We're a half an hour late starting this morning, which accounts for some loss of distance, though I should be content to keep an average of 13 miles geographic. Wednesday, December 27th. Lunch. Barometer, 21.02 inches. The wind light this morning and the pulling heavy. Everyone sweated, especially the second team, which had great difficulty in keeping up. We have been going up and down, the upgrades very tiring, especially when we get amongst tortugi, which jerk the sledge about, but we have done 7 1/4 miles geographic. A very bad accident this morning. Bowers broke the only hypsometer thermometer. We have nothing to check our 2 aneroids. Night camp, 49. Barometer, 20.82 inches. Temperature, negative 6.3 degrees. We marched off well after lunch on a soft snowy surface, then came to a slippery hard strategy and kept a good pace. But I felt this meant something wrong, and on topping a short rise we were once more in the midst of crevasses and disturbances. For an hour it was dreadfully trying. Had to pick a road, tumbled into crevasses, and got jerked about abominably. At the summit of the ridge we came to another pit or whirl, which seemed the center of the trouble. Is it a submerged mountain peak? During the last hour and a quarter we pulled out onto soft snow again and moved well. Camped at 6:45, having covered 13 1/3 miles geographic. Steering the party is no light task. One cannot allow one's thoughts to wander as others do, and when, as this afternoon, one gets amongst disturbances, I find it is very worrying and tiring. I do trust we shall have no more of them. We have not lost sight of the sun since we came on the summit. We should get an extraordinary record of sunshine. It is monotonous work this. The sledge meter and the theodolite govern the situation. Thursday, December 28th. Lunch. Barometer, 20.77 inches. I start cooking again tomorrow morning. We've had a troublesome day, but have completed our 13 miles geographic. My unit pulled away easy this morning and stretched out for 2 hours. The second unit made heavy weather. I changed with Evans and found the second sledge heavy. Could keep up, but the team was not swinging with me as my own team swings. Then I changed Petty Officer Evans for Lashley. We seemed to get on better, but at the moment the surface changed and we came up over a rise with hard strategy. At the top we camped for lunch. What was the difficulty? One theory was that some members of the second party were stale. Another, that all was due to the bad stepping and want of swing. Another, that the sledge pulled heavy. In the afternoon we exchanged sledges, and at first went off well, but getting into soft snow we found a terrible drag. The second party coming on quite easy with our sledge. So the sledge is the cause of the trouble, and, talking it out, I find that all is due to want of care. The runners ran excellently, but the structure has been distorted by bad strapping. Bad loading this afternoon, and only managed to get 12 miles geographic. The very hard pulling has occurred on 2 rises. It appears that the loose snow is blown over the rises and rests in heaps on the north-facing slopes. It is these heaps that cause our worst troubles. The weather looks a little doubtful. A good deal of cirrus cloud in motion over us, radiating east and west. The wind shifts from southeast to south-southwest, rising and falling at intervals. It is annoying to the march as it retards the sledges, but it must help the surface, I think, and so hope for better things tomorrow. The marches are terribly monotonous. One's thoughts wander occasionally to pleasanter scenes and places, but the necessity to keep the course, or some hitch in the surface, quickly brings them back. There have been some hours of very steady plodding today. These are the best part of the business. They mean forgetfulness and advance. Saturday, December 30th. Barometer 20.42 inches. Lunch, night camp 52. Barometer 20.36 inches. Rise about 150 feet. A very trying, tiring march, and only 11 miles geographic covered. Wind from the south to southeast, not quite so strong as usual, the usual clear sky. We camped on a rise last night, and it was some time before we reached the top this morning. This took it out of us as the second party dropped. I went on 6.5 miles, when the second party was some way astern, and lunched. They came on in the afternoon, the other party still dropping, camped at 6:30, they at 7:15. We came up another rise with the usual gritty snow toward the end of the march. For us, the interval between the two sites, some 8 miles, was steady plodding work, which we might keep up for some time. Tomorrow I'm going to march half a day, make a depot, and build the 10-foot sledges. The second party is certainly tiring. It remains to be seen how they will manage with the smaller sledge and lighter load. The surface is certainly much worse than it was 50 miles back. Temperature, -10 degrees. We have caught up Shackleton's dates. Everything would be cheerful if I could persuade myself that the second party were quite fit to go forward. Sunday, December 31st, New Year's Eve, 20.17 inches. Height around 9,126 feet. Temperature, -10 degrees. Camp 53, corrected aneroid. The second party depoted its ski and some other weights equivalent to about 100 pounds. I sent them off first. They marched, but not very fast. We followed and did not catch them before they camped by direction at 1:30. By this time we had covered exactly 7 miles geographic, and we must have risen a good deal. We rose on a steep incline at the beginning of the march and topped another at the end, showing a distance of about 5 miles between the wretched slopes, which give us the hardest pulling. But as a matter of fact, we have been rising all day. We had a good full brew of tea and then set to work stripping the sledges. That didn't take long, but the process of building up the 10-foot sledges, now in operation in the other tent, is a long job. Evans, petty officer, and Crean are tackling it, and it is a very remarkable piece of work. Certainly Petty Officer Evans is the most invaluable asset to our party. To build a sledge under these conditions is a fact for special record. Evans, Lieutenant, has just found the latitude, 86 degrees, 56 minutes south, so that we're pretty near the 87th parallel aimed at for tonight. We lose half a day, but I hope to make that up by going forward at a much better speed. This is to be called the 3-degree depot, and it holds a week's provisions for both units. There is an extraordinary little mirage up here, and the refraction is very small. Except for the seamen, we are all sitting in a double tent, the first time we have put up the inner lining to the tent. It seems to make us much snugger. 10 p.m. The job of rebuilding is taking longer than I expected, but is now almost done. The 10-foot sledges look very handy. We had an extra drink of tea and are now turned into our bags in the double tent, 5 of us, as warm as toast, and just enough light to write or work with. Did not get to bed until 2 a.m. Observation, 86 degrees, 55 minutes, 47 seconds south, 165 degrees, 5 minutes, 48 seconds east. Variation, 175 degrees, 40 minutes east. Morning. Barometer, 20.08 inches. Monday, January 1st, 1912. New Year's Day. Lunch. Barometer 20.04 inches. Roused hands about 7:30 and got away at 9:30. Evans's party going ahead on foot. We followed on ski. Very stupidly, we had not seen to our ski shoes beforehand, and it took a good half hour to get them right. Wilson especially had trouble. When we did get away, to our surprise, the sledge pulled very easily, and we made fine progress, rapidly gaining on the foot haulers. Night camp 54. Barometer 19.98 inches. Risen about 150 feet. Height about 9,600 feet above barrier. They camped for lunch at 5.5 miles and went on easily, completing 11.3 miles, geographic, by 7:30. We were delayed again at lunch camp, Evans repairing the tent and I the cooker. We caught the other party more easily in the afternoon and kept alongside them the last quarter of an hour. It was surprising how easily the sledge pulled. We have scarcely exerted ourselves all day. We have been rising again all day, but the slopes are less accentuated. I had expected trouble with ski and hard patches, but we found none at all. Temperature, -14 degrees. The temperature is steadily falling, but seems to fall with the wind. We are very comfortable in our double tent. Stick of chocolate to celebrate the new year. The supporting party not in very high spirits. They have not managed matters well for themselves. Prospects seem to get brighter. Only 170 miles to go and plenty of food left. Tuesday, January 2nd. Temperature, -17 degrees. Camp, 55. Height, about 9,980 feet. At lunch, my aneroid reading was over the scale, 12,250 feet. Shifted hand to read 10,250 feet. Proposed to enter heights in future with correction as calculated at end of book, -340 feet. The foot party went off early, before 8, and marched till 1. Again from 2:35 to 6:30. We started more than a half hour later on each march and caught the others easy. It's been a plod for the foot people and pretty easy going for us, and we have covered 13 miles, geographic. Temperature, -11 degrees. Observation, 87 degrees, 20 minutes, 8 seconds south, 160 degrees, 40 minutes, 53 seconds east, variance 180 degrees. The sky is slightly overcast for the first time since we left the glacier. The sun can be seen already through the veil of stratus and blue sky round the horizon. The Stratugi have all been from the southeast today, and likewise the wind, which has been pretty light. I hope the clouds do not mean wind or bad surface. The latter became poor towards the end of the afternoon. We have not risen much today, and the plain seems to be flattening out. Irregularities are best seen by Stratugi. A skua gull visited us on the march this afternoon. It was evidently curious, kept alighting on the snow ahead and fluttering a few yards as we approached. It seems to have had little food, an extraordinary visitor considering our distance from the sea. Wednesday, January 3rd. Height, lunch, 10,110 feet. Night, 10,180 feet. Camp 56, temperature -17 degrees, minimum -18.5 degrees, within 150 miles of our goal. Last night I decided to reorganize, and this morning told off Teddy Evans, Lashley, and Crean to return. They are disappointed, but take it well. Bowers is to come into our tent, and we proceed as a 5-man unit tomorrow. We have 5.5 units of food, practically over a month's allowance for 5 people. It ought to see us through. We came along well on ski today, but the foot haulers were slow, so we only got a trifle over 12 miles geographic. Very anxious to see how we shall manage tomorrow. If we can march well with a full load, we shall be practically safe, I take it. The surface was very bad in patches today, and the wind strong. Latitude, 87 degrees, 32 minutes. A last note from a hopeful position. I think it's going to be all right. We have a fine party going forward, and arrangements are all going well. Thursday, January 4th. Temperature, -17 degrees. Lunch, temperature, -16.5 degrees. We were naturally late getting away this morning, the sledge having to be packed and arrangements completed for separation of parties. It is wonderful to see how neatly everything stows on a little sledge thanks to Petty Officer Evans. I was anxious to see how we could pull it, and glad to find we went easy enough. Bowers, on foot, pulls between, but behind Wilson and myself. He has to keep his own pace, and luckily does not throw us out at all. The second party had followed us in case of accident, but as soon as I was certain we could get along, we stopped and said farewell. Teddy Evans is terribly disappointed, but has taken it very well and behaved like a man. Poor old Crean wept, and even Lashley was affected. I was glad to find their sledge a mere nothing to them, and thus, no doubt, They will make a quick journey back. Footnote: January 3rd, return of the second supporting party. Under average conditions, the return party should have well fulfilled Scott's cheery anticipations. 3-man teams had done excellently on previous sledging expeditions, whether in Discovery days or as recently as the midwinter visit to the Emperor Penguin's rookery, and the 3 in this party were seasoned travelers with a skilled navigator to lead them. But a blizzard held them up for 3 days before reaching the head of the glacier. They had to press on at speed. By the time they reached the foot of the glacier, Lieutenant Evans developed symptoms of scurvy. His spring work of surveying and sledging out to Corner Camp, and the man-hauling, with Lashley, across the barrier after the breakdown of the motors had been successfully accomplished. This sequel to the glacier and summit marches was an unexpected blow. Withal, he continued to pull while bearing the heavy strain of guiding the course. While the hauling power thus grew less, the leader had to make up for loss of speed by lengthening the working hours. He put his watch on an hour. With the turning out signal thus advanced, the actual marching period reached 12 hours. The situation was saved, and Evans flattered himself on his ingenuity. But the men knew it all the time, and no word said. At One Ton Camp he was unable to stand without the support of his ski sticks, but with the help of his companions struggled on another 53 miles in 4 days. Then he could go no further. His companions, rejecting his suggestion that he be left in his sleeping bag with a supply of provisions while they pressed on for help, cached everything that could be spared, and pulled him on the sledge with a devotion matching that of their captain years before, when he and Wilson brought their companion Shackleton, ill and helpless, safely home to the Discovery. 4 days of this pulling, with a southerly wind to help, brought them to Corner Camp. Then came a heavy snowfall. The sledge could not travel. It was a critical moment. The next day, Crean set out to tramp alone to Hut Point, 34 miles away. Lashley stayed to nurse Lieutenant Evans and most certainly saved his life till help came. Crean reached Hut Point after an exhausting march of 18 hours. How the dog team went to the rescue is told by Dr. Atkinson in the 2nd volume. At the Discovery hut, Evans was unremittingly tended by Dr. Atkinson and finally sent by sledge to the Terra Nova. It is good to record that both Lashley and Crean have received the Albert Medal. End of footnote. Since leaving them, we have marched on till 1:15 and covered 6.2 miles geographic. With full marching days, we ought to have no difficulty in keeping up our average. Night Camp 57. Temperature, -16 degrees. Height, 10,280 feet. We started well on the afternoon march, going a good speed for 1.5 hours. Then we came on a stratum covered with loose sandy snow, and the pulling became very heavy. We managed to get off 12.5 miles geographic by 7 p.m., but it was very heavy work. In the afternoon, the wind died away, and tonight it is flat calm. The sun so warm that in spite of the temperature we can stand about outside in the greatest comfort. It is amusing to stand thus and remember the constant horrors of our situation as they were painted for us, the sun melting the snow on the ski, etc. The plateau is now very flat, but we are still ascending slowly. Stratugi are getting more confused, predominant from the southeast. I wonder what is in store for us. At present, everything seems to be going with extraordinary smoothness, and one can scarcely believe that obstacles will not present themselves to make our task more difficult. Perhaps the surface will be the element to trouble us. End of the first part of Chapter 18. Recording by Bob Stretch, Chula Vista, California. Section 39 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Stretch. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Second part of Chapter 18. The Summit Journey to the Pole. Friday, January 5th. Camp 58. Height Morning, 10,430 feet. Night, 10,320 feet. Temperature, negative 14.8 degrees. Observation, 87 degrees, 57 minutes. 159 degrees, 13 minutes. Minimum temperature, negative 23.5 degrees. Temperature, negative 21 degrees. A dreadfully trying day. Light wind from the north-northwest, bringing detached cloud and constant fall of ice crystals. The surface, in consequence, as bad as could be after the first hour. We started at 8:15, marched solidly until 1:15, covering 7.4 miles geographic. And again in the afternoon we plugged on. By 7 p.m. we had done 12.5 miles geographic, the hardest we have yet done on the plateau. The sastrugi seemed to increase as we advanced, and we have changed direction from southwest to south by west. In the afternoon a good deal of confusing cross sastrugi, and tonight a very rough surface with evidence of hard southerly wind. Luckily the sledge shows no sign of capsizing yet. We sigh for a breeze to sweep the hard snow, but tonight the outlook is not promising better things. However, we are very close to the 88th parallel, a little more than 120 miles from the pole, only a march from Shackleton's final camp, and in a general way, getting on. We go a little over 1.25 miles an hour now. It is a big strain as the shadows creep slowly round from our right through ahead to our left. What lots of things we think of on these monotonous marches. What castles one builds now, hopefully that the pole is ours. Bowers took sights today and will take them every third day. We feel the cold very little. The great comfort in our situation is the excellent drying effect of the sun. Our socks and finnesko are almost dry each morning. Cooking for 5 takes a seriously longer time than cooking for 4, perhaps half an hour on the whole day. It is an item I had not considered when reorganizing. Saturday, January 6th. Height, 10,470 feet. Temperature, negative 22.3 degrees. Obstacles arising. Last night we got amongst sastrugi. They increased in height this morning, and we are now in the midst of a sea of fishhook waves, well remembered from our northern experience. We took off our ski after the first 1.5 hours and pulled on foot. It is terribly heavy in places, and, to add to our trouble, every sastrugus is covered with a beard of sharp branching crystals. Note from the glossary. Sastrugus, an irregularity formed by the wind on a snowplain. Snow wave is not completely descriptive, as the sastrugus has often a fantastic shape unlike the ordinary conception of a wave. End of note. We have covered 6.5 miles, but we cannot keep up our average if this sort of surface continues. There is no wind. Camp 59. Latitude 88 degrees 7 minutes. Height 10,430 to 10,510 feet. Rise of barometer. Temperature negative 22.5 degrees. Minimum negative 25.8 degrees. Morning. Fearfully hard pull again, and when we had marched about an hour we discovered that a sleeping bag had fallen off the sledge. We had to go back and carry it on. It cost us over an hour and disorganized our party. We have only covered 10.5 miles geographic, and it's been about the hardest pull we've had. We think of leaving our ski here, mainly because of risk of breakage. Over the sastrugi it's all up and down hill, and the covering of ice crystals prevents the sledge from gliding even on the downgrade. The sastrugi, I fear, have come to stay, and we must be prepared for heavy marching. But in 2 days I hope to lighten loads with the depot. We are south of Shackleton's last camp, so, I suppose, have made the most southerly camp. Sunday, January 7th. Height, 10,560 feet. Lunch temp, negative 21.3 degrees. The vicissitudes of this work are bewildering. Last night we decided to leave our ski on account of the sastrugi. This morning we marched out 1 mile in 40 minutes, and the sastrugi gradually disappeared. I kept debating the ski question, and at this point stopped, and after discussion we went back and fetched the ski. It cost us 1.5 hours nearly. Marching again, I found to my horror that we could scarcely move the sledge on ski. The first hour was awful, owing to the wretched coating of loose sandy snow. However, we persisted, and towards the latter end of our tiring march we began to make better progress. But the work is still awfully heavy. I must stick to the ski after this. Afternoon, camp 60 degrees, temperature -23 degrees, height 10,570 feet, observation latitude 88 degrees 18 minutes 40 seconds south, longitude 157 degrees 21 minutes east, variance 179 degrees 15 minutes west. Very heavy pulling still, but did 5.5 miles geographic in over 4 hours. This is the shortest march we have made on the summit, but there is excuse. Still, there is no doubt if things remained as they were, we could not keep up the strain of such marching for long. Things, however, luckily will not remain as they are. Tomorrow we depot a week's provision, lightening altogether about 100 pounds. This afternoon the welcome southerly wind returned and is now blowing force 2 to 3. I cannot but think it will improve the surface. The Stratugi are very much diminished, and those from the south seem to be overpowering those from the southeast. Cloud traveled rapidly over from the south this afternoon, and the surface was covered with sandy crystals. These were not so bad as the bearded Stratugi, and oddly enough the wind and drift only gradually obliterate these striking formations. We have scarcely risen at all today, and the plain looks very flat. It doesn't look as though there were more rises ahead, and one could not wish for a better surface, if only the crystal deposit would disappear or harden up. I am awfully glad we have hung on to the ski. Hard as the marching is, it is far less tiring on ski. Bowers has a heavy time on foot, but nothing seems to tire him. Evans has a nasty cut in his hand, sledge-making. I hope it won't give trouble. Our food continues to amply satisfy. What luck to have hit on such an excellent ration. We really are an excellently found party. Monday, January 8th. Camp 60, noon, temperature -19.8 degrees. Minimum for the night, -25 degrees. Our first summit blizzard. We might just have started after breakfast, but the wind seemed ominously on the increase, and so has proved. The sun has not been obscured, but the snow is evidently falling as well as drifting. The sun seems to be getting a little brighter as the wind increases. The whole phenomenon is very much like a barrier blizzard, only there is much less snow, as one would expect, and at present less wind, which is somewhat of a surprise. Evan's hand was dressed this morning, and the rest ought to be good for it. I am not sure it will not do us all good, as we lie so very comfortably, warmly clothed in our comfortable bags, within our double-walled tent. However, we do not want more than a day's delay at most, both on account of lost time and food, and the snow accumulation of ice. Night temperature, -13.5 degrees. It has grown much thicker during the day, from time to time obscuring the sun for the first time. The temperature is low for a blizzard, but we are very comfortable in our double tent, and the cold snow is not sticky and not easily carried into the tent, so that the sleeping bags remain in good condition. Temperature, -3 degrees. The glass is rising slightly. I hope we shall be able to start in the morning, but fear that a disturbance of this sort may last longer than our local storm. It is quite impossible to speak too highly of my companions. Each fulfills his office to the party. Wilson, first as doctor, ever on the lookout to alleviate the small pains and troubles incidental to the work, now as cook, quick, careful, and dexterous, ever thinking of some fresh expedient to help the camp life, tough as steel on the traces, never wavering from start to finish. Evans, a giant worker with a really remarkable headpiece. It is only now I realize how much has been due to him. Our ski shoes and crampons have been absolutely indispensable, and if the original ideas were not his, the details of manufacture and design and the good workmanship are his alone. He is responsible for every sledge fitting, tents, sleeping bags, harness, and when one cannot recall a single expression of dissatisfaction with any one of these items, it shows what an invaluable assistant he has been. Now, besides superintending the putting up of the tent, he thinks out and arranges the packing of the sledge. It is extraordinary how neatly and handily everything is stowed, and how much study has been given to preserving the suppleness and good running qualities of the machine. On the barrier, before the ponies were killed, he was ever roaming around, correcting faults of stowage. Little Bowers remains a marvel. He is thoroughly enjoying himself. I leave all the provision arrangement in his hands. and at all times he knows exactly how we stand, or how each returning party should fare. It has been a complicated business to redistribute stores at the various stages of reorganization, but not one single mistake has been made. In addition to the stores, he keeps the most thorough and conscientious meteorological record, and to this he now adds the duty of observer and photographer. Nothing comes amiss to him, and no work is too hard. It is a difficulty to get him into the tent. He seems quite oblivious to the cold, and lies coiled in his bag, writing and working out sights long after the others are asleep. Of these three, it is a matter for thought and congratulation that each is sufficiently suited for his own work, but would not be capable of doing that of the others as well as it is done. Each is invaluable. Oates had his invaluable period with the ponies. Now he is a foot slogger and goes hard the whole time. Does his share of camp work, and stands the hardships as well as any of us. I would not like to be without him either. So our 5 people are perhaps as happily selected as it is possible to imagine. Tuesday, January 9th, Camp 61, record, latitude 88 degrees, 25 minutes, height 10,270 feet, barometer risen, I think, temperature -4 degrees. Still blowing and drifting when we got to breakfast, but signs of taking off. The wind had gradually shifted from south to east-southeast. After lunch we were able to break camp in a bad light, but on a good surface. We made a very steady afternoon march, covering 6.5 miles geographic. This should place us in latitude 88 degrees, 25 minutes, beyond the record of Shackleton's walk. All is new ahead. The barometer has risen since the blizzard, and it looks as though we were on a level plateau, not to rise much further. Observation, longitude 159 degrees, 17 minutes, 45 seconds east, variance 179 degrees, 55 minutes west, minimum temperature -7.2 degrees. More curiously, the temperature continued to rise after the blow and is now at -4 degrees. It seems quite warm. The sun has only shone very indistinctly all the afternoon, although brighter now. Clouds are still drifting over from the east. The marching is growing terribly monotonous, but one cannot grumble as long as the distance can be kept up. It can, I think, if we leave a depot, but a very annoying thing has happened. Bauer's watch has suddenly dropped 26 minutes. It may have stopped from being frozen outside his pocket, or he may have inadvertently touched the hands. Anyway, it makes one more chary of leaving stores on this great plain, especially as the blizzard tended to drift up our tracks. We could only just see the back track when we started, but the light was extremely poor. Wednesday, January 10th, Camp 62, temperature -11 degrees. Last depot, 88 degrees, 29 minutes south, 159 degrees, 33 minutes east, variance 180 degrees. Terrible hard march in the morning. Only covered 5.1 miles geographic. Decided to leave depot at lunch camp. Built cairn and left 1 week's food together with sundry articles of clothing. We are down as close as we can go in the latter. We go forward with 18 days' food. Yesterday I should have said, certain to see us through, but now the surface is beyond words, and if it continues we shall have the greatest difficulty to keep our march long enough. The surface is quite covered with sandy snow, and when the sun shines it is terrible. During the early part of the afternoon it was overcast, and we started our lightened sledge with a good swing, but during the last 2 hours the sun cast shadows again, and the work was distressingly hard. We have only covered 10.8 miles geographic. Only 85 miles geographic from the pole, but it's going to be a stiff pull both ways apparently. Still, we do make progress, which is something. Tonight the sky is overcast, the temperature -11 degrees, much higher than I anticipated. It is very difficult to imagine what is happening to the weather. The Strategie grow more and more confused, running from south to east, very difficult steering in uncertain light and with rapidly moving clouds. The clouds don't seem to come from anywhere, form and disperse without visible reason. The surface seems to be growing softer. Meteorological conditions seem to point to an area of variable light winds, and that plot will thicken as we advance. Thursday, January 11th. Lunch. Height 10,540, temperature -15 degrees. It was heavy pulling from the beginning today, but for the first 2.5 hours we could keep the sledge moving. Then the sun came out. It had been overcast and snowing with a light southeasterly breeze, and the rest of the forenoon was agonizing. I never had such pulling. All the time the sledge rasps and creaks. We have covered 6 miles, but at a fearful cost to ourselves. Night camp 63. Height 10,530 feet. Temperature negative 16.3 degrees. Minimum negative 25.8 degrees. Another hard grind in the afternoon and 5 miles added. About 74 miles from the pole. Can we keep this up for 7 days? It takes it out of us like anything. None of us ever had such hard work before. Cloud has been coming and going overhead all day, drifting from the southeast but continually altering shape. Snow crystals falling all the time. A very light south breeze at start, soon dying away. The sun so bright and warm tonight that it is almost impossible to imagine a minus temperature. The snow seems to get softer as we advance. The sastrugi, though sometimes high and undercut, are not hard, no crusts. Except yesterday the surface subsided once, as on the barrier. It seems pretty certain there is no steady wind here. Our chance still holds good if we can put the work in, but it's a terribly trying time. Friday, January 12th, Camp 64, temperature negative 17.5 degrees, latitude 88 degrees, 57 minutes. Another heavy march with snow getting softer all the time. Sun very bright, calm at start. First 2 hours, terribly slow. Lunch, 4 3/4 hours, 5.6 miles geographic. Slight latitude, 88 degrees, 52 minutes. Afternoon, 4 hours, 5.1 miles, total 10.7. In the afternoon, we seem to be going better. Clouds spread over from the west with a light chill wind, and for a few brief minutes we tasted the delight of having the sledge following free. Alas, in a few minutes it was worse than ever, in spite of the sun's eclipse. However, the short experience was salutary. I had got to fear that we were weakening badly in our pulling. Those few minutes showed me that we only want a good surface to get along as merrily as of old. With a surface as it is, one gets horribly sick of the monotony and can easily imagine oneself getting played out. Were it not that at the lunch and night camps one so quickly forgets all one's troubles and bucks up for a fresh effort. It is an effort to keep up the double figures, but if we can do so for another 4 marches, we ought to get through. It's going to be a close thing. At camping tonight, everyone was chilled and we guessed a cold snap, but to our surprise, the actual temperature was higher than last night, when we could dawdle in the sun. It is almost unaccountable why we should suddenly feel the cold in this manner, partly the exhaustion of the march, but partly some damp quality in the air, I think. Little Bowers is wonderful. In spite of my protest, he would take sights after we camped tonight, after marching in the soft snow all day where we had been comparatively restful on ski. Night position, latitude 88 degrees, 57 minutes, 25 seconds south, longitude 160 degrees, 21 minutes east, variance 179 degrees, 49 minutes west, minimum temperature negative 23.5 degrees. Only 63 miles, geographic, from the pole tonight. We ought to do the trick, but oh, for a better surface. It is quite evident this is a comparatively windless area. The sastrugi are few and far between, and all soft. I should imagine occasional blizzards sweep up from the southeast, but none with violence. We have deep tracks in the snow, which is soft, as deep as you like to dig down. Saturday, January 13th. Lunch height, 10,390 feet. Barometer low. Lunch latitude, 89 degrees, 3 minutes, 18 seconds. Started on soft snow, very heavy dragging, and went slow. We could have supposed nothing but that such conditions would last from now onward, but to our surprise, after 2 hours we came on a sea of sastrugi, all lying from south to east, predominant east-southeast. Have had a cold little wind from southeast and south-southeast, where the sky is overcast. Have done 5.6 miles and are now over the 89th parallel. Night camp 65. Height 10,270 feet. Temperature negative 22.5 degrees. Minimum negative 23.5 degrees. Latitude 89 degrees, 9 minutes south, very nearly. We started very well in the afternoon. Thought we were going to make a real good march, but after the first 2 hours, surface crystals became as sandy as ever. Still, we did 5.6 miles geographic, going over 11 for the day. Well, another day with double figures and a bit over. The chance holes. It looks as though we were descending slightly. Strategy remain in the forenoon. It is wearisome work, this tugging and straining to advance a light sledge. I did manage to get my thoughts off the work for a time today, which is very restful. We should be in a poor way without our ski, though Bowers manages to struggle through the soft snow without tiring his short legs. Only 51 miles from the pole tonight. If we don't get to it, we shall be damned close. There is a little southerly breeze tonight. I devoutly hope it may increase in force. The alternation of soft snow and strategy seem to suggest that the coastal mountains are not so very far away. Sunday, January 14th, Camp 66, lunch temperature -18 degrees, night temperature -15 degrees. Sun showing mistily through overcast sky all day. Bright southerly wind with very low drift. In consequence, the surface was a little better, and we came along very steadily 6.3 miles in the morning and 5.5 miles in the afternoon. But the steering was awfully difficult and trying. Very often I could see nothing, and Bowers on my shoulders directed me. Under such circumstances, it is an immense help to be pulling on ski. Tonight it is looking very thick. The sun can barely be distinguished. The temperature has risen, and there are serious indications of a blizzard. I trust they will not come to anything. There are practically no signs of heavy wind here, so that even if it blows a little, we may be able to march. Meanwhile, we are less than 40 miles from the pole. Again we notice the cold. At lunch today, observation, latitude 89 degrees, 20 minutes, 53 seconds south. All our feet were cold, but this was mainly due to the bald state of our finnesko. I put some grease under the bare skin and found it made all the difference. Oates seems to be feeling the cold and fatigue more than the rest of us, but we are all very fit. It is a critical time, but we ought to pull through. The barometer has fallen very considerably, and we cannot tell whether due to ascent of plateau or change in weather. Oh, for a few fine days. So close it seems, and only the weather to balk us. Monday, January 15th, lunch camp, height 9,950 feet, last depot. During the night the air cleared entirely and the sun shone in a perfectly clear sky. The light wind had dropped and the temperature fallen to -25 degrees, minimum -27 degrees. I guessed this meant a hard pull and guessed right. The surface was terrible, but for 4 3/4 hours yielded 6 miles geographic. We were all pretty well done at camping, and here we leave our last depot, only 4 days' food and a sundry or two. The load is now very light, but I fear that the friction will not be greatly reduced. Night, January 15th, height 9,920 feet, temperature -25 degrees. The sledge came surprisingly lightly after lunch, something from loss of weight, something I think from stowage, and most of all perhaps as a result of tea. Anyhow, we made a capital afternoon march of 6.3 miles, bringing the total for the day to over 12.3. The strategy again very confused, but mostly southeast quadrant. The heaviest now almost east, so that the sledge continually bumps over the ridges. The wind is from west-northwest chiefly, but the weather remains fine, and there is no strategy from that direction. Camp 67, lunch observation, latitude 89 degrees, 26 minutes, 57 seconds. Latitude dead reckoning, 89 degrees, 33 minutes, 15 seconds south. Longitude 160 degrees, 56 minutes, 45 seconds east. Variance 179 degrees east. It is wonderful to think that 2 long marches would land us at the pole. We left our depot today with 9 days' provisions, so that it ought to be a certain thing now, and the only appalling possibility, the sight of the Norwegian flag forestalling us. Little Bowers continues his indefatigable efforts to get good sights, and it is wonderful how he works them up in his sleeping bag in our congested tent. Minimum for tonight, -27.5 degrees. Only 27 miles from the pole. We ought to do it now. Tuesday, January 16th, Camp 68, height 9,760 feet, temperature -23.5 degrees. The worst has happened, or nearly the worst. We marched well in the morning and covered 7.5 miles. Noon sight showed us at latitude 89 degrees 42 minutes south, and we started off in high spirits in the afternoon, feeling that tomorrow would see us at our destination. About the second hour of the march, Bowers' sharp eyes detected what he thought was a cairn. He was uneasy about it, but argued it must be a Tortugas. Half an hour later he detected a black speck ahead. Soon we knew this could not be a natural snow feature. We marched on, found that it was a black flag tied to a sledge-bearer, near by the remains of a camp, sledge tracks and ski tracks, going and coming, and the clear trace of dogs' paws, many dogs. This told us the whole story. The Norwegians have forestalled us and are the first at the pole. It is a terrible disappointment. And I am very sorry for my loyal companions. Many thoughts come and much discussion have we had. Tomorrow we must march on to the pole and then hasten home with all the speed we can compass. All the daydreams must go. It will be a wearisome return. We are descending in altitude. Certainly also the Norwegians found an easy way up. Wednesday, January 17th, Camp 69, temperature 22 degrees at start, night -21 degrees. The pole. Yes, but under very different circumstances from those expected. We have had a horrible day. Add to our disappointment a headwind 4 to 5, with a temperature -22 degrees, and companions laboring on with cold feet and hands. We started at 7:30, none of us having slept much after the shock of our discovery. We followed the Norwegian sledge tracks for some way. As far as we could make out, there were only 2 men. In about 3 miles we passed 2 small cairns. Then, the weather overcast, and the tracks being increasingly drifted up and obviously going too far to the west, we decided to make straight for the pole according to our calculations. At 12:30, Evans had such cold hands we camped for lunch. An excellent weekend one. We had marched 7.4 miles. Latitude sight gave 89 degrees, 53 minutes, 37 seconds. We started out and did 6.5 miles due south. Tonight, little Bowers is laying himself out to get sights in terrible difficult circumstances. The wind is blowing hard, temperature -21 degrees, and there is that curious damp, cold feeling in the air, which chills one to the bone in no time. We have been descending again, I think. There looks to be a rise ahead. Otherwise, there is very little that is different from the awful monotony of past days. Great God, this is an awful place, and terrible enough for us to have labored to it without the reward of priority. Well, it is something to have got here, and the wind may be our friend tomorrow. We have had a fat polar hoosh in spite of our chagrin, and feel comfortable inside. Added a small stick of chocolate and the queer taste of a cigarette brought by Wilson. Now for the run home in a desperate struggle. I wonder if we can do it. Thursday morning, January 18th. Decided after summing up all observations that we were 3.5 miles away from the pole, 1 mile beyond it and 3 to the right. More or less in this direction Bowers saw a cairn or tent. We have just arrived at this tent, 2 miles from our camp, therefore about 1.5 miles from the pole. In the tent we find a record of 5 Norwegians having been here, as follows: Roald Amundsen, Olav Olafsson Bjarland, Hilmar Hansen, Sverre H. Hassel, Oscar Vistling. 16 December, 1911. The tent is fine, a small, compact affair supported by a single bamboo. A note from Amundsen, which I keep, asks me to forward a letter to King Haakon. The following articles have been left in the tent: 3 half-bags of reindeer containing miscellaneous assortment of mitts and sleeping socks, very various in description, a sextant, a Norwegian artificial horizon, and a hypsometer without boiling point thermometers, a sextant and hypsometer of English make. Left a note to say I had visited the tent with companions. Bowers photographing and Wilson sketching. Since lunch we have marched 6.2 miles south-southeast by compass, i.e. northwards. Sights at lunch give us 1/2 to 3/4 of a mile from the pole, so we call it the pole camp. Temperature lunch, -21 degrees. We built a cairn, put up our poor slighted Union Jack, and photographed ourselves. Mighty cold work, all of it. Less than half a mile south we saw stuck up an old underrunner of a sledge. This we commandeered as a yard for our 4-cloth sail. I imagine it was intended to mark the exact spot of the pole as near as the Norwegians could fix it, height 9,500 feet. A note attached talked of the tent being 2 miles from the pole. Wilson keeps the note. There is no doubt that our predecessors have made thoroughly sure of their mark and fully carried out their program. I think the pole is about 9,500 feet in height, which is remarkable considering in latitude 88 degrees we were about 10,500. We carried the Union Jack about 3/4 of a mile north with us, and left it on a piece of stick as near as we could fix it. I fancy the Norwegians arrived at the pole on the 15th December and left on the 17th, ahead of a date quoted by me in London as ideal, viz. December 22nd. It looks as though the Norwegian party expected colder weather on the summit than they got. It could scarcely be otherwise from Shackleton's account. Well, we've turned our back now on the goal of our ambition, and must face our 800 miles of solid dragging, and goodbye to most of the daydreams. End of Chapter 18. Recording by Bob Stretch, Chula Vista, California. Section 40 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Stretch. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Chapter 19. The Return from the Pole. Friday, January 19th. Lunch, 8.1. Temperature, negative 22.6 degrees. Early in the march, we picked up a Norwegian cairn and our outward tracks. We followed these to the ominous black flag which had first apprised us of our predecessor's success. We've picked this flag up using the staff for our sail and are now camped about 1.5 miles further back on our tracks. So that is the last of the Norwegians for the present. The surface undulates considerably about this latitude. It was more evident today than when we were outward bound. Night camp, R2. Footnote. A number preceded by R marks the camps on the return journey. End of footnote. Height, 9,700 feet. Temperature, negative 18.5 degrees. Minimum, negative 25.6 degrees. Came along well this afternoon for 3 hours, then a rather dreary finish for the last 1.5. Weather very curious. Snow clouds, looking very dense and spoiling the light, pass overhead from the south, dropping very minute crystals. Between the showers the sun shows and the wind goes to the southwest. The fine crystals absolutely spoil the surface. We had heavy dragging during the last hour in spite of the light load and a full sail. Our old tracks are drifted up, deep in places, and toothed sastrugi have formed over them. It looks as though this sandy snow was drifted about like sand from place to place. How account for the present state of our 3-day-old tracks and the month-old ones of the Norwegians? It is warmer and pleasanter marching with the wind, but I'm not sure we don't feel the cold more when we stop and camp than we did on the outward march. We pick up our cairns easily, and ought to do so right through, I think. But of course one will be a bit anxious till the 3-degree depot is reached. Footnote. Still over 150 miles away, they had marched 7 miles on the homeward track the first afternoon, 18.5 the second day. End of footnote. I'm afraid the return journey is going to be dreadfully tiring and monotonous. Saturday, January 20th. Lunch camp, 9,810. We have come along very well this morning, although the surface was terrible bad. 9.3 miles in 5 hours, 20 minutes. This has brought us to our southern depot, and we pick up 4 days' food. We carry on 7 days from tonight with 55 miles to go to the half-degree depot made on January 10th. The same sort of weather and a little more wind, sail drawing well. Night camp, R3, 9,860. Temperature, negative 18 degrees. It was blowing quite hard and drifting when we started our afternoon march. At first, with full sail, we went along at a great rate. Then we got on to an extraordinary surface, the drifting snow lying in heaps. It clung to the ski, which could only be pushed forward with an effort. The pulling was really awful, but we went steadily on and camped a short way beyond our cairn of the 14th. I'm afraid we're in for a bad pull again tomorrow. Luckily, the wind holds. I shall be very glad when Bowers gets his ski. I'm afraid he must find these long marches very trying with short legs, but he is an undefeated little sportsman. I think Oates is feeling the cold and fatigue more than the rest of us. It is blowing pretty hard tonight, but with a good march we've earned one good hoosh, and we're very comfortable in the tent. It is everything now to keep up a good marching pace. I trust we shall be able to do so and catch the ship. Total march, 18.5 miles. Sunday, January 21st, R4, 10,010 feet. Temperature, blizzard, negative 18 degrees to negative 11 degrees to negative 14 degrees now. Awoke to a stiff blizzard, air very thick with snow and sun very dim. Decided not to march owing to the likelihood of losing track. Expected at least a day of layup, but whilst at lunch there was a sudden clearance and the wind dropped to a light breeze. We got ready to march, but the gear was so iced up we did not get away until 3:45. Marched until 7:40, a terribly weary 4-hour drag. Even with helping wind, we only did 5.5 miles, 6 1/4 statute. The surf is bad, horribly bad, on New Sastrigi and decidedly rising again in elevation. We're going to have a pretty hard time this next 100 miles, I expect. If it was difficult to drag downhill over this belt, it will probably be a good deal more difficult to drag up. Luckily, the cracks are fairly distinct, though we only see our cairns when less than a mile away. 45 miles to the next depot and 6 days' food in hand. Then pick up 7 days' food, temperature negative 22 degrees, and 90 miles to go to the 3-degree depot. Once there, we ought to be safe, but we ought to have a day or two in hand on arrival and may have difficulty with following the tracks. However, if we can get a rating sight for our watches tomorrow, we shall be independent of the tracks at a pinch. Monday, January 22nd, 10,000 feet, temperature negative 21 degrees. I think about the most tiring march we've had, solid pulling the whole way, in spite of the light sledge and some little helping wind at first. Then, in the last part of the afternoon, the sun came out, and almost immediately we had the whole surface covered with soft snow. We got away sharp at 8 and marched a solid 9 hours, and thus we have covered 14.5 miles geographic. But by Jove, it has been a grind. We are just about on the 89th parallel. Tonight, Bowers got a rating sight. I'm afraid we've passed out of the wind area. We're within 2.5 miles of the 64th Camp Cairn, 30 miles from our depot, and with 5 days' food in hand. Ski boots are beginning to show signs of wear. I trust we shall have no giving out of ski or boots, since there are yet so many miles to go. I thought we were climbing today, but the barometer gives no change. Tuesday, January 23rd. Lowest minimum last night, negative 30 degrees. Temperature at start, negative 28 degrees. Lunch height, 10,100 feet. Temperature, with wind 6 to 7, negative 19 degrees. Little wind and heavy marching at start. Then wind increased, and we did 8.7 miles by lunch, when it was practically blowing a blizzard. The old tracks show so remarkably well that we can follow them without much difficulty. A great piece of luck. In the afternoon we had to reorganize. Could carry a whole sail. Bowers hung on to the sledge. Evans and Oates had to lengthen out. We came along at a great rate and should have got within easy march of our depot had not Wilson suddenly discovered that Evans's nose was frostbitten. It was white and hard. We thought it best to camp at 6:45. Got the tent up with some difficulty, and now pretty cozy after a good hoosh. There is no doubt Evans is a good deal run down. His fingers are badly blistered, and his nose is rather seriously congested with frequent frostbites. He is very much annoyed with himself, which is not a good sign. I think Wilson, Bowers, and I are as fit as possible under the circumstances. Oates gets cold feet. One way and another, I shall be glad to get off the summit. We're only about 13 miles from our 1.5-degree depot, and we should be there tomorrow. The weather seems to be breaking up. Pray God we have something of a track to follow to the 3-degree depot. Once we pick that up, we ought to be right. Wednesday, January 24th. Lunch temperature, -8 degrees. Things beginning to look a little serious. A strong wind at the start has developed into a full blizzard at lunch, and we've had to get into our sleeping bags. It was a bad march, but we covered 7 miles. At first Evans and then Wilson went ahead to scout for tracks. Bowers guided the sledge alone for the first hour. Then both Oates and he remained alongside it. They had a fearful time trying to make the pace between the soft patches. At 12:30, the sun coming ahead made it impossible to see the tracks further, and we had to stop. By this time, the gale was at its height, and we had the dickens of a time getting up the tent, cold fingers all around. We were only 7 miles from our depot, but I made sure we should be there tonight. This is the second full gale since we left the pole. I don't like the look of it. Is the weather breaking up? If so, God help us. With a tremendous summit journey and scant food. Wilson and Bowers are my standby. I don't like the easy way in which Owens and Evans get frostbitten. Thursday, January 25th. Temperature, lunch, -11 degrees. Temperature, night, -16 degrees. Thank God we found our half-degree depot. After lying in our bags yesterday afternoon and all night, we debated breakfast. Decided to have it later and go without lunch. At the same time, the gale seemed as bad as ever, but during breakfast the sun showed and there was light enough to see the old track. It was a long and terribly cold job digging out our sledge and breaking camp, but we got through and on the march, without sail, all pulling. This was about 11, and at about 2:30, to our joy, we saw the red depot flag. We had lunch and left with 9.5 days' provisions. Still following the track, marched until 8 and covered over 5 miles, over 12 in the day. Only 89 miles, geographic, to the next depot, but it's time we cleared off this plateau. We are not without ailments. Oates suffers from a very cold foot. Evans's fingers and nose are in a bad state, and tonight Wilson is suffering tortures from his eyes. Bowers and I are the only members of the party without troubles just at present. The weather still looks unsettled, and I fear a succession of blizzards at this time of year. The wind is strong from the south, and this afternoon has been very helpful with a full sail. Needless to say, I shall sleep much better with our provision bag full again. The only real anxiety now is the finding of the 3-degree depot. The tracks seem as good as ever so far. Sometimes for 30 or 40 yards we lose them under drifts, but then they reappear quite clearly raised above the surface. If the light is good, there is not the least difficulty in following. Blizzards are our bugbear. Not only stopping our marches, but the cold, damp air takes it out of us. Bowers got another rating sight tonight. It was wonderful how he managed to observe in such a horribly cold wind. He has been on ski today, whilst Wilson walked by the sledge or pulled ahead of it. Friday, January 26th. Temperature, -17 degrees. Height, 9,700. Must be a high barometer. Started late, 8:50, for no reason, as I called the hands rather early. We must have fewer delays. There was a good stiff breeze and plenty of drift, but the tracks held. To our old blizzard camp of the 7th we got on well, 7 miles. But beyond the camp we found the tracks completely wiped out. We searched for some time and then marched on a short way and lunched, the weather gradually clearing, though the wind holding. Knowing there were 2 cairns at 4-mile intervals, we had little anxiety until we picked up the first far on our right. Then steering right by a stroke of fortune, and Bowers' sharp eyes caught the glimpse of the second far on the left. Evidently we had made a bad course outward at this point. There is not a sign of our tracks between these cairns, but the last, marking our night camp of the 6th, number 59, is in the belt of hard sastrugi and I was comforted to see signs of the track reappearing as we camped. I hope to goodness we can follow it tomorrow. We marched 16 miles geographic today, but made good only 15.4. Saturday, January 27th, R10. Temperature, negative 16 degrees lunch, negative 14.3 degrees evening. Minimum, negative 19 degrees. Height, 9,900 feet. Barometer low? Called the hands a half hour late, but we got away in good time. The forenoon march was over the belt of storm-tossed sastrugi. It looked like a rough sea. Wilson and I pulled in front on ski, the remainder on foot. It was very tricky work following the track, which pretty constantly disappeared, and in fact only showed itself by faint signs anywhere. A foot or two of raised sledge track, a dozen yards of the trail of the sledge meter wheel, or a spatter of hard snowflakes where feet had trodden. Sometimes none of these were distinct, but one got an impression of the lines which guided. The trouble was that on the outward track one had to shape course constantly to avoid the heaviest mounds, and consequently there were many zigzags. We lost a good deal over a mile by these halts, in which we unharnessed and went on the search for signs. However, by hook or crook, we managed to stick on the old track. Came on the cairn quite suddenly, marched past it, and camped for lunch at 7 miles. In the afternoon, the sastrugi gradually diminished in size, and now we are on fairly level ground today. The obstruction practically at an end, and to our joy, the tracks showing up much plainer again. For the last 2 hours we had no difficulty at all in following them. There has been a nice, helpful southerly breeze all day, a clear sky and comparatively warm temperature. The air is dry again, so the tents and equipment are gradually losing their icy condition imposed by the blizzard conditions of the past week. Our sleeping bags are slowly but surely getting wetter, and I'm afraid that it will take a lot of this weather to put them right. However, we all sleep well enough in them, the hours allowed being now on the short side. We are slowly getting more hungry, and it would be an advantage to have a little more food, especially for lunch. If we get to the next depot in a few marches, it is now less than 60 miles and we have a full week's food, we ought to be able to open out a little, but we can't look for a real feed until we get to the pony food depot. A long way to go, and by Jove, this is tremendous labor. Sunday, January 28th. Lunch, negative 20 degrees. Height, night, 10,130 feet. R11, supper temperature, negative 18 degrees. Little wind and heavy going in the forenoon. We just ran out 8 miles in 5 hours, and added another 8 in 3 hours 40 minutes in the afternoon with a good wind and better surface. It is very difficult to say if we're going up or downhill. The barometer is quite different from outward readings. We're 43 miles from the depot, with 6 days' food in hand. We are camped opposite our lunch cairn of the 4th, only half a day's march from the point at which the last supporting party left us. 3 articles were dropped on our outward march: Oates's pipe, Bowers's fur mitts, and Evans's night boots. We picked up the boots and mitts on the track, and tonight we found the pipe lying placidly in sight on the snow. The sledge tracks were very easy to follow today. They're becoming more and more raised, giving a good line shadow, often visible half a mile ahead. If this goes on and the weather holds, we shall get our depot without trouble. I shall indeed be glad to get it on the sledge. We're getting more hungry, there is no doubt. The lunch meal is beginning to seem inadequate. We're pretty thin, especially Evans, but none of us are feeling worked out. I doubt if we could drag heavy loads, but we can keep going well with our light one. We talk of food a good deal more, and shall be glad to open out on it. Monday, January 29th, R12. Lunch temp, negative 23 degrees. Supper temp, negative 25 degrees. Height, 10,000 feet. Excellent march of 19.5 miles, 10.5 before lunch. Wind helping greatly, considerable drift. Tracks for the most part very plain. Some time before lunch we picked up the return track of the supporting party, so that there are now 3 distinct sledge impressions. We are only 24 miles from our depot. An easy day and a half. Given a fine day tomorrow, we ought to get it without difficulty. The wind and sastrugi are south-southeast and southeast. If the weather holds, we ought to do the rest of the inland ice journey in a little over a week. The surface is very much altered since we passed out. The loose snow is swept into heaps, hard and wind-tossed. The rest has a glazed appearance, the loose drifting snow no doubt acting on it, polishing it like a sandblast. The sledge, with our good wind behind, runs splendidly on it. It is all soft and sandy beneath the glaze. We are certainly getting hungrier every day. The day after tomorrow we should be able to increase allowances. It is monotonous work, but, thank God, the miles are coming fast at last. We ought not to be delayed much now with the downgrade in front of us. Tuesday, January 30th, R13, 9,860 feet. Lunch temp, negative 25 degrees. Supper temp, negative 24.5 degrees. Thank the Lord. Another fine march, 19 miles. We have passed the last cairn before the depot. The track is clear ahead, the weather fair, the wind helpful, the gradient down. With any luck, we should pick up our depot in the middle of the morning march. This is the bright side. The reverse of the medal is serious. Wilson has strained a tendon in his leg. It has given pain all day and is swollen tonight. Of course, he is full of pluck over it, but I don't like the idea of such an accident here. To add to the trouble, Evans has dislodged 2 fingernails tonight. His hands are really bad, and to my surprise, he shows signs of losing heart over it. He hasn't been cheerful since the accident. The wind shifted from southeast to south and back again all day, but luckily it keeps strong. We can get along with bad fingers, but it will be a mighty serious thing if Wilson's leg doesn't improve. Wednesday, January 31st, 9,800 feet. Lunch temperature, negative 20 degrees. Supper temperature, negative 20 degrees. The day opened fine with a fair breeze. We marched on to the depot. Footnote, 3-degree depot. End of footnote. Picked it up and lunched an hour later. In the afternoon, the surface became fearfully bad. The wind dropped to a light southerly air. Ill luck that this should happen just when we have only 4 men to pull. Wilson rested his leg as much as possible by walking quietly beside the sledge. The result has been good, and tonight there is much less inflammation. I hope he will be all right again soon, but it is trying to have an injured limb in the party. I see we had a very heavy surface here on our outward march. There is no doubt we are traveling over undulations, but the inequality of level does not make a great difference to our pace. It is the sandy crystals that hold us up. There has been very great alteration of the surface since we were here last. The sledge tracks stand high. This afternoon we picked up Bowers' ski. Footnote, left on December 31st. End of footnote. The last thing we have to find on the summit, thank heaven. Now we have only to go north, and so shall welcome strong winds. Thursday, February 1st, R15, 9,778 feet. Lunch temperature, negative 20 degrees. Supper temperature, negative 19.8 degrees. Heavy collar work most of the day. Wind light. Did 8 miles, 4 3/4 hours. Started well in the afternoon and came down a steep slope in quick time. Then the surface turned real bad. Sandy drifts, very heavy pulling. Working on past 8 p.m., we just fetched a lunch cairn of December 29 when we were only a week out from the depot. Footnote, the Upper Glacier Depot, under Mount Darwin, where the first supporting party turned back. End of footnote. It ought to be easy to get in with a margin, having 8 days' food in hand, full feeding. We have opened out on the 1/7 increase, and it makes a lot of difference. Wilson's leg, much better. Evan's fingers now very bad. 2 nails coming off, blisters burst. Friday, February 2nd, 9,340 feet. R16. Temperature, lunch, negative 19 degrees. Supper, negative 17 degrees. We started well on a strong southerly wind. Soon got to a steep grade when the sledge overran and upset us. one after another. We got off our ski and pulling on foot reeled off 9 miles by lunch at 1:30. Started in the afternoon on foot, going very strong. We noticed a curious circumstance toward the end of the forenoon. The tracks were drifted over, but the drifts formed sort of a causeway along which we pulled. In the afternoon we soon came to a steep slope, the same on which we exchanged sledges on December 28th. All went well till, in trying to keep the track at the same time as my feet, on a very slippery surface, I came an awful perler on my shoulder. It is horribly sore tonight, and another sick person added to our tent. 3 out of 5 injured, and the most troublesome surfaces to come. We shall be lucky if we get through without serious injury. Wilson's leg is better, but might easily get bad again, and Evans's fingers. At the bottom of the slope this afternoon we came on a confused sea of sastrugi. We lost the track. Later, on soft snow, we picked up E. Evans' return track, which we're now following. We have managed to get off 17 miles. The extra food is certainly helping us, but we're getting pretty hungry. The weather is already a trifle warmer, the altitude lower, and only 80 miles or so to Mount Darwin. It is time we were off the summit. Pray God another 4 days will see us pretty well clear of it. Our bags are getting very wet, and we ought to have more sleep. End of the first part of Chapter 19. Recording by Bob Stretch, Chula Vista, California. Section 41 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Stretch. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Second part of Chapter 19, The Return from the Pole. Saturday, February 3rd, R17, temp, lunch, -20 degrees. Supper, -20 degrees. Height, 9,040 feet. Started pretty well on foot, came to a steep slope with crevasses, few. I went on ski to avoid another fall, and we took the slope gently with our sail, constantly losing track, but picked up a much-weathered cairn on our right. Vexatious delays, searching for tracks, etc., reduced morning march to 8.1 miles. Afternoon came along a little better, but again lost tracks on hard slope. Tonight we are near camp of December 26th, but cannot see cairn. Have decided it is a waste of time looking for tracks and cairn. Shall push on due north as fast as we can. Surface is greatly changed since we passed outward. In most places, polished smooth, but with heaps of new toothed sastrugi which are disagreeable obstacles. Evans's fingers are going on as well as can be expected, but it will be long before he'll be able to help properly with the work. Wilson's leg is much better, and my shoulder also, though it gives bad twinges. The extra food is doing us all good, but we ought to have more sleep. Very few more days on the plateau, I hope. Sunday, February 4th, R18, 8,620 feet. Temperature, lunch, -22 degrees. Supper, -23 degrees. Pulled on foot this morning over good hard surface and covered 9.7 miles. Just before lunch, unexpectedly fell into crevasses, Evans and I together, a second fall for Evans, and I camped. After lunch, saw disturbance ahead and what I took for disturbance, land, to the right. We went on ski over hard, shiny descending surface. Did very well, especially toward end of March, covering in all 18.1. We have come down some hundreds of feet. Halfway in the march, the land showed up splendidly, and I decided to make straight for Mount Darwin, which we are rounding. Every sign points to getting away off this plateau. The temperature is 20 degrees lower than when we were here before. The party is not improving in condition, especially Evans, who is becoming rather dull and incapable. Footnote: Result of concussion in the morning's fall. End of footnote. Thank the Lord we have good food at each meal, but we're getting hungrier in spite of it. Bowers is splendid, full of energy and bustle all the time. I hope we're not going to have trouble with ice falls. Monday, February 5th, R19. Lunch, 8,320 feet. Temperature, -17 degrees. Supper, 8,120 feet. Temperature, -17.2 degrees. A good forenoon, few crevasses. We covered 10.2 miles. In the afternoon we soon got into difficulties. We saw the land very clearly, but the difficulty is to get at it. An hour after starting we came on huge pressures and great street crevasses, partially open. We had to steer more and more to the west, so that our course was very erratic. Late in the march, we turned more to the north and again encountered open crevasses across our track. It is very difficult maneuvering amongst these, and I should not like to do it without ski. We are camped in a very disturbed region, but the wind has fallen very light here, and our camp is comfortable for the first time in many weeks. We may be anything from 25 to 30 miles from our depot, but I wish to goodness we could see a way through the disturbances ahead. Our faces are much cut up by all the winds we've had, mine least of all. The others tell me they feel their noses more going with rather than against the wind. Evans's nose is almost as bad as his fingers. He is a good deal crocked up. Tuesday, February 6th. Lunch, 7,900 feet. Supper, 7,210 feet. Temperature, -15 degrees. We've had a horrid day and not covered good mileage. On turning out, found sky overcast, a beastly position amidst crevasses. Luckily it cleared just before we started. We went straight for Mount Darwin, but in half an hour found ourselves amongst huge open chasms, unbridged, but not very deep, I think. We turned to the north between two, but to our chagrin they converged into chaotic disturbance. We had to retrace our steps for a mile or so, then stuck to the west and got on a confused sea of sastrugi, pulling very hard. We put up the sail. Evans's nose suffered. Wilson very cold. Everything horrid. Camp for lunch in the sastrugi. The only comfort, things looked clearer to the west, and we were obviously going downhill. In the afternoon we struggled on, got out of sastrugi and turned over a glazed surface, crossing many crevasses. Very easy work on ski. Towards the end of the march we realized the certainty of maintaining a more or less straight course to the depot, and estimate distance 10 to 15 miles. Food is low and weather uncertain, so that many hours of the day were anxious. But this evening, though we are not as far advanced as I expected, the outlook is much more promising. Evans is the chief anxiety now. His cuts and wounds suppurate. His nose looks very bad, and altogether he shows considerable signs of being played out. Things may mend for him on the glacier, and his wounds get some respite under warmer conditions. I am indeed glad to think that we shall so soon have done with plateau conditions. It took us 27 days to reach the pole and 21 days back. In all, 48 days, nearly 7 weeks in low temperature with almost incessant wind. End of the summit journey. Wednesday, February 7th. Mount Darwin, or Upper Glacier Depot. R21, height 7,100. Lunch temperature, -9 degrees. Supper temperature, a blank here. A wretched day with a satisfactory ending. First, panic. Certainty that biscuit box was short. Great doubt as to how this came about, as we certainly haven't overissued allowances. Bowers is dreadfully disturbed about it. The shortage is a full day's allowance. We started our march at 8:30 and traveled down slopes and over terraces covered with hard sastrugi, very tiresome work, and the land didn't seem to come any nearer. At lunch the wind increased, and what with hot tea and good food we started the afternoon in a better frame of mind, and it soon became obvious we were nearing our mark. Soon after 6:30 we saw our depot easily and camped next to it at 7:30. Found note from Evans to say the second return party passed through safely at 2:30 on January 14th. Half a day longer between depots than we have been. The temperature is higher, but there is a cold wind tonight. Well, we have come through our 7 weeks ice camp journey and most of us are fit, but I think another week might have had a very bad effect on Evans, who is going steadily downhill. It is satisfactory to recall that these facts give absolute proof of both expeditions having reached the pole and placed the question of priority beyond discussion. Thursday, February 8th, R22, height 6,260. Start temp, -11 degrees. Lunch temp, -5 degrees. Supper, 0. 9.2 miles. Started from the depot rather late, owing to weighing biscuit, etc., and rearranging matters. Had a beastly morning. Wind very strong and cold. Steered in for Mount Darwin to visit rock. Sent Bowers on ski, as Wilson can't wear his at present. He obtained several specimens, all of much the same type, a close-grained granite rock which weathers red, hence the pink limestone. After he rejoined, we skidded downhill pretty fast. Leaders on ski, Oates and Wilson on foot alongside sledge, Evans detached. We lunched at 2, well down towards Mount Buckley, the wind half a gale and everybody very cold and cheerless. However, better things were to follow. We decided to steer for the moraine under Mount Buckley and, pulling with crampons, we crossed some very irregular steep slopes with big crevasses and slid down towards the rocks. The moraine was obviously so interesting that when we advanced some miles and got out of the wind, I decided to camp and spend the rest of the day geologizing. It has been extremely interesting. We found ourselves under perpendicular cliffs of beacon sandstone, weathering rapidly and carrying veritable coal seams. From the last, Wilson, with his sharp eyes, has picked several plant impressions. The last, a piece of coal, beautifully traced leaves in layers. Also some excellently preserved impressions of thick stems, showing cellular structure. In one place we saw the cast of small waves on the sand. Tonight, Bill has got a specimen of limestone with archaeosathis. The trouble is, one cannot imagine where the stone comes from. It is evidently rare, as few specimens occur in the moraine. There is a good deal of pure white quartz. Altogether, we have had a most interesting afternoon, and the relief of being out of the wind and in a warmer temperature is inexpressible. I hope and trust that we shall all buck up again now that the conditions are more favorable. We have been in shadow all the afternoon, but the sun has just reached us, a little obscured by night haze. A lot could be written on the delight of setting foot on rock after 14 weeks of snow and ice and nearly 7 out of sight of aught else. It is like going ashore after a sea voyage. We deserve a little good bright weather after all our trials, and hope to get a chance to dry our sleeping bags and generally make our gear more comfortable. Friday, February 9th, R23, height 5,210 feet. Lunch temperature, 10 degrees. Supper temperature, 12.5 degrees. About 13 miles. Kept along the edge of the moraine to the end of Mount Buckley. Stopped and geologized. Wilson got great find of vegetable impression in a piece of limestone. Too tired to write geographical notes. We all felt very slack this morning. Partially rise of temperature, partially reaction, no doubt. Ought to have kept close in to Glacier north of Mount Buckley, but in bad light the descent looked steep, so he kept out. Evidently we got amongst bad ice pressure and had to come down over an ice fall. The crevasses were much firmer than expected, and we got down with some difficulty. Found our night camp of December 20th and lunched an hour after. Did pretty well in the afternoon, marching 3 3/4 hours. The sledge meter is unshipped, so cannot tell distance traversed. Very warm on march, and we are all pretty tired. Tonight is wonderfully calm and warm, though it has been overcast all the afternoon. It is remarkable to be able to stand outside the tent and sun oneself. Our food satisfies now, but we must march to keep in the full ration, and we want rest. Yet we shall pull through all right, Dio Valente. We are by no means worn out. Saturday, February 10th, R24. Lunch temp, 12 degrees. Supper temp, 10 degrees. Got off a good morning march in spite of keeping too far east and getting in rough, cracked ice. Had a splendid night's sleep, showing great change in all faces, so didn't get away until 10 a.m. Lunched just before 3. After lunch, the land began to be obscured. We held a course for 2.5 hours with difficulty, then the sun disappeared, and snow drove in our faces with northerly wind, very warm and impossible to steer, so camped. After supper, still very thick all around, but sun showing and less snow falling. The fallen snow crystals are quite feathery, like thistledown. We have 2 full days' food left, and though our position is uncertain, we are certainly within 2 outward marches from the middle glacier depot. However, if the weather doesn't clear by tomorrow, we must either march blindly on or reduce food. It is very trying. Another night to make up arrears of sleep. The ice crystals that first fell this afternoon were very large. Now the sky is clearer overhead, the temperature has fallen slightly, and the crystals are minute. Sunday, February 11th, R25. Lunch temp, negative 6.5 degrees. Supper, negative 3.5 degrees. The worst day we have had during the trip, and greatly owing to our own fault. We started on a wretched surface with light southwest wind, sail set and pulling on ski, horrible light, which made everything look fantastic. As we went on, the light got worse, and suddenly we found ourselves in pressure. Then came the fatal decision to steer east. We went on for 6 hours, hoping to do a good distance, which in fact I suppose we did, but for the last hour or 2 we pressed on into a regular trap. Getting on to a good surface, we did not reduce our lunch meal, and thought all was going well, but half an hour after lunch we got into the worst ice mess I've ever been in. For 3 hours we plunged on ski, first thinking that we were too much to the right, then too much to the left. Meanwhile, the disturbance got worse, and my spirits received a very rude shock. There were times when it seemed almost impossible to find a way out of the awful turmoil in which we found ourselves. At length, arguing there must be a way on our left, we plunged in that direction. It got worse, harder, more icy and crevassed. We could not manage our ski and pulled on foot, falling into crevasses every minute. Most luckily, no bad accident. At length we saw a smoother slope towards the land, pushed for it, but knew it was a woefully long way from us. The turmoil changed in character, irregular, crevassed surface giving way to huge chasms, closely packed and most difficult to cross. It was very hard work, but we had grown desperate. We won through at 10 p.m., and I write after 12 hours on the march. I think we are on or about the right track now, but we're still a good number of miles from the depot, so we reduced rations tonight. We had 3 pemmican meals left and decided to make them into 4. Tomorrow's lunch must serve for 2 if we do not make big progress. It was a test of our endurance on the march and our fitness with a small supper. We have come through well. A good wind has come down the glacier, which is clearing the sky and surface. Pray God the wind holds tomorrow. Short sleep tonight, and off first thing, I hope. Monday, February 12th, R26. In a very critical situation. All went well in the forenoon, and we did a good long march over a fair surface. 2 hours before lunch we were cheered by the sight of our night camp of the 18th December, the day after we left our depot. This showed we were on the right track. In the afternoon, refreshed by tea, we went forward, confident of covering the remaining distance, but by a fatal chance we kept too far to the left, and then we struck uphill and, tired and despondent, arrived in a horrid maze of crevasses and fissures. Divided counsels caused our course to be erratic after this, and finally at 9 p.m. we landed in the worst place of all. After discussion we decided to camp, and here we are, after a very short supper, and one meal only remaining in the food bag. The depot doubtful in locality. We must get there tomorrow. Meanwhile, we are cheerful with an effort. It's a tight place, but luckily we've been well fed up to the present. Pray God we have fine weather tomorrow. At this point, the bearings of the mid-glacier depot are given, but need not be quoted. Tuesday, February 13th. Camp R27 beside Cloudmaker. Temperature, -10 degrees. Last night, we all slept well in spite of our grave anxieties. For my part, these were increased by my visits outside the tent, when I saw the sky gradually closing over and snow beginning to fall. By our ordinary time for getting up, it was dense all around us. We could see nothing, and we could only remain in our sleeping bags. At 8:30, I dimly made out the land of the Cloudmaker. At 9 we got up, deciding to have tea, and with one biscuit, no pemmican, so as to leave our scanty remaining meal for eventualities. We started marching, and at first had to wind our way through an awful turmoil of broken ice, but in about an hour hit our old moraine track, brown with dirt. Here the surface was much smoother and improved rapidly. The fog still hung over all, and we went on for an hour, checking our bearings. Then the whole place got smoother, and we turned outward a little. Evans raised our hopes with a shout of a depot ahead, but it proved to be a shadow on the ice. Then suddenly Wilson saw the actual depot flag. It was an immense relief, and we were soon in possession of our 3.5 days' food. The relief to all is inexpressible, needless to say. We camped and had a meal. Marching in the afternoon, I kept more to the left and closed the mountain until we fell on the stone moraines. Here Wilson detached himself and made a collection, whilst we pulled the sledge on. We camped late, abreast the lower end of the mountain, and had nearly our usual satisfying supper. Yesterday was the worst experience of the trip and gave a horrid feeling of insecurity. Now we're right up. We must march. In future, food must be worked so that we do not run so short if the weather fails us. We mustn't get into a hole like this again. Greatly relieved to find that both other parties got through safely. Evans seems to have got mixed up with pressures like ourselves. It promises to be a very fine day tomorrow. The valley is gradually clearing. Bowers has had a very bad attack of snow blindness, and Wilson another almost as bad. Evans has no power to assist with camping work. Wednesday, February 14th. Lunch temp, 0 degrees. Supper temp, -1 degree. A fine day with wind on and off down the glacier, and we have done a fairly good march. We started a little late and pulled on, down the moraine. At first I thought of going right, but soon, luckily, changed my mind and decided to follow the curving lines of the moraines. This course has brought us well out on the glacier. Started on crampons, 1 hour after, hoisted sail. The combined efforts produced only slow speed. Partially due to the sandy snowdrifts, similar to those on the summit, partially to our torn sledge runners. At lunch, these were scraped and sandpapered. After lunch, we got on snow, with ice only occasionally showing through. A poor start, but the gradient and wind improving. We did 6.5 miles before night camp. There is no getting away from the fact that we are not going strong. Probably none of us. Wilson's leg still troubles him, and he doesn't like to trust himself on ski. But the worst case is Evans, who is giving us serious anxiety. This morning, he disclosed a huge blister on his foot. It delayed us on the march when he had to have his crampon readjusted. Sometimes I fear he is going from bad to worse, but I trust he will pick up again when we come to steady work on ski like this afternoon. He is hungry, and so is Wilson. We can't risk opening out our food again, and as cook, at present, I am serving something under full allowance. We are inclined to get slack and slow with our camping arrangements, and small delays increase. I have talked the matter tonight, and I hope for improvement. We cannot do the distance without the ponies. The next depot, footnote, the Lower Glacier depot, end of footnote, some 30 miles away and nearly 3 days' food in hand. Thursday, February 15th, R 29. Lunch temp, -10 degrees. Supper temp, -4 degrees. 13.5 miles. Again, we are running short of provision. We don't know our distance from the depot, but imagine about 20 miles. Heavy march. Did 13 3/4 miles, geographic. We are pulling for food, and not very strong, evidently. In the afternoon it was overcast, land blotted out for a considerable interval. We have reduced food, also sleep, feeling rather done. Trust 1.5 days, or 2 at most, will see us at depot. Friday, February 16th. 12.5 miles. Lunch temp, -6.1 degrees. Supper temp, -7 degrees. A rather trying position. Evans has nearly broken down in brain, we think. He has absolutely changed from his normal self-reliant self. This morning and this afternoon he stopped the march on some trivial excuse. We are on short rations, with not very short food. Spin out till tomorrow night. We cannot be more than 10 or 12 miles from the depot, but the weather is all against us. After lunch we were enveloped in a snow sheet, land just looming. Memory should hold the events of a very troublesome march, with more troubles ahead. Perhaps all will be well if we can get to our depot tomorrow fairly early, but it is anxious work with a sick man. But it's no use meeting troubles halfway, and our sleep is all too short to write more. Saturday, February 17th. A very terrible day. Evans looked a little better after a good sleep and declared, as he always did, that he was quite well. He started in his place on the traces, but a half-hour later worked his ski shoes adrift and had to leave the sledge. The surface was awful, the soft, recently fallen snow clogging the ski and runners at every step, the sludge groaning, the sky overcast, and the land hazy. We stopped after about an hour, and Evans came up again, but very slowly. Half an hour later he dropped out again on the same plea. He asked Bowers to lend him a piece of string. I cautioned him to come on as quickly as he could, and he answered cheerfully, as I thought. We had to push on, and the remainder of us were forced to pull very hard, sweating heavily. Abreast the Monument Rock we stopped, and seeing Evans a long way astern, I camped for lunch. There was no alarm at first, and we prepared tea and our own meal, consuming the latter. After lunch, Evans still not appearing, we looked out to see him still afar off. By this time we were alarmed, and all four started back on ski. I was the first to reach the poor man and shocked at his appearance. He was on his knees, with clothing disarranged, hands uncovered and frostbitten, and a wild look in his eyes. Asked what was the matter, he replied with a slow speech that he didn't know, but thought he must have fainted. We got him on his feet, but after 2 or 3 steps he sank down again. He showed every sign of complete collapse. Wilson, Bowers, and I went back for the sledge, whilst Oates remained with him. When we returned he was practically unconscious, and when we got him into the tent, quite comatose. He died quietly at 12:30 a.m. On discussing the symptoms, we think he began to get weaker just before we reached the pole, and that his downward path was accelerated first by the shock of his frostbitten fingers, and later by falls during rough traveling on the glacier, further by his loss of all confidence in himself. Wilson thinks it certain that he must have injured his brain by a fall. It is a terrible thing to lose a companion in this way, but calm reflection shows that there could not have been a better ending to the terrible anxieties of the past week. Discussion of the situation at lunch yesterday shows us what a desperate pass we were in with a sick man on our hands at such a distance from home. At 1 a.m. we packed up and came down over the pressure ridges, finding our depot easily. End of Chapter 19. Recording by Bob Stretch, Chula Vista, California.
Section 42 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1, The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Chapter 20, The Last March. Footnote. At this point begins the last of Scott's notebooks. The record of the southern journey is written in pencil in 3 slim manuscript books, some 8 inches long by 5 wide. These little volumes are meant for artists' notebooks, and are made of tough, soft, pliable paper which takes the pencil well. The pages, 96 in number, are perforated so as to be detachable at need. In the hut, large quarto manuscript books are used for the journals, and some of the rough notes of the earlier expeditions were recast and written out again in them. The little books were carried on the sledge journeys, and contain the day's notes entered very regularly at the lunch halts and in the night camps. But in the last weeks of the southern journey, when fuel and light ran short and all grew very weary, it will be seen that Scott made his entries at lunchtime alone. They tell not of the morning's run only, but of yesterday. The notes were written on the right-hand pages, and when the end of the book was reached, it was turned, and the blank backs of the leaves now became clean right-hand pages. The first 2 manuscript books are thus entirely filled. The third has only part of its pages used, and the message to the public is written at the reverse end. Inside the front cover of number 1 is a ready table to convert the day's run of geographical miles as recorded on the sledge meter into statute miles, a list of the depots and their latitude, and a note of the sledge meter reading at Corner Camp. These are followed in the first pages by a list of the outward camps and distances run as noted in the book, with special remarks as to cairns, latitude, and so forth. At the end of the book is a full list of the cairns that marked the track out. Inside the front cover of number 2 are similar entries, together with the ages of the polar party and a note of the error of Scott's watch. Inside the front cover of number 3 are the following words: Diary can be read by finder to ensure recording of records, etc., but diary should be sent to my widow. And on the first page, send this diary to my widow, R. Scott. The word wife has been struck out and widow written in. End of footnote. Sunday, February 18, record 32, temperature minus 5.5 degrees, at Shambles Camp. We gave ourselves 5 hours sleep at the lower Glacier depot after the horrible night, and came on at about 3 today to this camp, coming fairly easily over the divide. Here with plenty of horse meat we have had a fine supper, to be followed by others such, and so continue a more plentiful era if we can keep good marches up. New life seems to come with greater food almost immediately, but I am anxious about the barrier surfaces. Monday, February 19, lunch temperature minus 16 degrees. It was late, past noon, before we got away today, as I gave nearly 8 hours sleep, and much camp work was done shifting sledges and fitting up new ones with mast, etc., packing horse meat and personal effects. Footnote. Sledges were left at the chief depots to replace damaged ones. End of footnote. The surface was every bit as bad as I expected, the sun shining brightly on it and its covering of soft loose sandy snow. We have come out about 2 feet on the old tracks. Perhaps lucky to have a fine day for this and our camp work, but we shall want wind or change of sliding conditions to do anything on such a surface as we have got. I fear there will not be much change for the next 3 or 4 days. Record 33, temperature minus 17 degrees. We have struggled out 4.6 miles in a short day over a really terrible surface. It has been like pulling over desert sand, not the least glide in the world. If this goes on we shall have a bad time, but I sincerely trust it is only the result of this windless area close to the coast, and that, as we are making steadily outwards, we shall shortly escape it. It is perhaps premature to be anxious about covering distance. In all other respects things are improving. We have our sleeping bags spread on the sledge and they are drying, but, above all, we have our full measure of food again. Tonight we had a sort of stew-fry of pemmican and horseflesh, and voted it the best hoosh we had ever had on a sledge journey. The absence of poor Evans is a help to the commissariat, but if he had been here in a fit state we might have got along faster. I wonder what is in store for us, with some little alarm at the lateness of the season. Monday, February 20, record 34. Lunch temperature minus 13 degrees. Supper temperature minus 15 degrees. Same terrible surface. 4 hours hard plodding in morning brought us to our desolation camp, where we had the 4-day blizzard. We looked for more pony meat, but found none. After lunch we took to ski with some improvement of comfort. Total mileage for day, 7. The ski tracks pretty plain and easily followed this afternoon. We have left another cairn behind. Terribly slow progress, but we hope for better things as we clear the land. There is a tendency to cloud over in the southeast tonight, which may turn to our advantage. At present our sledge and ski leave deeply plowed tracks which can be seen winding for miles behind. It is distressing, but as usual trials are forgotten when we camp, and good food is our lot. Pray God we get better traveling, as we are not fit as we were, and the season is advancing apace. Tuesday, February 21, record 35. Lunch temperature minus 9.5 degrees. Supper temperature minus 11 degrees. Gloomy and overcast when we started, a good deal warmer. The marching almost as bad as yesterday. Heavy toiling all day, inspiring gloomiest thoughts at times. Rays of comfort when we picked up tracks and cairns. At lunch we seemed to have missed the way, but an hour or two after we passed the last pony walls, and since we struck a tent ring, ending the march actually on our old pony tracks. There is a critical spot here with a long stretch between cairns. If we can tide that over we get on the regular cairn route, and with luck should stick to it. But everything depends on the weather. We never won a march of 8.5 miles with greater difficulty, but we can't go on like this. We are drawing away from the land, and perhaps may get better things in a day or two. I devoutly hope so. Wednesday, February 22nd. Record 36. Supper temperature minus 2 degrees. There is little doubt we are in for a rotten critical time going home, and the lateness of the season may make it really serious. Shortly after starting today, the wind grew very fresh from the southeast, with strong surface drift. We lost the faint track immediately, though covering ground fairly rapidly. Lunch came without sight of the cairn we had hoped to pass. In the afternoon, Bowers being sure we were too far to the west, steered out. Result, we have passed another pony camp without seeing it. Looking at the map tonight, there is no doubt we are too far to the east. With clear weather we ought to be able to correct the mistake, but will the weather get clear? It's a gloomy position, more especially as one sees the same difficulty returning even when we have corrected the error. The wind is dying down tonight and the sky clearing in the south, which is hopeful. Meanwhile, it is satisfactory to note that such untoward events fail to damp the spirit of the party. Tonight we had a pony hoosh so excellent and filling that one feels really strong and vigorous again. Thursday, February 23, record 37. Lunch temperature minus 9.8 degrees. Supper temperature minus 12 degrees. Started in sunshine, wind almost dropped. Luckily Bowers took a round of angles and with help of the chart we fogged out that we must be inside rather than outside tracks. The data were so meager that it seemed a great responsibility to march out, and we were none of us happy about it. but just as we decided to lunch, Bowers' wonderful sharp eyes detected an old double lunch cairn, the theodolite telescope confirmed it, and our spirits rose accordingly. This afternoon we marched on and picked up another cairn, then on and camped only 2½ miles from the depot. We cannot see it, but, given fine weather, we cannot miss it. We are, therefore, extraordinarily relieved. Covered 8.2 miles in 7 hours, showing we can do 10 to 12 on this surface. Things are again looking up, as we are on the regular line of cairns, with no gaps right home, I hope. Friday, February 24. Lunch. Beautiful day, too beautiful, an hour after starting loose ice crystals spoiling surface. Saw depot and reached it middle forenoon. Found store in order except shortage oil. Shall have to be very saving with fuel. Otherwise have 10 full days provision from tonight and shall have less than 70 miles to go. Footnote. At this, the barrier stage of the return journey, the southern party were in want of more oil than they found at the depots. Owing partly to the severe conditions, but still more to the delays imposed by their sick comrades, they reached the full limit of time allowed for between depots. The cold was unexpected, and at the same time the actual amount of oil found at the depots was less than they had counted on. Under summer conditions, such as were contemplated, when there was less cold for the men to endure and less firing needed to melt the snow for cooking, the fullest allowance of oil was 1 gallon to last a unit of 4 men 10 days, or 1/40 of a gallon a day for each man. The amount allotted to each unit for the return journey from the south was apparently rather less, being 2/3 gallon for 8 days, or 1/48 gallon a day for each man. But the 8 days were to cover the march from depot to depot, averaging on the barrier some 70 to 80 miles, which in normal conditions should not take more than 6 days. Thus there was a substantial margin for delay by bad weather, while if all went well the supplies afforded the fullest marching allowance. The same proportion for a unit of 5 men works out at 5/6 of a gallon for an 8-day stage. Accordingly, for the return of the 2 supporting parties and the southern party, 2 tins of a gallon each were left at each depot, each unit of 4 men being entitled to 2/3 of a gallon, and the units of 3 and 5 men in proportion. The return journey on the summit had been made at good speed, taking 21 days as against 27 going out, the last part of it from 3° to Upper Glacier Depot, taking nearly 8 marches as against 10, showing the first slight slackening as P.O. Evans and Oates began to feel the cold. From Upper Glacier to Lower Glacier Depot, 10 marches as against 11, a stage broken by the Mid-Glacier Depot of 3½ days' provisions at the 6th march. Here there was little gain, partly owing to the conditions, but more to Evans' gradual collapse. The worst time came on the barrier. From Lower Glacier to Southern Barrier Depot, 51 miles, 6½ marches as against 5, 2 of which were short marches, so that the 5 might count as an easy 4 in point of distance. From Southern Barrier to Mid-Barrier Depot, 82 miles, 6½ marches as against 5½. From Mid-Barrier to Mount Hooper, 70 miles, 8 as against 4 3/4, while the last remaining 8 marches represent but 4 on the outward journey. See table on next page. As to the cause of the shortage, the tins of oil at the depot had been exposed to extreme conditions of heat and cold. The oil was specially volatile, and in the warmth of the sun, for the tins were regularly set in an accessible place on the top of the cairns, tended to become vapor and escape through the stoppers even without damage to the tins. This process was much accelerated by reason that the leather washers about the stoppers had perished in the great cold. Dr. Atkinson gives 2 striking examples of this. 1. 8 1-gallon tins in a wooden case, intended for a depot at Cape Crozier, had been put out in September 1911. They were snowed up, and when examined in December 1912 showed 3 tins full, 3 empty, 1 1/3 full, and 1 2/3 full. 2. When the search party reached One Ton Camp in November 1912, they found that some of the food, stacked in a canvas tank at the foot of the cairn, was quite oily from the spontaneous leakage of the tins 7 feet above it on the top of the cairn. The tins at the depots awaiting the southern party had of course been opened and the due amount to be taken measured out by the supporting parties on their way back. However carefully restoppered, they were still liable to the unexpected evaporation and leakage already described. Hence, without any manner of doubt, the shortage which struck the southern party so hard. Note from Meares who passed through December 15, saying surface bad. From Atkinson, after fine marching, 2 1/4 days from Pony Depot, reporting Keohane better after sickness. Short note from Evans, not very cheerful, saying surface bad, temperature high. Think he must have been a little anxious. Footnote. It will be remembered that he was already stricken with scurvy. End of footnote. It is an immense relief to have picked up this depot and, for the time, anxieties are thrust aside. There is no doubt we have been rising steadily since leaving the Shambles camp. The coastal barrier descends except where glaciers press out. Undulation still, but flattening out. Surface soft on top, curiously hard below. Great difference now between night and day temperatures. Quite warm as I write in tent. We are on tracks with half-march cairn ahead. Have covered 4 1/2 miles. Poor Wilson has a fearful attack snow blindness consequent on yesterday's efforts. Wish we had more fuel. Night camp, record 38, temperature -17 degrees. A little despondent again. We had a really terrible surface this afternoon and only covered 4 miles. We are on the track just beyond a lunch cairn. It really will be a bad business if we are to have this pulling all through. I don't know what to think, but the rapid closing of the season is ominous. It is great luck having the horse meat to add to our ration. Tonight we have had a real fine hoosh. It is a race between the season and hard conditions and our fitness and good food. Saturday, February 25. Lunch temperature -12 degrees. Managed just 6 miles this morning. Started somewhat despondent. Not relieved when pulling seemed to show no improvement. Bit by bit surface grew better, less sastrugi, more glide, slight following wind for a time. Then we began to travel a little faster. But the pulling is still very hard, undulations disappearing but inequalities remain. 26 camp walls about 2 miles ahead, all tracks in sight, Evans' track very conspicuous. This is something in favour, but the pulling is tiring us, though we are getting into better ski drawing again. Bowers hasn't quite the trick and is a little hurt at my criticisms, but I never doubted his heart. Very much easier, write diary at lunch, excellent meal. Now 1 pannikin very strong tea, 4 biscuits and butter. Hope for better things this afternoon, but no improvement apparent. Oh, for a little wind, east. Evans evidently had plenty. Record 39, temperature -20 degrees. Better march in afternoon. Day yields 11.4 miles. The first double figure of steady dragging for a long time, but it meant and will mean hard work if we can't get a wind to help us. Evans evidently had a strong wind here, southeast I should think. The temperature goes very low at night now when the sky is clear as at present. As a matter of fact, this is wonderfully fair weather. The only drawback, the spoiling of the surface in absence of wind. We see all tracks very plain, but the pony walls have evidently been badly drifted up. Some kind people had substituted a cairn at last Camp 27. The old cairns do not seem to have suffered much. Sunday, February 26. Lunch temperature -17 degrees. Sky overcast at start, but able see tracks and cairn distinct at long distance. Did a little better, 6 1/2 miles to date. Bowers and Wilson now in front. Find great relief pulling behind with no necessity to keep attention on track. Very cold nights now and cold feet starting March, as day footgear doesn't dry at all. We are doing well on our food, but we ought to have yet more. I hope the next depot, now only 50 miles, will find us with enough surplus to open out. The fuel shortage still an anxiety. Record 40. Temperature minus 21 degrees. 9 hours solid marching has given us 11½ miles. Only 43 miles from the next depot. Wonderfully fine weather, but cold, very cold. Nothing dries and we get our feet cold too often. We want more food yet and especially more fat. Fuel is woefully short. We can scarcely hope to get a better surface at this season, but I wish we could have some help from the wind, though it might shake us badly if the temperature didn't rise. Monday, February 27. Desperately cold last night, minus 33 degrees when we got up, with minus 37 minimum. Some suffering from cold feet, but all got good rest. We must open out on food soon. But we have done 7 miles this morning and hope for some 5 this afternoon. Overcast sky and good surface till now, when sun shows again. It is good to be marching the cairns up, but there is still much to be anxious about. We talk of little but food, except after meals. Land disappearing in satisfactory manner. Pray God we have no further setbacks. We are naturally always discussing possibility of meeting dogs, where and when, etc. It is a critical position. We may find ourselves in safety at next depot, but there is a horrid element of doubt. Camp record 41. Temperature minus 32 degrees. Still fine clear weather, but very cold. Absolutely calm tonight. We have got off an excellent march for these days, 12.2, and are much earlier than usual in our bags. 31 miles to depot, 3 days fuel at a pinch, and 6 days food. Things begin to look a little better. We can open out a little on food from tomorrow night, I think. Very curious surface. Soft recent sastrugi which sink underfoot, and between a sort of flaky crust with large crystals beneath. Tuesday, February 28. Lunch. Thermometer went below minus 40 degrees last night. It was desperately cold for us, but we had a fair night. I decided to slightly increase food. The effect is undoubtedly good. Started marching in minus 32 degrees with a slight northwesterly breeze, lighting. Many cold feet this morning, long time over footgear, but we are earlier. Shall camp earlier and get the chance of a good night, if not the reality. Things must be critical till we reach the depot, and the more I think of matters, the more I anticipate their remaining so after that event. Only 24½ miles from the depot. The sun shines brightly, but there is little warmth in it. There is no doubt the middle of the barrier is a pretty awful locality. Camp 42. Splendid pony hoosh sent us to bed and sleep happily after a horrid day, wind continuing. Did 11½ miles. Temperature not quite so low, but expect we are in for a cold night. Temperature minus 27 degrees. Wednesday, February 29. Lunch. Cold night. Minimum temp minus 37.5 degrees, minus 30 degrees with northwest wind, force 4 when we got up. Frightfully cold starting. Luckily Bowers and Oates in their last new finnesko, keeping my old ones for present. Expected awful march and for first hour got it. Then things improved and we camped after 5½ hours marching close to lunch camp, 22½. Next camp is our depot and it is exactly 13 miles. It ought not to take more than 1½ days. We pray for another fine one. The oil will just about spin out in that event, and we arrive 3 clear days' food in hand. The increase of ration has had an enormously beneficial result. Mountains now looking small. Wind still very light from west. Cannot understand this wind. Thursday, March 1st. Lunch. Very cold last night, minimum minus 41.5 degrees. Cold start to march, too, as usual now. Got away at 8 and have marched within sight of depot. Flag something under 3 miles away. We did 11½ yesterday and marched 6 this morning. Heavy dragging yesterday and very heavy this morning. Apart from sledging considerations, the weather is wonderful. Cloudless days and nights and the wind trifling. Worse luck, the light airs come from the north and keep us horribly cold. For this lunch hour the exception has come. There is a bright and comparatively warm sun. All our gear is out drying. Friday, March 2nd, lunch. Misfortunes rarely come singly. We marched to the Middle Barrier Depot fairly easily yesterday afternoon, and since that have suffered 3 distinct blows which have placed us in a bad position. First we found a shortage of oil. With most rigid economy it can scarce carry us to the next depot on this surface, 71 miles away. Second, Titus Oates disclosed his feet, the toes showing very bad indeed, evidently bitten by the late temperatures. The third blow came in the night, when the wind, which we had hailed with some joy, brought dark overcast weather. It fell below -40° in the night, and this morning it took 1½ hours to get our footgear on, but we got away before 8. We lost cairn and tracks together, and made as steady as we could north by west, but have seen nothing. Worse was to come. The surface is simply awful. In spite of strong wind and full sail, we have only done 5½ miles. We are in a very queer street, since there is no doubt we cannot do the extra marches and feel the cold horribly. End of first part of chapter 20. Section 43 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1, The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Second part of Chapter 20, The Last March. Saturday, March 3rd, lunch. We picked up the track again yesterday, finding ourselves to the eastward. Did close on 10 miles, and things looked a trifle better, but this morning the outlook is blacker than ever. Started well and with good breeze. For an hour made good headway. Then the surface grew awful beyond words. The wind drew forward. Every circumstance was against us. After 4¼ hours, things so bad that we camped, having covered 4½ miles. Record 46. One cannot consider this a fault of our own. Certainly we were pulling hard this morning. It was more than 3 parts surface which held us back. The wind at strongest, powerless to move the sledge. When the light is good it is easy to see the reason. The surface, lately a very good hard one, is coated with a thin layer of woolly crystals, formed by radiation, no doubt. These are too firmly fixed to be removed by the wind, and cause impossible friction on the runners. God help us, we can't keep up this pulling, that is certain. Amongst ourselves we are unendingly cheerful, but what each man feels in his heart I can only guess. Pulling on footgear in the morning is getting slower and slower, therefore every day more dangerous. Sunday, March 4. Lunch. Things looking very black indeed. As usual, we forgot our trouble last night, got into our bags, slept splendidly on good hoosh, woke and had another, and started marching. Sun shining brightly, tracks clear, but surface covered with sandy frost rime. All the morning we had to pull with all our strength, and in 4½ hours we covered 3½ miles. Last night it was overcast and thick, surface bad. This morning sun shining and surface as bad as ever. One has little to hope for except perhaps strong dry wind, an unlikely contingency at this time of year. Under the immediate surface crystals is a hard sastrugi surface, which must have been excellent for pulling a week or 2 ago. We are about 42 miles from the next depot, and have a week's food, but only about 3 to 4 days' fuel. We are as economical of the latter as one can possibly be, and we cannot afford to save food and pull as we are pulling. We are in a very tight place indeed, but none of us is despondent yet, or at least we preserve every semblance of good cheer, but one's heart sinks as the sledge stops dead at some sastrugi, behind which the surface sand lies thickly heaped. For the moment the temperature is on the -20°, an improvement which makes us much more comfortable, but a colder snap is bound to come again soon. I fear that Oates, at least, will weather such an event very poorly. Providence to our aid! We can expect little from man now except the possibility of extra food at the next depot. It will be real bad if we get there and find the same shortage of oil. Shall we get there? Such a short distance it would have appeared to us on the summit. I don't know what I should do if Wilson and Bowers weren't so determinately cheerful over things. Monday, March 5. Lunch. Regret to say going from bad to worse. We got a slant of wind yesterday afternoon, and going on 5 hours we converted our wretched morning run of 3½ miles into something over 9. We went to bed on a cup of cocoa and pemmican solid with the chill off, record 47. The result is telling on all, but mainly on Oates, whose feet are in a wretched condition. One swelled up tremendously last night, and he is very lame this morning. We started march on tea and pemmican as last night. We pretend to prefer the pemmican this way. Marched for 5 hours this morning over a slightly better surface covered with high moundy sastrugi. Sledge capsized twice. We pulled on foot, covering about 5½ miles. We are 2 pony marches and 4 miles about from our depot. Our fuel dreadfully low, and the poor soldier nearly done. It is pathetic enough because we can do nothing for him. More hot food might do a little, but only a little, I fear. We none of us expected these terribly low temperatures, and of the rest of us Wilson is feeling them most, mainly, I fear, from his self-sacrificing devotion in doctoring Oates's feet. We cannot help each other, each has enough to do to take care of himself. We get cold on the march when the trudging is heavy, and the wind pierces our warm garments. The others, all of them, are unendingly cheerful when in the tent. We mean to see the game through with a proper spirit, but it's tough work to be pulling harder than we ever pulled in our lives for long hours, and to feel that the progress is so slow. One can only say, God help us, and plod on our weary way, cold and very miserable, though outwardly cheerful. We talk of all sorts of subjects in the tent, not much of food now, since we decided to take the risk of running a full ration. We simply couldn't go hungry at this time. Tuesday, March 6. Lunch. We did a little better with help of wind yesterday afternoon, finishing 9½ miles for the day, and 27 miles from depot, record 48. But this morning things have been awful. It was warm in the night, and for the first time during the journey I overslept myself by more than an hour. Then we were slow with footgear. Then, pulling with all our might, for our lives, we could scarcely advance at rate of a mile an hour. Then it grew thick, and 3 times we had to get out of harness to search for tracks. The result is something less than 3½ miles for the forenoon. The sun is shining now and the wind gone. Poor Oates is unable to pull, sits on the sledge when we are track searching. He is wonderfully plucky, as his feet must be giving him great pain. He makes no complaint, but his spirits only come up in spurts now, and he grows more silent in the tent. We are making a spirit lamp to try and replace the primus when our oil is exhausted. It will be a very poor substitute, and we've not got much spirit. If we could have kept up our 9-mile days, we might have got within reasonable distance of the depot before running out, but nothing but a strong wind and good surface can help us now, and though we had quite a good breeze this morning, the sledge came as heavy as lead. If we were all fit I should have hopes of getting through, but the poor soldier has become a terrible hindrance, though he does his utmost and suffers much, I fear. Wednesday, March 7. A little worse, I fear. One of Oates's feet very bad this morning. He is wonderfully brave. We still talk of what we will do together at home. We only made 6½ miles yesterday, record 49. This morning in 4½ hours we did just over 4 miles. We are 16 from our depot. If we only find the correct proportion of food there, and this surface continues, we may get to the next depot, Mount Hooper, 72 miles farther, but not to One Ton Camp. We hope against hope that the dogs have been to Mount Hooper. Then we might pull through. If there is a shortage of oil again, we can have little hope. One feels that for poor Oates the crisis is near, but none of us are improving, though we are wonderfully fit considering the really excessive work we are doing. We are only kept going by good food. No wind this morning till a chill northerly air came ahead. Sun bright and cairns showing up well. I should like to keep the track to the end. Thursday, March 8. Lunch. Worse and worse in morning. Poor Oates' left foot can never last out, and time over footgear something awful. Have to wait in night footgear for nearly an hour before I start changing, and then am generally first to be ready. Wilson's feet giving trouble now, but this mainly because he gives so much help to others. We did 4½ miles this morning, and are now 8½ miles from the depot, a ridiculously small distance to feel in difficulties, yet on this surface we know we cannot equal half our old marches, and that for that effort we expend nearly double the energy. The great question is, what shall we find at the depot? If the dogs have visited it, we may get along a good distance, but if there is another short allowance of fuel, God help us indeed. We are in a very bad way, I fear, in any case. Saturday, March 10. Things steadily downhill. Oates' foot worse. He has rare pluck and must know that he can never get through. He asked Wilson if he had a chance this morning, and of course Bill had to say he didn't know. In point of fact, he has none. Apart from him, if he went under now, I doubt whether we could get through. With great care we might have a dog's chance, but no more. The weather conditions are awful, and our gear gets steadily more icy and difficult to manage. At the same time, of course, poor Titus is the greatest handicap. He keeps us waiting in the morning until we have partly lost the warming effect of our good breakfast, when the only wise policy is to be up and away at once. Again at lunch. Poor chap! It is too pathetic to watch him. One cannot but try to cheer him up. Yesterday we marched up the depot, Mount Hooper. Cold comfort. Shortage on our allowance all round. I don't know that anyone is to blame. The dogs which would have been our salvation have evidently failed. Footnote. For the last 6 days the dogs had been waiting at One Ton Camp under Cherry Gerard and Demetri. The supporting party had come out as arranged on the chance of hurrying the pole travelers back over the last stages of their journey in time to catch the ship. Scott had dated his probable return to Hut Point anywhere between mid-March and early April. Calculating from the speed of the other return parties, Dr. Atkinson looked for him to reach One Ton Camp between March 3 and 10. Here Cherry Gerard met 4 days of blizzard. Then there remained little more than enough dog food to bring the teams home. He could either push south one more march and back, at imminent risk of missing Scott on the way, or stay 2 days at the camp where Scott was bound to come, if he came at all. His wise decision, his hardships and endurance are recounted by Dr. Atkinson in Volume 2, The Last Year at Cape Evans. End of footnote. Meares had a bad trip home, I suppose. This morning it was calm when we breakfasted, but the wind came from west-northwest as we broke camp. It rapidly grew in strength. After traveling for half an hour, I saw that none of us could go on facing such conditions. We were forced to camp and are spending the rest of the day in a comfortless blizzard camp, wind quite foul. Record 52. Sunday, March 11. Titus Oates is very near the end, one feels. What we or he will do, God only knows. We discussed the matter after breakfast. He is a brave, fine fellow and understands the situation, but he practically asked for advice. Nothing could be said but to urge him to march as long as he could. One satisfactory result to the discussion, I practically ordered Wilson to hand over the means of ending our troubles to us, so that any one of us may know how to do so. Wilson had no choice between doing so and our ransacking the medicine case. We have 30 opium tabloids apiece, and he is left with a tube of morphine. So far the tragical side of our story. Record 53. The sky completely overcast when we started this morning. We could see nothing, lost the tracks, and doubtless have been swaying a good deal since. 3.1 miles for the forenoon, terribly heavy dragging. Expected it. Know that 6 miles is about the limit of our endurance now, if we get no help from wind or surfaces. We have 7 days' food and should be about 55 miles from One Ton Camp tonight, 6 times 7 equals 42, leaving us 13 miles short of our distance, even if things get no worse. Meanwhile, the season rapidly advances. Monday, March 12. We did 6.9 miles yesterday, under our necessary average. Things are left much the same, Oates not pulling much, and now with hands as well as feet pretty well useless. We did 4 miles this morning in 4 hours 20 minutes. We may hope for 3 this afternoon. 7 times 6 equals 42. We shall be 47 miles from the depot. I doubt if we can possibly do it. The surface remains awful, the cold intense, and our physical condition running down. God help us! Not a breath of favorable wind for more than a week, and apparently liable to headwinds at any moment. Wednesday, March 14. No doubt about the going downhill, but everything going wrong for us. Yesterday we woke to a strong northerly wind with temperature minus 37 degrees. Couldn't face it, so remained in camp, record 54, till 2, then did 5 1/4 miles. Wanted to march later, but party feeling the cold badly, as the breeze, north, never took off entirely, and as the sun sank the temperature fell. Long time getting supper in dark. Record 55. This morning started with southerly breeze, set sail and passed another cairn at good speed. Halfway, however, the wind shifted to west by south or west-southwest, blew through our wind clothes and into our mitts. Poor Wilson, horribly cold, could not get off ski for some time. Bowers and I practically made camp, and when we got into the tent at last we were all deadly cold. Then temperature, now midday down minus 43 degrees, and the wind strong. We must go on, but how the making of every camp must be more difficult and dangerous. It must be near the end, but a pretty merciful end. Poor Oates got it again in the foot. I shudder to think what it will be like tomorrow. It is only with greatest pains rest of us keep off frostbites. No idea there could be temperatures like this at this time of year with such winds. Truly awful outside the tent. Must fight it out to the last biscuit, but can't reduce rations. Friday, March 16, or Saturday, 17. Lost track of dates, but think the last correct. Tragedy all along the line. At lunch, the day before yesterday, poor Titus Oates said he couldn't go on. He proposed we should leave him in his sleeping bag. That we could not do, and induced him to come on the afternoon march. In spite of its awful nature for him, he struggled on and we made a few miles. At night he was worse, and we knew the end had come. Should this be found, I want these facts recorded. Oates's last thoughts were of his mother, but immediately before he took pride in thinking that his regiment would be pleased with the bold way in which he met his death. We can testify to his bravery. He has borne intense suffering for weeks without complaint, and to the very last was able and willing to discuss outside subjects. He did not, would not, give up hope to the very end. He was a brave soul. This was the end. He slept through the night before last, hoping not to wake. But he woke in the morning, yesterday. It was blowing a blizzard. He said, "I am just going outside and maybe some time." He went out into the blizzard, and we have not seen him since. I take this opportunity of saying that we have stuck to our sick companions to the last. In case of Edgar Evans, when absolutely out of food and he lay insensible, the safety of the remainder seemed to demand his abandonment, but Providence mercifully removed him at this critical moment. He died a natural death, and we did not leave him till 2 hours after his death. We knew that poor Oates was walking to his death, but though we tried to dissuade him, we knew it was the act of a brave man and an English gentleman. We all hope to meet the end with a similar spirit, and assuredly the end is not far. I can only write at lunch and then only occasionally. The cold is intense, minus 40 degrees at midday. My companions are unendingly cheerful, but we are all on the verge of serious frostbites, and though we constantly talk of fetching through, I don't think any one of us believes it in his heart. We are cold on the march now, and at all times except meals. Yesterday we had to lay up for a blizzard, and today we move dreadfully slowly. We are at No. 14 Pony Camp, only 2 pony marches from 1 Ton Depot. We leave here our theodolite, a camera, and Oates' sleeping bags. Diaries, etc., and geological specimens carried at Wilson's special request, will be found with us or on our sledge. Sunday, March 18. Today, lunch, we are 21 miles from the depot. Ill fortune presses, but better may come. We have had more wind and drift from ahead yesterday, had to stop marching. Wind northwest, force 4, temperature minus 35 degrees. No human being could face it, and we are worn out nearly. My right foot has gone, nearly all the toes. 2 days ago I was proud possessor of best feet. These are the steps of my downfall. Like an ass I mixed a small spoonful of curry powder with my melted pemmican. It gave me violent indigestion. I lay awake and in pain all night. Woke and felt done on the march. Foot went and I didn't know it. A very small measure of neglect, and have a foot which is not pleasant to contemplate. Bowers takes first place in condition, but there is not much to choose after all. The others are still confident of getting through, or pretend to be, I don't know. We have the last half fill of oil in our primus, and a very small quantity of spirit, this alone between us and thirst. The wind is fair for the moment, and that is perhaps a fact to help. The mileage would have seemed ridiculously small on our outward journey. Monday, March 19. Lunch. We camped with difficulty last night, and were dreadfully cold till our supper of cold pemmican and biscuit and a half a pannikin of cocoa cooked over the spirit. Then, contrary to expectation, we got warm and all slept well. Today we started in the usual dragging manner. Sledge dreadfully heavy. We are 15½ miles from the depot, and ought to get there in 3 days. What progress! We have 2 days' food, but barely a day's fuel. All our feet are getting bad, Wilson's best, my right foot worst, left all right. There is no chance to nurse one's feet till we can get hot food into us. Amputation is the least I can hope for now, but will the trouble spread? That is the serious question. The weather doesn't give us a chance. The wind from north to northwest, and minus 40 degrees temperature today. Wednesday, March 21. Got within 11 miles of depot Monday night. Footnote: the 60th camp from the pole. End of footnote. Had to lay up all yesterday in severe blizzard. Footnote: the fatal blizzard. Mr. Frank Wild, who led one wing of Dr. Mawson's expedition on the northern coast of the Antarctic continent, Queen Mary's Land, many miles to the west of the Ross Sea, writes that from March 21 for a period of 9 days we were kept in camp by the same blizzard which proved fatal to Scott and his gallant companions. Times, June 2, 1913. Blizzards, however, are so local that even when, as in this case, two are nearly contemporaneous, it is not safe to conclude that they are part of the same current of air. End footnote. Today, forlorn hope, Wilson and Bowers going to depot for fuel. Thursday, March 22 and 23. Blizzard bad as ever. Wilson and Bowers unable to start. Tomorrow last chance. No fuel, and only 1 or 2 of food left. Must be near the end. Have decided it shall be natural. We shall march for the depot with or without our effects, and die in our tracks. Thursday, March 29. Since the 21st we have had a continuous gale from west-southwest and southwest. We had fuel to make 2 cups of tea apiece, and bare food for 2 days on the 20th. Every day we have been ready to start for our depot, 11 miles away, but outside the door of the tent it remains a scene of whirling drift. I do not think we can hope for any better things now. We shall stick it out to the end, but we are getting weaker, of course, and the end cannot be far. It seems a pity, but I do not think I can write more. R. Scott. For God's sake, look after our people. Wilson and Bowers were found in the attitude of sleep, their sleeping bags closed over their heads as they would naturally close them. Scott died later. He had thrown back the flaps of his sleeping bag and opened his coat. The little wallet containing the 3 notebooks was under his shoulders, and his arm flung across Wilson. So they were found 8 months later. End of second part of Chapter 20. Section 44 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1, The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Third part of Chapter 20, The Last March. With the diaries in the tent were found the following letters. To Mrs. E. A. Wilson. My dear Mrs. Wilson, if this letter reaches you, Bill and I will have gone out together. We are very near it now, and I should like you to know how splendid he was at the end, everlastingly cheerful, and ready to sacrifice himself for others, never a word of blame to me for leading him into this mess. He is not suffering, luckily, at least only minor discomforts. His eyes have a comfortable blue look of hope, and his mind is peaceful with the satisfaction of his faith in regarding himself as part of the great scheme of the Almighty. I can do no more to comfort you than to tell you that he died as he lived, a brave, true man, the best of comrades and staunchest of friends. My whole heart goes out to you in pity. Yours, R. Scott. To Mrs. Bowers. My dear Mrs. Bowers, I am afraid this will reach you after one of the heaviest blows of your life. I write when we are very near the end of our journey, and I am finishing it in company with two gallant, noble gentlemen. One of these is your son. He had come to be one of my closest and soundest friends, and I appreciate his wonderful upright nature, his ability and energy. As the troubles have thickened, his dauntless spirit ever shone brighter, and he has remained cheerful, hopeful, and indomitable to the end. The ways of Providence are inscrutable, but there must be some reason why such a young, vigorous, and promising life is taken. My whole heart goes out in pity for you. Yours, R. Scott. To the end he has talked of you and his sisters. One sees what a happy home he must have had, and perhaps it is well to look back on nothing but happiness. He remains unselfish, self-reliant, and splendidly hopeful to the end, believing in God's mercy to you. To Sir J. M. Barrie. My dear Barrie, we are pegging out in a very comfortless spot. Hoping this letter may be found and sent to you, I write a word of farewell. More practically, I want you to help my widow and my boy, your godson. We are showing that Englishmen can still die with a bold spirit, fighting it out to the end. It will be known that we have accomplished our object in reaching the Pole, and that we have done everything possible, even to sacrificing ourselves in order to save sick companions. I think this makes an example for Englishmen in the future, and that the country ought to help those who are left behind to mourn us. I leave my poor girl and your godson, Wilson leaves a widow, and Edgar Evans also a widow in humble circumstances. Do what you can to get their claims recognized. Goodbye. I am not at all afraid of the end, but sad to miss many a humble pleasure which I had planned for the future on our long marches. I may not have proved a great explorer, but I have done the greatest march ever made, and come very near to great success. Goodbye, my dear friend. Yours ever, R. Scott. We are in a desperate state, feet frozen, etc., no fuel and a long way from food, but it would do your heart good to be in our tent, to hear our songs and the cheery conversation as to what we will do when we get to Hut Point. Later. We are very near the end, but have not and will not lose our good cheer. We have 4 days of storm in our tent, and nowheres food or fuel. We did intend to finish ourselves when things proved like this, but we have decided to die naturally in the track. As a dying man, my dear friend, be good to my wife and child. Give the boy a chance in life if the state won't do it. He ought to have good stuff in him. I never met a man in my life whom I admired and loved more than you, but I never could show you how much your friendship meant to me, for you had much to give and I nothing. To the Right Honorable Sir Edgar Speyer, Baronet. Dated March 16, 1912, latitude 79.5 degrees. My dear Sir Edgar, I hope this may reach you. I fear we must go and that it leaves the expedition in a bad muddle. But we have been to the Pole, and we shall die like gentlemen. I regret only for the women we leave behind. I thank you 1,000 times for your help and support and your generous kindness. If this diary is found, it will show how we stuck by dying companions and fought the thing out well to the end. I think this will show that the spirit of pluck and power to endure has not passed out of our race. Wilson, the best fellow that ever stepped, has sacrificed himself again and again to the sick men of the party. I write to many friends hoping the letters will reach them some time after we are found next year. We very nearly came through, and it's a pity to have missed it, but lately I have felt that we have overshot our mark. No one is to blame, and I hope no attempt will be made to suggest that we have lacked support. Goodbye to you and your dear kind wife. Yours ever sincerely, R. Scott. To Vice Admiral Sir Francis Charles Bridgeman, KCVO, KCB. My dear Sir Francis, I fear we have shipped up. A close shave. I am writing a few letters which I hope will be delivered some day. I want to thank you for the friendship you gave me of late years, and to tell you how extraordinarily pleasant I found it to serve under you. I want to tell you that I was not too old for this job. It was the younger men that went under first. After all, we were setting a good example to our countrymen, if not by getting into a tight place, by facing it like men when we were there. We could have come through had we neglected the sick. Goodbye, and goodbye to dear Lady Bridgeman. Yours ever, R. Scott. Excuse writing, it is -40°, and has been for nigh a month. To Vice Admiral Sir George Leclerc Egerton, K.C.B. My dear Sir George, I fear we have shot our bolt, but we have been to Pole and done the longest journey on record. I hope these letters may find their destination some day. Subsidiary reasons for our failure to return are due to the sickness of different members of the party, but the real thing that has stopped us is the awful weather and unexpected cold towards the end of the journey. This traverse of the barrier has been quite 3 times as severe as any experience we had on the summit. There is no accounting for it, but the result has thrown out my calculations, and here we are little more than 100 miles from the base and petering out. Goodbye. Please see my widow is looked after as far as Admiralty is concerned. R. Scott. My kindest regards to Lady Egerton. I can never forget all your kindness. To Mr. J. J. Kinsey, Christchurch. March 24, 1912. My dear Kinsey, I'm afraid we are pretty well done. 4 days of blizzard just as we were getting to the last depot. My thoughts have been with you often. You have been a brick. You will pull the expedition through, I'm sure. My thoughts are for my wife and boy. Will you do what you can for them if the country won't? I want the boy to have a good chance in the world, but you know the circumstances well enough. If I knew the wife and boy were in safe keeping, I should have little regret in leaving the world, for I feel that the country need not be ashamed of us. Our journey has been the biggest on record, and nothing but the most exceptional hard luck at the end would have caused us to fail to return. I have been to the South Pole as we set out. God bless you and dear Mrs. Kinsey. It is good to remember you and your kindness. Your friend, R. Scott. Letters to his mother, his wife, his brother-in-law, Sir William Ellison Macartney, Admiral Sir Louis Beaumont, and Mr. and Mrs. Reginald Smith were also found, from which came the following extracts. The great God has called me, and I feel it will add a fearful blow to the heavy ones that have fallen on you in life. But take comfort in that I die at peace with the world and myself, not afraid. Indeed, it has been most singularly unfortunate, for the risks I have taken never seemed excessive. I want to tell you that we have missed getting through by a narrow margin, which was justifiably within the risk of such a journey. After all, we have given our lives for our country, we have actually made the longest journey on record, and we have been the first Englishmen at the South Pole. You must understand that it is too cold to write much. It's a pity the luck didn't come our way, because every detail of equipment is right. I shall not have suffered any pain, but leave the world fresh from harness and full of good health and vigor. Since writing the above, we got to within 11 miles of our depot, with 1 hot meal and 2 days cold food. We should have got through, but have been held for 4 days by a frightful storm. I think the best chance has gone. We have decided not to kill ourselves, but to fight to the last for that depot, but in the fighting there is a painless end. Make the boy interested in natural history if you can. It is better than games. They encourage it at some schools. I know you will keep him in the open air. Above all, he must guard and you must guard him against indolence. Make him a strenuous man. I had to force myself into being strenuous, as you know, had always an inclination to be idle. There is a piece of the Union Jack I put up at the South Pole in my private kit bag, together with Amundsen's black flag and other trifles. Send a small piece of the Union Jack to the King and a small piece to Queen Alexandra. What lots and lots I could tell you of this journey. How much better it has been than lounging in too great comfort at home. What tales you would have for the boys, but what a price to pay. Tell Sir Clements, I thought much of him and never regretted him putting me in command of the Discovery. Message to the Public. The causes of the disaster were not due to faulty organization, but to misfortune in all risks which had to be undertaken. 1. The loss of pony transport in March 1911 obliged me to start later than I had intended, and obliged the limits of stuff transported to be narrowed. 2. The weather throughout the outward journey, and especially the long gale in 83° south, stopped us. 3. The soft snow in lower reaches of Glacier again reduced pace. We fought these untoward events with a will and conquered, but it cut into our provision reserve. Every detail of our food supplies, clothing and depots made on the interior ice sheet and over that long stretch of 700 miles to the Pole and back worked out to perfection. The advance party would have returned to the Glacier in fine form and with surplus of food, but for the astonishing failure of the man whom we had least expected to fail. Edgar Evans was thought the strongest man of the party. The Beardmore Glacier is not difficult in fine weather, but on our return we did not get a single completely fine day. This, with a sick companion, enormously increased our anxieties. As I have said elsewhere, we got into frightfully rough ice and Edgar Evans received a concussion of the brain. He died a natural death, but left us a shaken party with the season unduly advanced. But all the facts above enumerated were as nothing to the surprise which awaited us on the Barrier. I maintain that our arrangements for returning were quite adequate, and that no one in the world would have expected the temperatures and surfaces which we encountered at this time of year. On the summit, in latitude 85°, 86°, we had -20°, -30°. On the Barrier, in latitude 82°, 10,000 feet lower, we had -30° in the day, -47° at night pretty regularly, with continuous headwind during our day marches. It is clear that these circumstances came on very suddenly, and our wreck is certainly due to this sudden advent of severe weather, which does not seem to have any satisfactory cause. I do not think human beings ever came through such a month as we have come through, and should have got through in spite of the weather but for the sickening of a second companion, Captain Oates, and a shortage of fuel in our depots, for which I cannot account, and finally, but for the storm which has fallen on us within 11 miles of the depot, at which we hoped to secure our final supplies. Surely misfortune could scarcely have exceeded this last blow. We arrived within 11 miles of our old 1-ton camp, with fuel for one last meal and food for 2 days. For 4 days we have been unable to leave the tent, the gale howling about us. We are weak, writing is difficult, but for my own sake I do not regret this journey, which has shown that Englishmen can endure hardships, help one another, and meet death with as great a fortitude as ever in the past. We took risks, we knew we took them. Things have come out against us, and therefore we have no cause for complaint, but bow to the will of Providence, determined still to do our best to the last. But if we have been willing to give our lives to this enterprise, which is for the honor of our country, I appeal to our countrymen to see that those who depend on us are properly cared for. Had we lived, I should have had a tale to tell of the hardihood, endurance, and courage of my companions which would have stirred the heart of every Englishman. These rough notes and our dead bodies must tell the tale, but surely, surely a great rich country like ours will see that those who are dependent on us are properly provided for. R. Scott. End of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1, The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley.